Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Cat Shapeshifting Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mom told him to run. Dad was angry. He was always angry anymore. He didn't like Izuku always asking questions about his quirk, or when Izuku started telling him all about the new hero he'd learned about that day. When Mom asked him to look at the leaky shower head, he yelled and screamed about having to do everything around the house. Izuku wondered about that. Mom cooked and cleaned. Izuku helped where he could, but he'd always been small for his age. 8 years old, and he still blended in with the kindergartners. Kaken liked to tease him about that. Tonight had been different, though. Dad had come home early from work, dropping a box on the floor and kicking it. Mom asked what happened, and he said something about layoffs that Izuku didn't understand. Izuku had come out of his room to greet him, but when he saw Dad's mood he retreated, activating his quirk to hide with his stuffed animals. Dad had never allowed any pets, and he complained all the time about Izuku's animal-shifting quirk stinking up the house. Izuku tried not to use it, but it was easier to hide in his stuffed animals this way. The apartment was quiet for a while. Izuku dared to hope it was over, but he didn't dare leave his room. Mom snuck him dinner and told him to stay in here for the night, stay out of Dad's way. He'd transformed into a cat, and he ate dinner that way and then went back to his stuffed animals. He would have stayed there all night, but he needed the bathroom. He stayed in his cat form, nudging the partially open door open and sneaking across the hall. He wasn't quiet enough. His dad saw, and he yelled about Izuku using his quirk in the house again. Mom tried to distract him, and he rounded on her. He was losing control of his own quirk, flames lighting up the inside of his mouth. You're always protecting him, that's why he's such a useless brat. Don't call him that. Mom yelled. If you actually took the time to spend with your son Dash. He slapped her, called her a bad word. Kaken always said that Mom said never to repeat. Izuku huddled in the hallway, still a cat. The bathroom wasn't an issue anymore. But his dad was going to be furious when he realized what Izuku had done on the floor. Hisashi! Mom yelled, holding her reddening cheek. You have no right to treat us this way. I'll treat you however the hell I feel like. Get out! Mom yelled. Get your things and go. Excuse me? Mom trembled, eyes nervously darting to Izuku. You heard me. I want you to leave. You can come back when you calm down. You think you can kick me out of my own home? Dad asked. His voice was low and quiet. It only ever sounded like that when he was really mad. Either you leave or we will, Mom stated. Dad hit her again. Flames dripped out of his mouth. Where the F do you think you're going to go? You have another man or something? Have you been cheating on me this whole time? I work and Sylvie away for you and the brat, and you don't even care? No. There's no one else. But you've gotten so mean lately, and I won't have you treating Izuku like this. I won't let you treat me like this. The flames dripped onto the floor, harmless at first. His parents were too busy continuing to yell at each other. Mom kept trying to walk around Hisashi and get to the hallway, but he blocked her and grabbed her wrist in a bruising grip. Izuku was the only one to notice when the flames didn't fizzle out. They didn't hear his meows over their yelling. He ran forward, trying to change back so he could use words. He wasn't great at changing back, yet. He was seeing a quirk counselor on weekends about it. That didn't help him now, when flames were starting to eat the hardwood between his parents' feet. Mom slapped Hisashi back to try and make him let go, but that only made him angry and he lost control, spewing a whole stream of fire from his mouth. He turned his head away from Mom, at least, but the couch wasn't really a much better option. Now look what you made me do, you beach! Dad yelled. Izuku reached them and sank claws into his dad's foot. Dad kicked him across the room. He tumbled over the floor, all the way to the Gen-ken. Izuku! Mom yelled. Hisashi, the fire extinguisher. They had one in every room. Mom had taught him how to use one years ago, always worried about something like this happening. Dad was still trying to calm down and stop the fire pouring from his mouth. The flames at their feet liked at their pants, and Dad still had a grip on Mom's wrist. Her sleeve was on fire and she was trying to pat it out. "Turn your BGMI quirk off," Mom yelled. "You're making it worse." Dad couldn't talk when he was like this, but apparently Mom had only made him angrier. He looked up to glare at her, and she received a face full of fire. She screamed. Izuku charged back at them. He clawed his father's legs, but fire dripped onto his back. He yowled and rolled over the floor in pain. Mom scooped him up. He burrowed into her arms. The front door opened, and a blast of cold made him shiver. Tears dropped onto his fresh burns. Mom stumbled down the stairs to the ground, pausing for breath and looking back at their apartment. An unnatural orange light glowed inside the open door. Dad stepped into the doorway, Quirk finally under control again. "Where the f do you think you're going, you unfaithful where? Our home is on fire and that's what he's worried about?" Mom whispered, holding Izuku closer. Then Dad started for the stairs. "Oh, I don't like this," she muttered, taking a few steps back. Dad came closer and Mom turned to run. "Inko!" She darted across the street, heading towards the city. Izuku mewled in her arms. "It's okay, baby, it's going to be okay. We're going to find a nice police officer to help us, okay? Maybe even a hero if we're lucky. Oh, God, we could really use a hero right now." She muttered when she was nervous or scared, just like Izuku. He meowed again, trying to comfort her. She ran her hand over his fur, chancing a glance back. Dad was chasing them. Mom tripped. Izuku flew from her arms. Dad caught up. Mom told him to run. To go find a hero. He ran. But he didn't find a hero. He didn't even find a police officer. And when he tried to run back and find Mom again, he couldn't find her either. So, that had been days ago now. Izuku still hadn't been able to change back to a human kid. He'd tried to find his way to school, but he'd gotten hopelessly lost running through the streets the other night. He wasn't sure he was even in the same city anymore. He discovered quickly that meowing at everyone he passed didn't get him anywhere. A few people tried to pet him, and he swatted them away. There wasn't time for that. He wasn't actually a cat. His mom had been hurt and he didn't know if she was okay. Most people ignored him. Some teenagers after school looked at him the way Dad sometimes did, and he didn't stick around to find out what they wanted. Food and water were quickly becoming a problem, too, and his burns hurt. A high school girl spotted him one day and left part of her lunch for him, and he'd found dirty puddles to drink out of. It wasn't enough. And then it started raining. He tried to find shelter in doorways or anywhere else he could, tried desperately to change back, but he couldn't find the clear state of mind his counselor always wanted him to imagine. The situation was awful. He decided that the next person he found, he would badger them until they took him in. Even if they took him to an animal shelter by mistake, the shelter would have to realize he was actually human. If they didn't, at the very least he'd be out of the rain. Except the next person he ran across in an alley was trying to break into an electronics shop. The robber froze, keypad a mess of wires in his hands, staring at an equally frozen Izuku. The robber let out a breath. Just a BGMI cat. And then he ignored him and went back to fiddling with the keypad. A man dropped from the sky and threw out some kind of gray tentacles to wrap around the robber. The robber swore and twisted unnaturally to try and escape. Some kind of flexibility quirk? Izuku wished he could ask him about it. The man with the tentacles yanked the robber towards him, and they weren't tentacles at all. It was some kind of scarf. He slammed a fist against the robber's head and the man dropped. Oh, he must be a hero. This was perfect. Izuku cried for all he was worth and ran forward. The hero cut off part of his scarf and tied up the robber, watching Izuku's approach. Well, where did you come from? He crouched down and held a hand out for Izuku to sniff. He didn't really look like a hero, and Izuku second-guessed his approach. He wore all black, and his black hair was messy and greasy. But he'd caught a robber, so he couldn't be all bad. Izuku put his front paws in the man's hand to stand taller and meowed loudly, right in his face. Is that right? The man asked. He reached his other hand around to pick Izuku up, cradling him against his chest. Where'd you get these burns from, huh? A bunch of lousy teenagers, I bet. You got anywhere you're supposed to be. Izuku meowed again, looking up at his face. He wore yellow goggles, but the man moved them up to look him over better. You really are green. Did someone drop you in a bucket of dye or something? It was a fair guess, Izuku supposed, but it was really just because that was his natural hair color. Let me call this guy in and then I'll take you someplace warm, alright? The man's voice was soft and gentle, and he delicately scratched between his ears. It was the best offer Izuku was going to get, so he waited patiently for the hero to call the police about the robber. The hero had to wait for the police, but his arms were nice and warm, mostly sheltered from the rain, and Izuku dozed off in them. He didn't wake up until he heard keys jingling in a lock, and then a door opened and closed. "Let's get you cleaned up, huh?" the hero said, slipping off his shoes and carrying Izuku through the apartment. It was smaller than his old home, and it lacked a lot of the cozy comforts that Izuku was used to. The hero took him into a bathroom and pulled out a towel. He dried Izuku off, leaving him wrapped in the towel while pulling a first aid kit out from under the sink. "I'll be quick, I promise, just hold still." Izuku held as still as he could, only making a few soft cries when the burn cream stung. The hero was done quickly, as promised, and he held Izuku again, praising him for being a good boy. Izuku nuzzled into his chest. Yes, this man was a stranger, but he'd been alone and scared for several days now. Any kindness felt like a miracle. Even better, the man carried him to the kitchen and pulled out some bowls. One he filled with water, and the other he dumped a can of tuna fish into. Izuku ate it all happily. The man disappeared while he ate, but he came back in sweats and a t-shirt, toweling off his own hair. "Finished already, huh? Guess one more can wouldn't hurt." Izuku meowed in agreement and the hero put another can of tuna in the bowl. It was gone almost as fast, and then Izuku drained the water. The man refilled it before going to the living room to sit on his couch, turning the TV on low. Izuku followed him, hopping up on the couch and putting his paws on the man's lap. He meowed again, which got the man's attention, but he couldn't articulate what he really wanted to say. No amount of meowing would translate to, "I'm human and stuck like this, and I think my mom is hurt." He received more petting for his efforts, and eventually he gave up, curling into a ball against the hero. There were worse places he could be right now, he supposed. Hopefully after he slept for a while, he'd be able to change back and explain with words about his mom. Hopefully it wasn't too late. So they both fell asleep on the couch with the TV on, but Izuku woke up alone. Sounds of cooking came from the kitchen, and he climbed onto the back of the couch to see the man yawning next to a coffee maker. The news was on, and he heard his name. He whipped around so fast he fell onto the cushion. "Still missing," the news reporter said. His picture was in the top corner. His mother, Inko Midoriya, passed away this morning from injuries sustained in their home fire. Her husband Hisashi is wanted for questioning, and authorities are asking anyone with information on his whereabouts to please report to this number. His mother was dead. He was too late. Mom was dead. Mom was dead. He wasn't aware he started screaming, but the hero that took him home did. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" He scooped Izuku off the couch. "You're all right." Izuku cried out again and turned to the TV. Now would be a great time to change back, but he was so far from the clear state of mind he needed it was never going to happen. "What, you recognize that kid?" the man asked. "Was he your owner? Is that how you got these burns?" Izuku meowed. That was close enough to the truth for him, and hopefully the hero took his meowing as an agreement. "It's all right, buddy, sure, I've got you." The man turned him away from the TV. "No, no, no." Then he turned the TV off altogether. Izuku cried out again. He missed words. He really needed to be human. He needed to tell this hero who he was so he could go home. Except, there wasn't really a home to go back to, was there? Mom was dead. Everything was on fire. And Dad, he didn't want to see Dad. He hid his face in the hero's chest and refused to come back out no matter what the man coaxed him with. So, Shoyuta didn't mean to adopt a cat. He loved cats, and he'd brought strays home for a few days before taking them a shelter. He tended to work long hours and he was terrified of something happening to him and the poor creature being left alone to starve when he didn't come back. But this cat, this scrawny, burned kitten, it latched onto him immediately, and he knew the second he patched the poor scrawny thing up he wasn't taking him to a shelter. It was remarkably well behaved for such a young cat. And he'd thought the weird green color was because of some horrible owner thinking it was funny to dye their cat, But now that he'd looked closer, it looked like green really was the thing's natural color. He'd seen weirder things in the world. But it held still even while crying out in pain. It looked at him when he talked, and he swore it understood him. It meowed back like it could talk, and there was something about its eyes. He was sure it was nothing more than the same mutation that gave it green fur, but its eyes held so much pain and fear. It was like he was looking at another person. And then that whole thing with the news in the morning. The cat was actually distressed about that poor Midoriya family, again looking at him and shrieking, begging him to understand. He'd never wished he could understand cats more than in that moment. The only thing he could do was hold the poor thing until it calmed down, and then it refused to be put down, so he went about his day with a cat in his arms. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. He'd been planning to get the cat checked over by the vet, but with how distressed it was, he decided to wait another day. He didn't want to stress the cat out any more than it already was. He looked into the case that day. Neighbors reported yelling before the fire started, but all 3 family members were missing by the time the fire department arrived. Hisashi had a fire-breathing quirk and was a prime suspect for how the fire started. Inko had been found that night with severe burns and was hospitalized, and she'd passed away from her injuries that morning. No one had seen Izuku. The kid had a shape-shifting quirk, and if he was scared his dad would come after him, Shoyuta wasn't surprised he was hard to find. He'd keep an eye out while on patrol, but Mizudafu wasn't exactly around the corner from Nurugi where the family lived. It was unlikely Izuku would come so far. He looked at the cat in his lap again. It wasn't likely this was the family cat, either, considering how far away Nurugi was. This answered exactly none of his questions about this cat. He scratched the cat's head. "Just where did you come from, huh?" Tomorrow he'd check the shelter and see if anyone reported a missing green cat. If no one had, he was bringing the little guy back home with him. Someone needed to give this guy a good home, and Shoyuta was pretty sure the cat already adopted him, considering how he was clinging to him. So, Izuku didn't remember much of the next few days. The hero went out sometimes, probably to patrol, and Izuku curled up on the couch until he came home. He brought Izuku to a vet, and his burns were treated again and rewrapped, and then they gave him shots. He tried to protest at that, since he wasn't actually a cat, but they did it anyway. He tried a few times to change back to human, but he almost didn't want to. He'd lost everything. What was the point? He might as well live his life as this man's cat. It was already much calmer than his life before. It never worked anyway when he tried. Cat bowls replaced the dishes he ate out of, and that was when it hit him. He was being treated like a cat. He was eating from bowls on the floor like an actual animal. He was stuck like this, and he kind of liked being a cat. But he had standards. When the man that Izuku had mentally named Kuro because of all his black clothes next tried to feed him, Izuku jumped onto a kitchen chair, placed his front paws on the edge of the table and yowled. Kuro blinked at him. His facial expression never changed much, but Izuku was learning to read what little tells there were. "Who want to eat at the table?" A statement, not a question. Izuku meowed again. Kuro narrowed his eyes and moved the dish to the table. Izuku shoved his face in the bowl. He missed actual people food, but his appetite had been hit or miss all week anyway, so he hadn't cared what he was eating. Now that he was somewhat aware again, he kind of cared. Although, looking at what Kuro constantly made for himself, Izuku wasn't sure people food from him was all that much better. He might be better off with the cat food. "You are the weirdest cat I've ever seen," Kuro said fondly, scratching him between the ears again. Izuku had discovered he loved when Kuro did that. He couldn't help but lean into his hand whenever he did it. Kuro's phone rang, and he pulled his hand away to answer. "What? No, I'm not Hisashi, listen to me, don't you hung up on me. Minute." Izuku tilted his head at him. Kuro met his eyes and sighed. "I apologize in advance for the man you're about to meet. I haven't told him yet I took you in." He probably didn't mean to terrify Izuku with that statement, but fear raced down his spine anyway. When a knock came a few minutes later, Izuku bolted under the couch. Kuro sighed and yanked the door open. A very loud man entered. "Shoyuta? Man, it's been ages." So Kuro's real name was Shoyuta. Izuku filed the information away. "Hisashi, you did not need to come over." Yes, I did. Were you going to do anything for your birthday otherwise?" No. Because that's how I wanted to spend it. You always say that, Hisashi said. Izuku peeked out from under the couch to watch him. He was starting to think Shuta's warning was about how energetic Hisashi was, not because Hisashi would hurt him or anything. Hisashi set some plastic bags down on the table. Is that cat food? Shoyuta grunted. You scared him. He's hiding. What? No, oh, I'm sorry, kitty. Please come out. He spun around the whole apartment, looking so crestfallen. Izuku actually felt bad for initially hiding. I found him on the streets. Don't get your hopes up, Shoyuta said. Ah, poor kitty. He made clicking noises with his tongue. Izuku slowly came out from under the couch. Hisashi's gaze zeroed in on him immediately. Are cats normally green? This one is, Shoyuta said. He leaned back against the counter, watching Izuku. That's unusual. That is the least unusual thing about this cat. Is that why you kept him? Hisashi said. He crouched on the floor and held a hand out, waiting for Izuku to come to him. Izuku closed the distance, but he did not get within petting range. Hisashi pouted. He needed someone, and I happened to be at the right place at the right time, Shoyuta said. You big softy, Hisashi grinned. He stood up and rummaged in the bags he'd brought, revealing takeout containers. Real people food. Izuku was so down for that. He trotted over to the table and jumped onto a chair, and then onto the table itself. Hisashi laughed and scratched him under the chin. Now you'll be my best friend, huh? If it meant real food, Izuku would be whatever this guy wanted him to be. You're not feeding him that, Shoyuta stated. You'll make him sick and I'll have to clean it. Izuku meowed his disagreement and lunged for the food. Hisashi caught him around the middle. Whoa there, little guy. He set him back on the floor. Your dad said no. Izuku yowled, this was not his real dad, and jumped up to the table again. Again, they grabbed him and tossed him back onto the floor. Sir, wait, what's his name? Shoyuta shrugged. I haven't needed a name yet. He pretty much clings to me whenever I'm home. Well, that won't do, Hisashi said. Izuku jumped onto the table. Shoyuta grabbed him this time and held him. Ramen, because that's what he's trying to steal. Hisashi snorted while Izuku let out a cry of protest. He was not answering to ramen and they couldn't make him. Hisashi opened one of the containers and fished out a piece of pork, holding it up for Izuku. One piece won't kill him. Here you go, ramen. Apparently they could make him. He snatched the pork. Hisashi became a regular visitor after that. He brought over cat toys, even a cat tree one of his neighbors was giving away, and always slipped real meat to Izuku when Shoyuta wasn't looking. Shoyuta slipped Izuku plenty of food too, when Hisashi wasn't there. There was still too much actual cat food in Izuku's diet for his tastes, but it was that or starve right now, until he figured out how to change back. He never saw himself on the news again, and this new life was so bizarre and dreamlike, he kept forgetting to try and change back. It wasn't a bad life, either. Shoyuta and Hisashi spoiled him as a cat. He didn't have to go to school, which was great at first, but he started to miss it after a while. He genuinely liked learning, and there wasn't much to do as a cat, especially when Shoyuta was out. At least Shoyuta didn't mind Izuku clinging to him. He just needed the company, sometimes. He was starting to think he'd be stuck as a cat forever, and it was surprisingly lonely. He missed learning about heroes and studying quirks. He missed playing with Kaken, even if Kaken was kind of mean sometimes. Shoyuta was great. He let Izuku sit on his shoulder whenever he was home, and he didn't mind Izuku curling up on his bed when he slept. Sometimes he slept so deeply Izuku would curl up on his chest to feel the rise and fall of his chest. He was terrified he'd slip away without Izuku noticing, and he'd lose him just like he'd lost his mother. It was a quiet life for the most part. Except for when Hisashi was around, he was pretty loud. But he played with Izuku almost the entire time he was over, so Izuku didn't mind so much. He found himself looking forward to those days. Izuku didn't realize how much time was passing until Hisashi came over for New Year's. The fire had been at the start of November. He'd been with Shoyuta for 2 months. He'd been stuck as a cat for 2 months. He hid under the couch for most of the evening, moping. Hisashi later bribed him out with some sushi, and then held on to him while he and Shoyuta watched a movie on the couch. "What's got you so down today, huh?" Hisashi asked, scratching behind Izuku's ears. "He's been like that all day," Shoyuta said, just a touch of concern in his voice. "Didn't even eat his breakfast." Izuku hadn't been able to bring himself to stomach the cat food. Shoyuta had kept his bowl on the table since that first time, and Izuku was fine with the cat food most of the time. Some days, though, when he just really wanted to be human again, he couldn't do it. "Ah, Ramen, what's the matter? You holding out for some good snacks later?" Hisashi asked, poking his stomach. Izuku swatted at him and squirmed out of his grip, crossing the couch to sit in Shuta's lap instead. Shoyuta huffed and ran a hand over his back. "I think he just wants some space today." "You really did find a weird cat," Hisashi commented. "Oh, it's almost midnight." "Please don't be loud," Shoyuta grumbled. Hisashi giggled and switched off the movie, flipping the channel until he reached the news. "You know I can't promise that. You're lucky I agreed to a quiet night in." "Zashi." "Shoyuta." "Zashi." "Shoyuta." Izuku sat up and looked between the two. He wasn't sure what they were talking about, or why Hisashi had such a smug grin on his face. Shoyuta usually looked exhausted, so it was hard to tell his exact feelings about this. The countdown began. Hisashi lightly stomped his feet, beating his hands on his knees with each number. Shoyuta sighed and covered Izuku's ears. 1. Happy New Year. Izuku jumped when actual physical vibrations came out of Hisashi's mouth, knocking over the glass on the coffee table. But it abruptly cut off midway, and Hisashi gave a sheepish look to Shoyuta. Izuku looked up just in time to see Shuta's eyes go from red back to black and for his hair to lower back down. It took a few moments for things to process in Izuku's mind. He hadn't known either man's quirk before that evening. They hadn't needed to use them in the apartment before. Hisashi's was clearly voice-based, and Shoyuta had stopped it somehow. His quirk stopped Hisashi's. He could stop other people's quirks. Shoyuta could stop other people's quirks. Izuku jumped up and whirled around, placing his front paws on Shuta's chest and yowling in his face. Shoyuta reared back while Hisashi laughed. "Guess he didn't like that. Strange that he thinks yours is the scarier one." "Sorry, Ramen," Shoyuta said, gently prying Izuku loose and placing him in his lap. "I'll only use my quirk when that one forgets not to use his." Izuku shook his head and leapt up again, tapping Shuta's face with a paw. He kept meowing, trying to tell them in a language they didn't understand that Shuta's quirk was exactly what he wanted. Shoyuta could turn his off, and Izuku could be human again. Except they didn't understand him, and why would Shoyuta use his quirk on a cat? "Geez, he's really worked up," Hisashi said. "Calm down, Ramen. It's okay now. I won't use my quirk again, promise, and then Shoyuta won't use his." That wasn't what he was trying to say. He yowled again and continued to paw at Shuta's face. If he could even just get him to use it accidentally, that would be enough. "Hey, Ramen, that's enough, cut it out," Shoyuta said, his voice sharp. He was usually pretty even-tempered, and the sudden switch sent Izuku running. Yelling meant bad things. He didn't want to make Shoyuta mad, then the man might kick him out. He hid under the bed, only emerging after Hisashi left and Shoyuta crouched down to apologize. Dad had never apologized, so Izuku forced himself out. The bed was more comfortable anyway. Shoyuta spent a few days researching cat behaviors around quirks, but he couldn't find anything that would explain Ramen's reaction on New Year's. Or his behavior after that either. He made a mess of his wet food the next day, smearing it over the table with his nose before Shoyuta caught him. He started stealing pens every chance he had, carrying them around in his mouth and walking around the apartment, like he was looking for something. He even tried to type on Shuta's computer one day while Shoyuta was working, eyeing the keys and carefully pawing at them. It took a month for him to realize what all of this together looked like. And really, he only figured it out because Ramen smeared his food again, and this time there was definitely a letter on the table. "You're trying to tell me something?" Shoyuta said, hands still outstretched to yank Ramen off the table. Ramen looked up at him and nodded. "Holy shit, you really do understand me." Ramen nodded again. "What the hell?" Ramen went back to smearing his food over the table. He already had a Q and was adding a U, and one by one he spelled out the word quirk. Shoyuta had to sit down. His cat knew how to read and write. What the hell? Could he do this the whole time? Was that why he was so adamant about eating at the table? And why he lost his mind any time people's food was within reach? And what about a quirk? Are you under a quirk right now? Ramen nodded and sat on the table looking at him expectantly. Now New Year's made sense. He'd found out Shoyuta could erase quirks, and he'd been trying to get him to use it on him. Shoyuta took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then activated his quirk. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but watching his cat morph into a human child had not been on the list. He swore again and jumped back, knocking his chair over. The kid lost his balance on the table and toppled to the floor. He still had clothes, thank God, and his curly green hair flopped in his eyes. There was still cat food smeared over his face. The kid scrambled to right himself on the floor, crouching there like he was still a cat. Shoyuta took a deep breath. "You're Izuku Midoriya." He recognized him, of course. The open investigation wasn't that old, and God, no wonder Ramen had freaked out watching the news the first day. The kid's quirk was shape-shifting. How had Shoyuta not put it together before now? Okay, to be fair, no one would have expected the stray cat they found to be a missing kid, even knowing that. And no one had said shape-shifting included animals. The kid nodded and rubbed the cat food off his face. "I got stuck." His voice was quiet. Shoyuta crouched down beside him to hear better. Changing back is always hard, but this time, I couldn't do it at all. No doubt all the stress from that fire affected his quirk. Shoyuta took a deep breath. "Okay." The kid, Izuku, winced. "I'm sorry. I couldn't figure out how to tell you." His eyes watered. "Don't apologize, it wasn't your fault. You didn't ask to be kidnapped by a stranger." This was going to be a nightmare to figure out. He was going to have to bring the kid to the station and explain what happened, and hopefully they wouldn't actually charge him with kidnapping. Wincing, Izuku hugged his knees. "He kind of did. I didn't know what else to do, and I was scared, and then you were there." Tears finally poured over his cheeks. "And then I saw Mom didn't make it." That would certainly mess up a little kid. No wonder he'd been stuck as a cat. And he was still crying. But Shoyuta should probably do something about that. He put a hand on the kid's head. "It's going to be all right." Izuku shook his head, burying his face in his knees. "She's gone. I was supposed to find help, but I couldn't, and she's gone." "It's not your fault," Shoyuta said. "You did everything you could." Izuku sobbed harder and then threw himself at Shoyuta, climbing into his lap and clutching the front of his shirt. The sudden weight almost knocked Shoyuta over, but he figured it out. It was weird to him to have a kid trusting him so easily, but looking at from Izuku's point of view, it wasn't any different from the last 3 months. Izuku was just human now. Shoyuta was still hesitant to put his hands on the kid. Eventually they settled on Izuku's back, rubbing little circles. Izuku cried for a while. This was probably the first time he'd really been able to grieve his mother and what happened. Now that he was human again, he would have to face reality and how different everything would be for him. Once he was cried out, Shoyuta sent him to take a shower, pulling out the smallest clothes he owned for Izuku to change into afterwards. Then, Shoyuta promptly collapsed on his couch and questioned his life. His cat was actually a human kid. Why did these things always happen to him? He pulled out his phone to text Hizashi while he waited for Izuku in the shower. "Insomnia. I found out why my cat was so weird." Loudman. "Really? Those? Oh no, did something happen to Lil Ramen?" Insomnia. "He's not a cat." Loudman. Do you mean he's not a cat? Show you can't say that and then not explain it. Insomnia. He's a kid. A human kid. Shape-shifting quirk. He got stuck as a cat. Loudman. WHAT. Your cat is a human child? That is what you're telling me right now. Insomnia. Does it count as kidnapping if he was a cat at the time? Loudman. Oh no. Was I abetting a criminal this whole time? Insomnia. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Loudman. Let's be reasonable here. I'm sure when you explain the situation they'll understand. But holy shit, so many things make sense now. Insomnia. I have a missing kid in my apartment. Loudman. At least we know he was being taken care of? That was some kind of consolation, Shoyuta allowed. Other than the few days between the fire and when Shoyuta found him, Izuku had been here. He hadn't been getting tortured somewhere or sold into some kind of trafficking ring. Izuku came padding down the hallway, making a keening noise to get his attention. The clothes Shoyuta loaned him were laughably oversized, even though they were the smallest he had. The shirt slipped entirely off his shoulder and hung to his knees, which made up for the fact that the shorts wouldn't stay up no matter what they tried. Shoyuta didn't even have a belt small enough for him. Hey, sorry about the clothes. We can stop for something that fits on our way to the station. Izuku tilted his head. Station? Yeah, the police station. I have to report that you're not missing. Oh. He chewed on his lip, fiddling with his shirt. Something wrong? Shoyuta asked. He made another little keening sound before coming over and scrambling into Shuta's lap again. Are they gonna make me live with Dad? Shoyuta tried not to awkwardly panic. Clearly, some habits of being a cat for 3 months were carrying over, and it wasn't like Izuku had any idea what it looked like that a little kid was crawling all over a grown man's lap that he wasn't related to. He forced himself to focus on Izuku's question. He hadn't kept up with the case, so he didn't know if Hisashi Midoriya had ever been located and questioned about the fire. Do you not want to live with him? He doesn't like me very much. From the way Izuku trembled against him, clutching at Shuta's shirt, Shoyuta was going to guess that was an understatement. Did he start the fire that night? Shoyuta asked. Izuku nodded. He was mad. He yelled at Mom a lot. Mom tried to make him leave, and then she said if he wouldn't go we would, but then the fire. Shoyuta held him tighter when the crying started again. He'd been afraid that was how the story would go. Typical domestic violence. It didn't start out bad, but then tempers flared and things escalated. Izuku calmed down much faster, but tears continued rolling down his face. If I change back into a cat, could I stay here with you? Something in Shuta's chest physically ached at that question. He'd never wanted to be a dad. He didn't know what to do with kids, and hero work, especially underground hero work, didn't lend itself to good parenting habits. Don't you want to see your friends again? You can't be a cat forever, you're human. His little hands clutched at Shuta's shirt. What if I'm a better cat though? No one was angry when I was a cat. Did he have a broken rib? He was starting to feel like he had a broken rib. I'm sure you're a wonderful kid. But you still don't want me, Izuku said, letting go of Shuta's shirt. Shoyuta held him tighter. Izuku, I just want you to have the best life you can. I don't know if that's with me. You've seen my work hours. I'm gone all night, and you need someone who's here. Can't we try? Izuku's lower lip trembled. You were so nice to me when I was a cat. Never in his life did he think he'd have a kid begging to stay with him. I don't know, Izuku. I don't even have a spare bedroom here. I don't need a bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch. Shoyuta smiled and sighed, shaking his head. You deserve a bedroom, someplace you can keep all your own stuff and do your homework. Which reminded him that Izuku had missed 3 months of school now. That couldn't be good. He wanted to make this kid happy, he really did. God knew the kid deserved the world right now. He just really didn't think he was the best person qualified to give it to him. He didn't know the first thing about raising a kid. Look, let's take this one step at a time, okay? Let's get you some more clothes that fit and then go tell the police that you're okay. They'd take Izuku from him as soon as he explained what had happened, and Izuku would be placed in a foster home. Even if Shoyuta was completely committed to keeping him, Izuku would have to stay in a home while the paperwork processed. Izuku mumbled a quiet okay and got down from his lap. The shopping trip was not one of Shuta's most favorite memories in the world. Izuku didn't have shoes, so he had to carry him. They'd bunched the collar up behind his neck and tied it with a spare hair tie so it wouldn't slide off his shoulders, and they gave up on the shorts. The shirt was long enough it kind of acted like a dress. They made it to the store half an hour before they closed, and the employees gave him nasty looks. He ignored their hostility and asked for help picking out some outfits and shoes for him, and then he tried to put Izuku down so he could browse around and find what he liked. Izuku clung to his side and tried very hard to fuse to him. He didn't know what the staff thought of it, but they cooed over Izuku and brought a few shirts for him to judge. He shyly picked out a few that he liked and then asked if they had anything with All Might on it. Shoyuta should have known the kid would be a fan. The staff brought him some new choices and they picked out some stuff that he liked. They stayed past closing, and Shoyuta apologized for taking their time, but it was kind of an emergency situation. The staff waved him off and let him take Izuku to the changing room to put some of the clothes on before they left. He came out in an All Might shirt and bright red shoes, and he immediately reached for Shuta's hand when he was done. Leaving, the staff waved goodbye and told them to come back anytime. Izuku beamed and waved back. His ribs were doing that painful thing again. They needed to stop doing that. He was 23 and lived in a one-bedroom apartment. He could barely take care of himself. He couldn't raise an entire person. Their next stop was the police station, and Izuku tried to fuse with his side again while Shoyuta told the front desk why they were there. It was a long night from there. A detective came to speak with Izuku, and Shoyuta had to fill out several different reports on how the kid came to be in his care. There was a sticky moment at one point where the detective was suspicious of Shuta's motives, but Izuku hissed and insisted Shoyuta hadn't known and he shouldn't be in trouble. Shoyuta learned that Hisashi Midoriya had been found and tried. He was currently behind bars for manslaughter, right where he belonged. The worst part of the evening was when an officer came by to take Izuku to a group home. The officer was nice, a young woman in her mid-20s. She even offered Izuku a stuffed animal to hold on to. He squished it between his body and Shuta's hip. "We have a nice family who want to meet you," the officer said, crouching down to be at Izuku's level. For an 8-year-old, he was really small. Shoyuta had concerns about that, but he couldn't do anything right now. "I want to stay with Shoyuta," Izuku insisted. "He's a hero, he's good." The officer glanced up at Shoyuta. "No one is saying he isn't. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa is a very good person, but we want to check his home and make sure you'll be well cared for there." Izuku clung to him harder. Shoyuta put a hand on his head, prompting Izuku to look up at him, and then he kneeled down too. "Look, Izuku. I think you should go meet this family. You haven't seen anyone besides me and Hisashi for the last few months, so you should take this chance to be around other people. I'll check in with you in a few days, and if you still want to stay with me, we can talk about it then, okay?" His bottom lip quivered, but he agreed and finally let go of Shoyuta. Watching him walk out of the station without him was a lot harder than it should have been. The weird pain in his chest persisted all the way back home, and only increased when he climbed into bed and looked for a ball of fur that wasn't there. He didn't sleep well. So, the family was nice, Izuku supposed. There were a few other kids that greeted him over breakfast, but then they had to rush off to school and Izuku was left with Mr. and Mrs. Saito. Mr. Saito would leave for work soon, and Mrs. Saito had taken the day off to help him settle in. "Well, why don't we put your clothes away?" Mrs. Saito suggested after cleaning up the breakfast dishes. Izuku shared a room with 2 other boys, both in middle school. They shared a bunk bed, leaving the single bed for Izuku. He hadn't slept well when he finally curled up under the blankets, and he'd barely been dozing when the other kids had started getting up. There were chests under the bed for Izuku's things. His clothes hardly took up any room. "They're now all unpacked," Mrs. Saito said, as if it had taken more than 5 minutes. "And we can keep this fella right here." She neatly placed the stuffed bear the officer had given him on his pillows. "Kero and Tamaki should leave your things alone, but if they don't just come tell me, all right? I'll set 'em straight." It wasn't like there was much for them to bother, but he nodded anyway. "Now then, why don't we head to the market and get you some things you might be missing, sound good?" He nodded again and let her drag him around town. She was nice enough, he supposed, offering all the same kindness Shoyuta had given him. She let him pick where they ate lunch, and she even bought him some All Might toys. They were back at the house before all the kids were home, so he had time to poke around before they got there. He didn't say much that first day, but no one seemed to mind. The kids were all over him when they came back, asking how old he was and what did his quirk do. They didn't ask what happened and why he was there now, which he thought was interesting. Really, once they found out he could change into animals, that was all they cared about. "That's so cool," Kaoru said. "Change into something." Izuku shook his head. He'd been human for less than 24 hours. He wasn't risking that again. Come on. Reiko, one of the girls, said. I'll make myself glow. She could glow any color of the rainbow. Izuku shook his head again. I hope you're all being nice to Izuku, Mrs. Saito called from the kitchen where she was cooking dinner. Per Izuku's shy request, she was making katsudon. The kids dropped the issue for now and scattered to work on homework. It wasn't the worst place in the world to be. He needed time to get used to it, that was all. Shoyuta clearly didn't want him since he wasn't actually a cat, and that hurt more than Izuku thought it would, but he'd get used to this. So, Shoyuta showed up unannounced at Hizashi's apartment and almost gave his best friend a heart attack. Are you dying? Oh my god, where are you hurt? I don't see any blood, Hizashi said when he threw open the door, dragging Shoyuta inside and frantically checking him for injuries. I'm not hurt. Shoyuta pushed him off. I just didn't want to be in my apartment right now. Normally he has no problem being in his apartment, but he kept reaching for a cat that wasn't there and then thinking of a teary face when he remembered why. So you're visiting me of your own free will? Holy crap, I have to tell Namuri and Tensei, they'll never believe it. I'm starting to remember why I don't come. You don't have to make a big deal about it. Hizashi puts his phone back in his pocket. Sorry, but you have to admit you're a bit of a hermit. No one ever said being a hermit was a bad thing, Shoyuta grumbled. He made himself at home on Hizashi's couch. It was a firm, horribly uncomfortable couch, and Shoyuta didn't understand why the man had it. Hizashi brought over some water for the both of them. It's just nice to see you out for once. Even if it is because you're grieving a cat that wasn't a cat. Was he grieving? Was that what this weird pain in his chest was? He wasn't sure. A teary-eyed kid shouldn't make him grieve the cat he'd lost. So, tell me the details. I only know what you texted last night. What did the little guy say? Shoyuta told him about the Midoriya case and what happened to his mother and father, and about how Izuku begged to stay with Shoyuta. And you sent him off to foster care anyway? You heartless cretin. Hizashi said it as a joke, but that was honestly how Shoyuta felt about it. I know. But I can't take care of a kid. You see how well I take care of myself, how would I be any better with a kid? I was kidding, Sho. I know you don't want a kid. He didn't. He would be a terrible parental figure. The kid would be drinking coffee before he was 10 and probably know how to disarm a grown adult even sooner. You can still go see him while he's in foster care, right? Hizashi asked. I guess. So go check on him in a few days, make sure he's settling in okay. Once he remembers what actual parents are. Supposed to be like, I'm sure he'll be fine. Shoyuta let out a deep breath. Yeah, you're right. He'd give Izuku a week or so to settle in with his new home, and then he'd check on the kid. Maybe take him out for ice cream or something, kids like that, right? It would be fine. This was better for Izuku in the long run, and that was what mattered. Hizashi distracted him that evening with an attempt at teaching Shoyuta how to cook. Usually these attempts were disastrous, but for whatever reason, Shoyuta found himself paying more attention, asking to try things while Hizashi told him what to do instead of mindlessly watching. He knew the reason, and Hizashi knew the reason, but he wasn't going to admit it to himself. So, among the things Mrs. Saito got for Izuku, she'd gotten him some school workbooks for him to complete. They were giving him a few days to adjust, but then he'd be attending the local elementary school. The workbooks were to ease him back into a learning mindset. He liked filling them out, and it was nice to have something to do while the other kids did their homework. Did you just lick the back of your hand? Kaoru asked. All the kids were working on their homework in the living room, and Izuku had brought out his workbooks to join them. He didn't know how he felt about them yet, but they didn't seem bad and he didn't want to be alone. Izuku lowered his hand from where he'd been rubbing his eye. That was the cutest thing I've ever seen, Reiko whispered. You look just like a cat. Fear froze him. Was that normal, for him to still act like a cat? Or had living as a cat for so long forever messed him up? Hey, what's wrong? Why do you look so scared? Reiko asked. She sat up. I'm sorry I called you a cat? Now the others were looking at him, too. He hadn't meant to make it such a big deal, and he didn't know how make the others settle down now that he had. It's fine. He stared down at his workbook, but the numbers blurred on the page. The other kids were silent for a moment, but then Kare scooted closer. Are you working on math? I'm great at math, I can help if you need it. Izuku took the peace offering and let Kare talk him through the word problems he was working on. He wished that had been the end of it, but he'd picked up more habits that he discovered only when someone pointed them out, calling him cute or laughing at how odd it was. Some of it was fine. He napped on the floor in patches of sunlight, and he had a tendency to eat with his face instead of his hands, but he was desperately trying to fix that habit before he started school again. Liking his hand to wipe of his face was also a habit he wanted to break, but he wasn't even aware of doing it until he caught someone looking at him. He wasn't breaking these habits as fast as he wanted to. He'd be going to school in the morning, and he still acted like he was part cat. He couldn't focus on the worksheets his new teacher sent ahead of time, too worried about how the kids would make fun of him. They used to pick on him all the time at his old school for being such a crybaby, and now he would be the freaky cat kid. Maybe it would have been better if he'd never changed back. He could have been happy living as Shura's cat. Why had he ruined it? What the oh my gosh, Izuku? Did you mean to do that? Tamaki asked. He was the oldest of the kids here, in his last year of middle school, and the only one working on homework in the living room with Izuku. Izuku looked up at him from a familiar angle on the floor. He cried out in alarm, and yep, that was a meow, not a word. He cried out again and pawed at his ears, shaking his head. Not again, he didn't want to get stuck again. Tamaki put his pencil down and crawled over to him. Hey, it's okay, Izuku. I'm me. Mrs. Saito ran into the room, followed by a curious Reiko and Ki. Oh dear. I wondered when this would happen. It's okay, Izuku, calm down. He is a cute cat, Reiko cooed. He looks really freaked out, Kare stated. You would be too if you had a bunch of people gawking at you like this, Tamaki said. Took the words out of my mouth, Mrs. Saito said. Shoo, all of you. The kids made themselves scarce, and Mrs. Saito kneeled down on the ground in front of Izuku. It's okay, sweetheart. Take a deep breath. Can you do that for me? Izuku didn't know how breathing would help, but he did. There, good job. Now I want you to concentrate real hard on being a little boy. Just think about what it's like to have hands and feet. He tried. He tried so hard. He shut his eyes and let the image consume him, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes and saw he was still a cat, he cried out in dismay. All that work to try and get used to being human again, and he'd screwed it up. He hadn't even made a good human. It's all right, you're not stuck, Mrs. Saito said. Try again. It's just a quirk, you can control it. Right, it was his quirk, he could control it. That was how this worked. How did he do that again? He didn't remember how he did it before. It had been almost 4 months since his last quirk counseling session. He didn't remember. Oh no, he really was going to be stuck like this again, wasn't he? It's okay, Izuku, you're okay, Mrs. Saito said. No need to cry. At least this time they knew he was supposed to be human? Do you want a hug? Mrs. Saito asked. Izuku launched himself into her lap. He hated that this was so familiar. Hated the fact that he wished the hands lightly stroking his back were just a little bigger and more calloused. Shoyuta didn't want him. He'd made that clear. Izuku would have to figure this out on his own. He wished he trusted himself enough to be able to do it. So, Shoyuta was doing good that week. He picked up more patrols and avoided his apartment, but it was fine. The only times he was there, he was sleeping. Except for one night, when he received a call from the principal of UA. He knew about the job opening. Nemuri had been trying to recruit him for months. Shoyuta couldn't think of any job he'd hate more and was steadfast in his refusal. Nedzu, though, either knew about the turmoil in Shura's head or had godlike timing, because he brought up points that hit differently now than they had before. More income, which meant if he hypothetically wanted to move to a 2-bedroom apartment he'd be able to afford it. Regular hours, so if he hypothetically lived with anyone else they could actually have a schedule. Access to quality health care, so if he was hurt on the job he'd be taken care of. Support network of other staff, so if he hypothetically had another being relying on him, there'd also be a network available to help. And lastly, a chance to influence future heroes, maybe impress upon them that the actual saving people was more important than being interviewed 3 times a week or posing for magazine covers. It was a much more tempting offer now than it had been before, especially when Nedzu offered to make it temporary. Do it for a year, see how he liked it, and if he didn't want to continue they wouldn't renew his contract. But they'd at least have a teacher for this year, and Nedzu would have more time to find another teacher for the next year. Shoyuta still needed time to think about it, but his refusal was a lot shakier than it had been before. It was insane. He was insane. He was not good with kids. He'd made babies cry in the past just by looking at them. What made him think he'd be any good as a teacher? He hadn't had the patience to deal with teenagers when he was a teenager. There was no way he'd be a good teacher. But the higher income, he didn't need it. He made more than enough for someone who lived alone, and that status wasn't going to change because if he'd be a bad teacher, he was even less qualified to take care of a kid. He'd been over this before. It was irrational to let his mind keep wandering back to it. He'd done a lot of irrational things this week. Izuku's cat toys were still neatly in their basket. He'd been impressed the cat always returned the toys when he was done playing. It was much less impressive and far more heartbreaking to know why. The cat tree still took up too much space in the living room. The cat bowl was still on the table. It was like he expected Izuku to come back any second, even though it was far likelier he'd never set foot in this place again. It would be logical to either get rid of all the cat stuff or get another cat. Getting another cat felt like betraying Izuku, somehow another irrational thought, and he wouldn't do that. He avoided his apartment, but it was fine. He was wandering around downtown around sunset when his phone rang, and he answered without checking the caller ID. Aizawa, what? Hello, Mr. Aizawa, sir, an unfamiliar woman said on the other end. I'm Aimi Saito, Izuku's new foster mother? Immediately his back straightened and he was on alert. What's wrong with Izuku? He knew the foster home was a bad idea. That kid was traumatized beyond belief and he'd just lived 3 months as a cat. He shouldn't have been moved into an unfamiliar environment so soon. It was asking for disaster, and not all foster homes were that great. He should have checked it out personally. Well, he activated his quirk again today, and he doesn't seem able to turn back, Mrs. Saito explained. I was wondering, since you were the one who brought him in, if you had any advice I could tell Izuku? How did you get him to change back before? Okay, so it wasn't as bad as Shoyuta was imagining, but it still wasn't great. He should have expected this to happen. I have a quirk that erases other quirks. I used mine on his. Oh, I see, Mrs. Saito said, sounding extremely disappointed. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted your time, Mr. Aizawa. Do you want me to come over? Shoyuta cut in. I couldn't ask you to drop everything like that, Mrs. Saito said. I'm offering. She hesitated. He's supposed to start school tomorrow, and he can't do that as a cat, and he seems so distressed being stuck like this. Shoyuta thought anyone would be distressed after what Izuku had just gone through. What's your address? She relayed the information to him, thanking him over and over for doing this. He assured her it was fine and had been planning on stopping by soon anyway, already heading towards their street. He made it there as fast as he could, noting that it was a decent neighborhood. That allayed some of his fears, and the fact that Mrs. Saito had called him also helped. Izuku had only been a cat for a few hours, and she'd been quick to note that Izuku wasn't happy about it and call for advice. Someone who intended to hurt the kid wouldn't have called. The door was opened by another kid almost as soon as he knocked, and he'd barely taken his shoes off when there was a familiar Mro. He held out his arms just in time to catch the ball of fluff that flew at him. He cradled Izuku against his chest, gently shushing the cries that continued to rumble out of Izuku's throat. It's good to see you too. Mrs. Saito stood a few feet away next to the blonde kid who had let him in. Mr. Aizawa, thank you again so much. It's no problem, he said again. He looked down at Izuku. You ready to change back? Mro. Izuku hid his face against Shoyuta. I'm going to set you down, okay? Izuku's claws stuck to him when he tried to pull him away. Izuku. Shoyuta paused. Izuku gave him the saddest look accompanied with a sad meow. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, kiddo. Can I turn your quirk off? Izuku nodded. Shoyuta braced himself and, with Izuku still in his arms, activated his quirk. Izuku didn't weigh nearly enough to be a challenge for Shoyuta, But the sudden shift from holding a cat to holding a kid made him stumble as he struggled not to drop him. Izuku helped by latching onto him and not letting go, babbling in Shura's ear. Thought you didn't want to see me again? I can be a cat if you like me better that way. I keep acting like one anyway, everyone's gonna make fun of me. Hey, take it easy, Shoyuta said. With a little maneuvering, he got Izuku situated more comfortably on his hip. I like you plenty as a kid, you got that? Izuku peeked out from his neck. I was trying to let you settle in before I visited, Shoyuta explained. Izuku sniffed. You were gonna come anyway? Shoyuta nodded. I've been worried about you. The smile was a little hesitant, a little shy, but it was still a smile. Would you like to stay for some tea? Mrs. Saito offered. Izuku can show you around while I get it ready. Shoyuta agreed, and Izuku tugged him around the house, showing him the room he shared with two others and the living room where he did his homework. The house looked perfectly normal, and the other kids didn't seem wary of him at all, which put Shura's mind at ease. And this window lets in the best sunlight in the afternoon, perfect for naps. Izuku said, beaming up at him. Shoyuta snorted. Living as a cat for 3 months would have its consequences, but it was hard to feel concern over Izuku napping in the sun. At least the kid didn't look so depressed anymore. He hadn't let go of Shura's hand yet, but he wasn't trying to glue himself to Shura's side. That was an improvement. Tea's ready, Mrs. Saito called, and Izuku led him to the kitchen. The other children were giving them space, which seemed to help Izuku. So, you're nervous about school tomorrow? Shoyuta asked. Izuku looked down at his tea and nodded. I keep doing cat things. They're gonna make fun of me. What kind of advice was he supposed to give here? Shoyuta had never concerned himself with what other kids thought, even at this age. He had too much going on at home, and none of them liked that he could take their quirks away with a well-placed glare. They left him alone, so he left them alone. Izuku wasn't like that, though. If his behavior as a cat was anything to go by, he craved companionship. He was just scared of it too. The other kids might not understand, but that doesn't mean they're trying to be mean, Mrs. Saito said, setting down a plate of cookies between them. And who knows, maybe someone else will have a quirk like yours. They'll just make fun of me for not being able to control it, Izuku mumbled. Were all 8-year-olds this self-deprecating, or did Shoyuta need to go hurt someone? That weird pain in his ribs was back, and he definitely wasn't mourning a cat right now. You don't have to measure yourself by your classmates' standards, Shoyuta stated. They might have control of their quirks, but that means nothing in regards to you. Izuku looked up at him. He hadn't gotten a haircut yet, and his curls fell into his eyes. You can take your time learning control, Shoyuta went on. Do it at your own pace. Can you? He cut himself off, biting his lip and looking down at his tea. Can I what? Shoyuta pressed. I don't want to get stuck again if I practice, Izuku said. So could you help me? He wasn't qualified. The kid should go back to the quirk counselor he had before. Shoyuta didn't know anything about teaching. Sure thing, kiddo. Why did his mouth betray him like this? Izuku's grin lit up his whole face, and he bounced in his seat. Shoyuta smiled into his tea. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. This gave him a ready-made excuse to keep checking up on the kid in a way that wasn't creepy, and it made Izuku happy. Thank you so much, I'll be a good student, I promise. Izuku said. I don't doubt it. This is going to be so cool, real lessons from a pro hero. I meant to ask, what's your hero name? Mrs. Saito looked at him in surprise. He knew he didn't look like the typical hero. That was the point. But the disbelief grew old a long time ago. I'm the erasure hero, Eraserhead. And I'm an underground hero, so I work best when people don't know about me. Don't go telling everyone at school. I won't. Will you really have time? Mrs. Saito asked, biting her lip. You must be so busy already, I don't want you to promise if it's not realistic. The last of Shura's concerns floated away. Mrs. Saito truly had Izuku's best interests at heart. I'll make sure I keep the same time free every week. If something comes up I'll let you know ahead of time, Shoyuta promised. She still seemed hesitant, but they agreed Sunday afternoons would work for now. Shoyuta didn't stay too much longer. Now that Izuku had a guarantee that Shoyuta would be back, He'd calm down and Shoyuta felt better about leaving him again. He told Mrs. Saito to call if she needed anything, hugged Izuku one more time, and stoically refused to look back as he headed up the street again. The kid was in good hands. It wasn't a nightmare home, he was being taken care of. Shoyuta could relax a little. Izuku would be fine. He'd struggle a little to find a new normal, but the foster home wouldn't make it worse. And Shoyuta would keep checking on him every week. It would be fine. So, the weekly visits became routine pretty quick. Shoyuta spent most of his Sunday afternoons in the Sato's backyard with Izuku, encouraging him to transform between different animals. Izuku had no issues changing into an animal to begin with, but switching forms once he was an animal was a challenge for him. Shoyuta wondered if it was something about taking on too many animal characteristics messing with his quirk factor. Izuku's instincts were definitely heightened as an animal, and he never struggled to maneuver no matter how many limbs and tails he had. He was pretty sure the only thing that would help was practice. As the weeks went on, Izuku grew more confident about it, but he'd still hit times where he couldn't switch on command, and then he'd panic. Shoyuta learned quickly how to calm him down and keep the panic from escalating. It usually ended with Izuku in his lap for an hour or so, but he didn't mind as much as he probably should have. Whenever he came over, Izuku was only too happy to tell him about his week. He was struggling to make friends, but the kids weren't as mean as he'd feared they'd be. And he was far from the only one with quirk side effects. One kid had some kind of frog quirk, and she could shoot her tongue out almost 20 meters. She could jump really high and stick to walls, too, and other classmates liked to startle her and see where she ended up. Grooming himself like a cat didn't seem so bad, next to all the other kids. Izuku was also only too happy to talk about whatever heroes he'd seen that week. All Might was a constant topic, much to Shuta's exasperation, but Izuku would talk about any and all heroes. He never talked about Endeavor, though, which took Shoyuta a few weeks to catch on to. Shoyuta had no love for the number 2 hero either, and he could hazard a guess at why the flame hero might not be one of Izuku's favorites. He didn't ask. The weeks passed. Shoyuta had, somewhat impulsively, taken the job at UA, and his days had never been busier. He still patrolled at night, squeezing in sleep wherever he could. It helped that he taught heroics, so unless a kid set him off he didn't have to assign essays or anything he had to grade. It was all class performance. Teaching the older students who already had a grasp on their quirks helped him coach Izuku, and teaching someone younger and prone to tears helped him reel back his gruff attitude towards the older students. And all of it helped him avoid his too empty apartment. He'd only had a cat for 3 months, but he'd gotten so used to it that he was struggling to live alone again. Everything was going great. And then a couple came by to interview Izuku for adoption. So, the Ishiyama's looked normal enough. They both had black hair. His was cropped close to his head, hers was a short bob. She had little crosses in her eyes though, some kind of sight-related quirk. They asked Izuku about himself. He told them he liked heroes and quirks, and he really wanted to be a hero when he grew up. Mrs. Ishiyama asked what his quirk was, and he told them could turn into animals. She gushed that he must be such a cute little creature. Mr. Ishiyama asked about school and if he liked any sports. Izuku hadn't really played any, and when he did play in gym his size usually put him among the last picked in class. He couldn't run as fast as the other kids, and he didn't have the strength a lot of the bigger kids had to hit a ball far. Mr. Ishiyama seemed disappointed in his lack of interest in sports, but he kept smiling. Izuku rubbed the back of his hand against his cheek. I just think heroes are more interesting. Can I ask about your quirks? They watched his hand for a moment, and he shoved it under the table. Mrs. Ishiyama shook it off and explained her camera sight, which let her zoom in and out of whatever she focused on up to 100 meters away. Mr. Ishiyama had an analytical quirk with a numbers focus, which he boasted made him the best accountant in the prefecture. Izuku started asking more questions, getting into the details of their quirks and how they worked. The Ishiyamas tried to steer the conversation back to school, and Izuku would answer their questions, but then he'd fire back with another quirk question. They didn't stay much longer. He paused on the stairs, just out of sight, while they said goodbye to Mrs. Saito. Mrs. Saito asked if they'd be back, and the Ishiyamas hesitated. He's a nice boy, Mrs. Ishiyama said, but he's odd. I don't think he'd be a good fit with us. Izuku ran up the rest of the stairs. He knew he was odd. Shoyuta always said that was okay though. He didn't mind Izuku's oddities, all the little things he did that were more like a cat than a kid. He didn't stare or call attention to them either. Izuku felt like he could be himself around him. He didn't even know if he really wanted to be adopted by them. Mrs. Saito was nice enough, and he'd gotten used to Kaoru and Tamaki and Reiko. There used to be another girl a little older than Izuku when he first got here, but she'd been adopted already and moved out, so it was just the four of them now. And if he moved out, Shoyuta might not come visit him anymore. Izuku still couldn't believe Shoyuta was still coming around. He'd been so convinced the man wanted nothing to do with him before, it honestly surprised him to see him again. And then Shoyuta kept coming, even though some days he looked like all he wanted to do was sleep. Izuku mentioned once that Shoyuta could go home and sleep if he preferred. Shoyuta scoffed, replied, "What, and miss our afternoon together? This is the best part of my week." Izuku hadn't brought it up again. He held a tiny spark of hope that Shoyuta might want to adopt him one day. He hadn't been ready to before, his apartment wasn't big enough, and he mentioned he had another job now. Izuku wasn't sure how long moving could take, and he didn't know Shuta's new job or what the hours were like. But there had to be a reason Shoyuta kept coming, right? So he held on to that spark, even though it grew a little dimmer every passing week. So, logically speaking, Shoyuta wanted the adoption interview to go well. He wanted Izuku to have a stable home environment and live a long, healthy life. An adoption would go a long ways towards that. But he worried a new family would take Izuku out of his reach. They might not approve of a hero having such close contact with their kid. He wasn't sure how well Izuku would handle that. And what if the new family couldn't handle Izuku's transformations? He didn't really get stuck anymore, thanks to Shuta's teachings, but the behaviors he'd picked up as a cat hadn't really faded like Shoyuta expected. He'd walked in on Care flashing a laser pointer around the living room last weekend. Izuku was chasing it. Shoyuta watched for several minutes in disbelief. A new family might not understand. If they stressed Izuku out too much, he might get stuck again. Hey, no frowny face. Hizashi reached across the table to poke Shoyuta between the eyes. They'd gone out for lunch, because Shoyuta needed a distraction while Izuku had his interview. It was not helping as much as he'd hoped. "He's not going to disappear on you," Hizashi said, stirring his curry. "Even if the interview goes well, that kid is so attached to you he won't let anyone separate you." And wasn't that a bizarre concept? His students were terrified of him, and this 8-year-old smiled when he entered the room. "I still don't understand why." Hizashi laughed. "Really? You saved that kid's life and took care of him for months. Of course he grew attached to you. And you grew attached to him. Honestly, I keep expecting you to tell me you're going to adopt him." "I'd be a terrible parent," Shoyuta stated. "We've been over this." Hizashi hummed. "I think you're overthinking it." Shoyuta glared at him. Hizashi raised his hands. "Hear me out. Don't think of it as parenting. That's a scary word. Think of it as taking care of Izuku. You can do that. You're finally learning how to cook more than instant ramen, you have 2 decent paying jobs, and you already bond with him about heroes and quirks." He shrugged. "I just don't think it'd be that crazy for you." Oh no, Hizashi was making sense. When he thought of the basics of taking care of Izuku, it really didn't seem that hard. There was still the glaring issue of who'd watch him while he patrolled at night. Leaving a cat home alone was one thing, but he couldn't do that to an actual kid. What if someone broke in? What if Izuku had a nightmare or something caught fire? "I still can't physically watch him," Shoyuta said. "I'm still doing underground stuff." "Babysitter," Hizashi shrugged. "I'd watch him for you. I'm sure Namuri would too." "You'd have to practically live at my apartment," Shoyuta said, shaking his head. "It's just not practical." He crushed the rising disappointment. He shouldn't even let himself think about these things, he knew it wouldn't work. "What if I did?" Hizashi tapped his spoon on his bowl. "Excuse me? Okay, this might actually work. I was going to move soon, anyway, to be closer to Yue, so what if we moved in together? I could help out with Izuku, we'd split rent, you'd eat more than just those jelly packets on a regular basis, I'm not seeing any downsides. Shoyuta stared at him. Why are you moving closer to UA? Truthfully, he wouldn't mind moving closer and cutting down his commute time, but that meant moving farther from Izuku, so he'd never bothered. Hisashi grinned. You know how old Yuki is retiring? And they're gonna have another open position next year? He had forgotten that, actually. Yuki had been the English teacher for decades. He'd retired from active hero work after a spinal injury about 2 decades prior, and he was such a staple at UA. Shoyuta hadn't really thought his retirement was real. They asked you? Don't look so shocked. And I applied just like everyone else, but my fluency is hard to argue with. He had a point. Hisashi had grown up bilingual, so he'd aced English in high school and been the go-to tutor for their grade. Shoyuta had to concede he'd make a good teacher, and he definitely wouldn't mind having a tolerable face around at the school. So you'll be teaching there next year too? Shoyuta asked. Hisashi nodded, grinning ear to ear. Yep. I was gonna tell you now that it's official, but I was trying to cheer you up first. Congrats. Thanks. Now, back to my wonderfully brilliant idea. Between the two of us and all our jobs, we'd be able to afford a 3-bedroom easy. They would. And he did feel better about the idea of taking Izuku in if Hisashi was also there to look after him. It was all a moot point, though, because Izuku could very well be adopted by someone else. It might be too late. He's at that interview right now. Some of Hisashi's excitement drained away. Yeah? But hey, it's ultimately up to Izuku, right? You can tell him about it when you go see him tomorrow and see what he thinks. He would. He'd never wanted kids, and he'd never planned on them before. But he was starting to realize he wanted Izuku. So he was early the next day to meet with Izuku, anxious to hear how the interview had gone. Tamaki let him in. Oh, good, you're here. Izuku's acting weird. Adrenaline rushed through him. Weird how? He slammed the door in his panic. You know how normally he won't use his quirk without you around? He used it yesterday and he won't change back now. Tamaki led him upstairs. Well, that certainly wasn't good. Can't change back or won't? Tamaki tilted his head. It's hard to tell. He's not really responding to us. Oh, definitely not good. Tamaki took him to the boys' room and made a beeline for Izuku's bed. A few more stuffed animals had joined the collection since Izuku's arrival, including an all-might plush Hisashi had gotten for him. Shoyuta didn't think anything of the green rabbit curled up among it all until Tamaki poked it. Hey, Izuku, Mr. Shoyuta is here. Ears twitched and a little head popped up. Shoyuta sat on the edge of the bed. Hey kiddo. What's going on? The ball of fluff predictably launched into his lap. It wasn't that much different than holding a cat. Cats and rabbits were Izuku's go-to animals, usually. He could do small dogs, sometimes, but larger animals gave him trouble. Tamaki let himself out, giving the two privacy. Izuku? You want to change back and tell me what happened? He succeeded in the first goal. Izuku changed back, and Shoyuta had a lap full of child. But Izuku didn't start talking. Shoyuta scooted back on the bed until his back was against the wall, situating Izuku so they were both more comfortable. Whenever you're ready, kiddo. Izuku grasped Shuta's shirt. He didn't say anything for a while, only buried his face deeper against Shoyuta. Finally, he said, I'm odd. That's what they said yesterday. The couple that wanted to meet you? If they called him odd to his face, he was going to have to yell at some people. The couple, first of all, and whatever agency cleared them to be parents. Izuku nodded. Cool, Shoyuta needed names. Am I too odd? Izuku asked. You never seem to mind. You're not odd. You might not be like everyone else, but that doesn't mean you're odd, Shoyuta assured him. And I happen to like you just the way you are. A small smile spread on Izuku's face. Tension drained out of him, and he settled into Shuta's hold. Actually have something I wanted to ask you about that, Shoyuta said. His mouth was dry all of a sudden. He hadn't expected this to be hard. Izuku looked up at him. There was so much trust in his eyes. How had Shoyuta gotten lucky enough to have this kid in his life, even partially like this? Do you remember Hisashi? Izuku nodded. He and I were thinking of getting a new apartment together. And we were wondering if you'd want to come with us. Izuku sat up. You mean you want to adopt me? Adoption was a scary word. That was too close to parenting. Even if that was exactly what he was doing, it was easier not to think of it like that. Yeah, if that's what you still want. I do. Izuku threw his arms around Shuta's neck. Please, please, please adopt me. Smiling, Shoyuta wrapped his arms around Izuku. I don't know how long it'll take, but okay. He'd never seen Izuku happier. Finding an apartment took forever, and once they finally found one they had to actually move, an act that Shoyuta hated with every fiber of his being. But it was a good apartment. 3 bedrooms, a good neighborhood, close to UA, everything they wanted. He and Hisashi had refused to settle for less. He let Hisashi have the room with the attached bathroom since his morning routine was much more complicated than his. They both shoved desks into their rooms for some kind of office space, and they got the necessary furnishings for Izuku. Decorations would wait until Izuku could pick them out himself, but the kid needed a bed to sleep in first. Once they'd officially moved into the apartment, the adoption process started happening for real. Social workers inspected the place. He and Hisashi were both interviewed and given background checks, which, considering their status as pros, was more of a formality than anything else. It took almost 2 months for everything to happen before he and Hisashi were able to pick up Izuku from the Saito residence and bring him home. Shoyuta had been wrong before. This was the happiest he'd ever seen Izuku. He raced around the apartment, babbling a mile a minute, beaming bright enough to make the sun jealous. Hisashi kept up with him easily, making suggestions for things they could get or do and talking about all the fun games they could play. Izuku asked to build a fort in the living room, and the next thing Shoyuta knew, all the blankets and pillows they owned were being repurposed for the most structurally sound blanket fort he'd ever seen. They watched movies from it that night, some old All Might documentaries, and Izuku fell asleep curled up between them. Should we take him to his room? Hisashi whispered. He might panic when he wakes up and doesn't recognize anything. I'll stay with him. Hisashi gave him a knowing look. Sure. You need anything? Plug my phone in. You got it. Shoyuta passed up the device and then settled in for the night, the room growing dark outside the fort as Hisashi locked up and turned off the lights. He was back in a few minutes, now wearing his pajamas. Literally all the blankets and pillows are in this thing, he explained. Shoyuta swallowed his laughter so he didn't wake Izuku. It was a pretty decent first night. Izuku loved the new apartment, and he loved living with Shoyuta and Hisashi. They both had to go out at night sometimes. Shoyuta had his night patrols and Hisashi had a nightly radio show he did, but they were never both out at the same time. He had to transfer schools to one closer to the new apartment, but he didn't mind so much. The kids were nice enough, and he'd been playing with some of them at lunch. Like the last school, they didn't immediately pick on him, and he no longer missed his old school with Kaken. He missed Kaken a little, but his new friends weren't so mean to him and they let him play the hero when it was his turn, instead of always being the villain. Shoyuta and Hisashi also took him out to get stuff for his room, letting him choose anything from books to posters to stuffed animals. Hisashi found an All Might poster, and even one for a hero called Present Mike that Izuku didn't know well yet. It only took him 2 weeks to realize who Present Mike was. He wasn't sure he was supposed to know, so he didn't say anything about it, but both men noticed Present Mike became one of his favorites. He knew the arrangement was a little weird. Shoyuta adopted him by himself, and he didn't seem to be dating Hisashi, but they'd moved in together anyway to take care of Izuku. Izuku was more than happy with the arrangement, and he was forever grateful to both of them. He just didn't know what to call them. In his head, he'd already started thinking of Shoyuta as his dad. He wasn't a typical dad, definitely not the type to take Izuku fishing or play catch. Shoyuta was the type to help with homework, to take him to the park, to listen to Izuku ramble on about heroes. He was the type to bring home new limited action figures for Izuku and silently leave them on his bed as a surprise. But he wasn't dating Hisashi. They didn't sleep in the same room, they never held hands, never kissed. They were only friends. So Izuku didn't know what that made Hisashi to him. Should he consider him a dad too? Or was he more like an uncle? Maybe he'd call him uncle, the way Kaken used to call his mom auntie. Yeah, he'd do that. So The adoption was finalized barely a month before Izuku's birthday, and Shoyuta felt the pressure to make this the best birthday ever. He also felt how acutely ill-suited he was for planning said party. It wasn't a coincidence his appreciation for Hisashi's general existence skyrocketed in this same time PRD. Shoyuta brought it up one night after Izuku had gone to bed. Hisashi took one look at his face, laughed, and told him he'd take care of it. In the weeks leading up to July 15th, Shoyuta learned that taking care of it meant buying a bunch of decorations and hiding them from Izuku, prodding Izuku for the friends he was making at school to see if he'd want any of them over, spamming the group chat with their other friends and coworkers for gift ideas, and subtly finding out what music Izuku liked. This also resulted in Tensei asking if he could stop by with his little brother during the party, since Tenya was around the same age and struggling socially. The kids might not live in the same city, but if they got along well they could figure out how to give them time to hang out. Izuku knew they were planning a party. Hisashi was all for a surprise party, but Shoyuta nixed that idea. He didn't want Izuku thinking they'd forgotten, and it was easier to have him pass out invitations to his classmates at school than try and mail out invitations or, even worse, call them. Hisashi insisted on keeping the full extent of the party secret. He wanted to surprise Izuku with something, and he figured going all out with music and decorations and guests would do the trick. Shoyuta worried they were going to overwhelm Izuku, but he was only able to rein Hisashi in so much. He should have worried about himself being overwhelmed. The day of the party came, and his job was to distract Izuku all morning while Hisashi and Namuri set up. It was easy enough to take Izuku out to the park and find a secluded section to work on his quirk. After doing that for an hour, he offered to start teaching Izuku self-defense, which Izuku was only too happy to learn. They killed time until it was time to go back, and he regretted several things before they even got in the door. He could hear music from outside, which they were going to have to turn down before the neighbors complained, and inside was a blur of color. There were balloons and streamers artfully hung on the walls. The DJ setup included color-changing speakers, so half the living room was lit up in ever-changing color. The hallway had a banner across the opening saying, "Happy Birthday, Izuku." He and Izuku both paused in the open doorway, taking it all in. Shoyuta was trying hard not to run back out the door, and Izuku was already crying. "This is too much," he whispered. Shoyuta agreed, but likely for entirely different reasons. A few of Izuku's classmates were already there, and they smiled and waved, quickly running over to drag Izuku in. Hisashi had set up old party games in the living room, and the kids were going to town with some kind of ring toss. Shoyuta closed the door. It kind of felt like sealing his own doom. He found Hisashi, Namuri, and Tensei in the kitchen with the snacks. The All Might-themed cake on the table already had 9 candles in it, but they weren't lit yet. "You really don't know how to hold back, do you?" Shoyuta asked, projecting with his teacher voice to be heard over the music. Hisashi grinned. "You didn't honestly expect me to, did you?" It would have been nice, but no, he hadn't. "You should turn the music down. I could hear it outside. I don't want to upset the neighbors. They can come. Party too." Namuri dismissed. Shoyuta glared at her. Hisashi laughed. "No, he's right, we don't want to cause trouble. I'll turn it down a little." He went over to the DJ setup, and then he got roped into the ring toss game and didn't come back. Shoyuta spotted Tensei's little brother among the kids. He hung around on the edges for a bit, until Izuku noticed and dragged him in. Tensei chuckled beside him. "I think your kid will be good for Tenya." Your kid? It had been over a month since it was made official, but it was still hard to think about it. He had a kid now. The party went well. A few more kids showed up, eagerly joining in on the games with Hisashi's excellent MC skills guiding them all. Izuku asked the other adults to come play too, and it was physically impossible to say no to that blinding smile, so Shoyuta submitted himself to the humiliation of pin the cape on the hero. It was worth it to see Izuku smiling and laughing so freely. Also worth it to see Tensei trip over a pillow and face plant on the ground. Still, no matter how good the party, Shoyuta was happy when it was over and all the extra kids were gone. Tensei and Tenya stayed extra to help clean up, so Izuku showed Tenya his room and they played in there while the adults enjoyed the peace and quiet. He'd never enjoyed silence so much in his life. Woo, who knew kids could be so loud? Nemuri asked, plopping down on the couch with a glass of water. She pressed it against her head. I don't know how you did it all day, Hisashi, Tensei admitted. I'm exhausted. Hisashi paused in taking down the speakers to shoot them finger guns. Beauty of being an extrovert. The more pumped up they got, the more pumped I was. Extroverts are unnatural, Shoyuta grumbled. Nemuri giggled. We're very proud of you for not maiming any of the children today, Shoyuta. He sighed and sank into the couch cushions. I wouldn't have maimed them. Thought about jumping out the window and scarring them for life. Hisashi laughed. Well, we can have a quiet night now and let you recharge, you grumpy introvert. I should probably be getting Tenya home soon anyway, Tensei said, hauling himself to his feet. Thank you for letting him come over, he looked like he was having a really good time. Hey, our pleasure, Hisashi said. It's not like we noticed one more kid, Shoyuta muttered. Only Nemuri heard him, and she snorted into her water. Tensei went to get Tenya from Izuku's room, but he came back alone a minute later with his phone out. Okay, you have to go look before I wake him up, they're adorable. The other three glanced at each other before silently padding down the hall to see what he meant. It looked like they'd started playing with some of Izuku's action figures, but the excitement of the day had tired them out. They'd fallen asleep on Izuku's bed, Izuku curled up on Tenya and clutching an all-might figure close. Nemuri cooed and pulled out her own phone. Shoyuta and Hisashi took a few of their own before Tensei carefully extracted Tenya, hoisting him up on his hip. Tenya blinked blearily, resting his head against Tensei's shoulder. Tensei thanked them again, and Tenya slurred his way through his own gratitude, and then they were out the door. Nemuri took her own leave not long after, and then it was finally, blissfully silent again. The apartment was safe once more. Shoyuta buried his face in the couch and refused to come out until soft footsteps came down the hallway. Izuku climbed onto Shoyuta without a word and made himself comfortable. Shoyuta grinned and ran a hand through green curls, settling down again. Did you enjoy the party, kiddo? Izuku nodded. It's the best party I ever had. Thank you so much, Uncle Zashi. Hisashi almost squealed at being called uncle, and Shoyuta opened his eyes to watch him choke it down. You're welcome, Izuku. I'm glad you liked it. Tenya was nice too. Can he come over again sometime? Of course, Shoyuta agreed. Tensei was hoping you'd get along. Izuku nodded again. This was the best day ever. Thanks, Dad. Shoyuta legitimately didn't know if his heart stopped or not at hearing Izuku call him that. It took all his willpower not to react, to let Izuku drift off to sleep on his chest. Hisashi was just as bad off, mouth pressed shut and face turning purple. He aggressively typed on his phone, probably texting Nemuri and Tensei about it. By the time Shoyuta had his senses back, Izuku was asleep again. His life plans had never included a kid. He still wasn't quite sure how this happened, but it felt right. He felt like he was right where he was supposed to be for once. 7 years later, Izuku had come a long way from the days he'd get stuck as a cat. Thanks to Shoyuta and Hisashi's training, he had complete control of his quirk. Not only that, but he was a force to be reckoned with in regular hand-to-hand too. Naturally, he blew through the entrance exam for UA. His best friend Tenya did too. Even though they'd never gone to the same school before, they hung out as often as they could, and as soon as they were old enough for phones they texted all the time. They both scored in the top 5 on the written exam, and they both got into the top 10 for the practical. Izuku felt pretty good going into his first day. All Might was even going to be a teacher, and he was trying hard not to freak out about that. Every now and then he'd suddenly remember and he wouldn't be able to stop grinning. He went to school early with Hisashi and Shoyuta, hanging out with them and the other teachers in the staff lounge for a bit until it was closer to class time. He was still almost late when he started talking with Snipe about his quirk and lost track of time. He didn't run through the halls, he'd been friends with Tenya too long to do that, but he power-walked as fast as he could. Unfortunately, he was still waiting for his growth spurt, so his short legs could only go so fast. He heard Tenya before he opened the door, yelling at someone for having their feet on the desk. Izuku laughed to himself, nerves calming immediately. He opened the door with a wide smile. Tenya, you really couldn't wait for class to start? Tenya cut his rant short. "Oh, good morning, Izuku." The kid he'd been yelling at had a scowl on his face, but as he and Izuku made eye contact, it fell. "Deku?" the kid asked. Izuku blinked. "Kaken?" There was no mistaking that explosive hairstyle or personality. It shouldn't surprise Izuku so much. Bakugo had an amazing quirk, and they were the same year. Obviously they'd end up in the same class at UA. "How do you know Izuku?" Tenya asked. Bakugo put his feet on the floor and stood up. The incredulous look on his face didn't last long. The scowl returned, and explosions popped in his hands as he stormed over. "What the f happened to you, nerd? Where the hell have you been?" Izuku threw up his hands and backed up. Wait, Kaken, let me explain." Bakugo grabbed a fistful of his shirt. His hand shook. "I thought you were dead." The class had already been watching them nervously, but now silence pressed in on them. Even Tenya looked baffled at the exchange, waiting for Izuku to clear things up. "No, not dead," Izuku said. He tried to pry Bakugo's hand off his shirt. Shoyuda had spent 20 minutes helping him with his tie this morning, and it was already ruined. "But I ended up in foster care and was adopted." He'd explain the full story later, when there were less prying eyes around. Bakugo pushed him back to the door. "You couldn't think to tell me or my folks you were okay? We thought you were dead." Izuku gaped at him. Honestly, he hadn't thought Bakugo would care that much. He used to bully Izuku on the playground all the time. What hints did he have that Bakugo actually considered that friendship? Of course, even Izuku hadn't realized what it actually was until after he and Tenya became friends and he saw what that could actually mean. Maybe Bakugo never had that wake-up call. The door behind him opened, and both he and Bakugo spilled out onto the floor. "Oh, excuse me," a girl said. He recognized her from the entrance exam. They'd had the same arena, and he'd helped get her away from the zero-pointer when she got caught in some rubble. He was glad to see she'd made it in. "Good morning." Izuku smiled up at her. "We're not done here," Bakugo growled, shaking Izuku's shirt. "Actually you are," Shoyuda said, sliding into view in his sleeping bag. "If you're going to assault other classmates before the bell even rings, I should just expel you right now." Bakugo growled again but let go of Izuku and stood up. The girl held out a hand to help Izuku. "Don't expel him yet, he used to know me," Izuku said. He rubbed the back of his neck. "He never found out I was okay." Shoyuda raised a brow, glancing from Izuku to Bakugo. "Is that right? Very well, you get another chance. Don't make me regret it." Bakugo stomped back to his seat. Izuku and the others not seated yet rushed to their own, and Izuku ended up behind Bakugo, which had to be fate's idea of some kind of sick joke. Shoyuda introduced himself quickly and gave his scary first-day lecture before herding them out for the field test. There wasn't time to talk in the locker room, but he could see how everyone was brimming with questions. He'd known his relationship with their teacher would come out rather quickly, but he'd been hoping to last at least a little longer than 10 minutes. The one to finally get a chance to ask him about it was another familiar face. "Midoriya." He turned and saw Tsuyu waving at him. His face lit up. "Tsuyu, it's so good to see you again." "Ribbit you too. Who'd have guessed we'd meet again after so many years?" "Yeah, small world." When he was living in foster care, she'd been one of his classmates. It had only been a few months, but they'd both been struggling to control their quirks at the time, so they kind of stood out to one another. "So do you know our teacher?" A few other classmates came out and started to gather while he answered. "Yeah, he's actually my dad," Izuku admitted. "Dude," a blonde with a lightning bolt in his hair said, glancing over at the man. "Is he even old enough to be your dad?" "He said he was adopted," Todoroki stated, glancing between Izuku and Shoyuda. He didn't add anything else to the conversation, but his gaze lingered on Izuku. Izuku pointed at him to show he was right. That was all the time they had for conversation, as the last of their classmates came out and Shoyuda started their physical exam. As much as Izuku had tried, he hadn't known ahead of time what the exam would be like, only that they were having it. He'd guessed at part of it, like the short sprint and the grip test, but Shoyuda had refused to give him an unfair advantage. Izuku still did pretty well, if he said so himself. For the sprint he turned into a cheetah, bounding across the short distance in only 3 seconds. For the grip test and the ball throw he turned into a gorilla. His grip was one of the strongest in the class, and his throw was decent. It was hard for his throw to compare to people like Bakugo or Uraraka, when their quirks were so much better for this kind of thing. Although, to be fair, no one was going to compare to Uraraka's infinity throw. Izuku also made a wonderful discovery during this exam. One of his classmates could speak to animals, and he understood Izuku when he was transformed. Izuku spent half the day as a monkey on Kuda's shoulder, chittering away and joking with him. He wished he'd met Kuda 7 years ago. It would have saved him a lot of grief if someone had been able to understand him as an animal back then. Kuda was quiet, but he didn't seem to mind Izuku's comments. Shoyuda did. He glared at Izuku a few times, flashing his quirk in warning. As much as he claimed at home he wasn't going to play favorites with Izuku, Izuku knew he had far more freedom than the rest of the class. He also had the benefit of knowing half of what Shoyuda said was nothing but posturing and intimidation. It was hard to take his threats seriously when he'd seen how much of a marshmallow Shoyuda really was. They had 3 cats at home they were fostering, all of them from a certain hero's patrol routes. Izuku still tried to behave. He could talk with Kuda more after school. At least he planned to. Bakugo had other ideas. The second Shoyuda dismissed them for the day, Bakugo was on him again, gripping his arm in a bruising grip and demanding answers. Tenya, Kuda, and Azui came to his defense. Release him, Tenya said. Bakugo glared at the trio. This has nothing to do with you extras. I think you'll find it very much does, Tenya stated. He grabbed Bakugo's wrist and squeezed until he let go of Izuku, then inserted himself between them. Anyone who hurts my friend has to deal with me. It's okay, Tenya, Izuku said. He rubbed his arm where Bakugo had grabbed him. At least Bakugo hadn't tried to set off any explosions. He couldn't have hurt Izuku. Shoyuda was watching around the corner and would have intervened before then. So you could appreciate it, but I think Kakin and I need to talk, just the 2 of us. Tenya already knew Izuku's story, but he didn't think Bakugo would appreciate the audience. The others, Izuku just wasn't ready to tell them. Rip it if you're sure, Tsuyu said. We won't be far if you need us, Tenya said, still glaring at Bakugo. Thanks, but I'll be fine. As protective as Tenya was, he forgot that 9 out of 10 times Izuku beat him in their spars. The 3 reluctantly headed towards the locker rooms, and Izuku turned towards Bakugo. So, what do you want to know first? Izuku asked, leading him towards a tree so they could sit in the shade. What the f happened? Where did you go? Sighing, Izuku plopped down in the grass and stared up at the branches. You remember Hisashi? He hadn't called that man his father in a long, long time, and he bristled when Bakugo did. Your dad? Of course. That SPRM donor isn't my father, Izuku spat. He and Mom were having some kind of argument and he got mad. Lost control of his quirk and started a fire. I know he hurt Mom at least a little, and that she later died of her injuries. This part was obvious, Bakugo growled, sitting down next to him. I want to know what the F happened to you. Do you remember how I used to struggle with my quirk? Izuku asked. His hands idly twisted the grass beneath his fingers. Yeah, you were weak as sheet. Izuku tossed a handful of grass at Bakugo. I was a kid, and my whole mental state changes when I'm an animal. Of course I struggled to control it once I was transformed. It had taken him years to figure that out, but it was why his animal instincts were so strong when he used his quirk. He'd had to train mentally to get to the point he was at today. Bakugo brushed the grass off his shoulders with a scowl. This isn't answering my question. That's because you keep distracting me. Anyway, I was a cat when the argument happened, and I couldn't change back. Then Mom told me to run and find help, but I still couldn't change back. I ended up stuck as a cat for a few months. A few months? Bakugo repeated. Izuku nodded. Long story short, Dad found me as a cat and I was able to get him to use his quirk on me eventually. Then later he officially adopted me, and I've been with him ever since. Bakugo took a moment to process. And you never once thought to tell any of us that you weren't dead? I didn't think you would care one way or the other, Izuku admitted. He stared at a twisted branch, refusing to see Bakugo's reaction. Why the F wouldn't I care? Your apartment caught fire and Auntie was hurt in the hospital, and then you were nowhere to be found. You never acted like you cared. Izuku retorted, finally sitting up so he could glare at Bakugo. Bakugo was stunned silent. Izuku kept going. You always pushed me around on the playground and told me to stop hanging around you, that I was too weak to be friends with you. Why the F would I think you cared? Bakugo had nothing to say to that. Izuku stood up and brushed the grass and dirt from his pants. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Not like he had any choice in the matter. He felt eyes on his back the whole way to the locker room, but he ignored them and changed quickly, and then he swung by the classroom to pick up his syllabus before heading towards the staff room. Checking his phone, he found several messages from Ida waiting for him. He answered those and plopped down next to Shoyuta on the couch. Shoyuta had been out on patrol almost all night, an attempted robbery at the end of his shift keeping him out a few extra hours while he dealt with police and paperwork. Izuku was kind of impressed he'd kept himself from crashing until now. One dark eye blinked up at him unhappily, but seeing who it was merely sighed and went back to sleep. Izuku laughed to himself and let his dad sleep. He busied himself answering Ida and reading over the syllabus, even though he mostly knew what it said already. Shoyuta slept until Uncle Zashi came and poked him awake and took them home. So, things didn't really get better for him and Bakugo. Bakugo acted like he didn't exist the next day, and then, through pure chance, they ended up facing off against one another in their battle practical. He was also facing off against Tenya, but he had a feeling that wouldn't matter too much. In the few minutes they had to strategize, Izuku tested shapeshifting with the comm unit. It wouldn't stay in his ear when he transformed, so he'd have to remember to grab it if he could. And later he'd have to talk to the support department about that. Maybe if he pierced his ear they could make it like an earring. Well, problem for future Izuku. He and Uraraka worked out a decent strategy, and once they were allowed in the building Izuku transformed into a bird, picked up the comm in his beak, and flew past all the windows until he found the fake bomb. He perched on the roof and transformed back. Bomb is on the 5th floor, he whispered into the comm. From the ground, Uraraka gave him a thumbs up and pressed her fingers together, lifting into the air. Izuku transformed into a bird again and met her outside the 5th floor, landing on the windowsill and transforming into a gorilla this time so he could break the window. Then he grabbed Uraraka's hand and pulled her in, throwing her forward. Tenya was the only one guarding the bomb, Bakugo looking for them somewhere else in the building. Tenya spoke quickly into his comm, alerting Bakugo that trespassers have invaded their defenses. Izuku struggled not to laugh. Tenya always had overacted whenever they played as kids, and it was just hard to take the guy he'd seen get excited over math pretending to be a villain. Keep him busy, Izuku called to Uraraka, who was already reaching for anything not bolted to the floor and hurling it at Tenya. Tenya had been in the process of removing all of it from the room, but he hadn't had time to finish, and she still had plenty of ammo. Got it. Izuku turned into a mouse and scurried across the floor. Tenya raced in front of him and scooped him up in a big hand. I won't fall for your tricks. Izuku morphed into a tiger, pinning Tenya's hand under a paw in the process. Tenya paled. I hate when you do that. He couldn't really grin when he morphed, but he knew the expression that stretched over his face instead always freaked Tenya out. Die. Bakugo announced his presence with an explosion, blasting through the door and propelling himself in front of Uraraka. Out to use her quirk on him, but he jumped out of reach and leveled another explosion in her face, knocking her helmet off. Fighting both Tenya and Bakugo at the same time was going to be messy, but thankfully all he and Uraraka had to do was get a hand on the fake bomb. With a quick morph, Izuku was a gorilla again. He snatched Tenya and threw him across the room at Bakugo, barely transforming back into human to yell a quick warning to Uraraka while he sprinted towards the bomb. He expected her to duck and let Tenya fly over her, but instead she sidestepped and slapped his shoulder as he passed, sending him up to the ceiling. Screaming again, Bakugo blasted himself past Uraraka and towards Izuku. Izuku morphed into a cheetah to outrun him, expertly turning a sharp corner and laughing to himself as Bakugo overshot him. Basically, get back here. Bakugo the girl. Tenya warned. While Izuku and Bakugo had been busy, Uraraka had made her way to the bomb. Tenya was trying to use his engines to propel himself in the air, but he kept spinning and flying out of control. No! Bakugo yelled as Uraraka took control of the bomb. The hero team wins. All Might announced. Izuku and Uraraka cheered, and Tenya congratulated them when Uraraka finally let him down from the ceiling. Bakugo seethed and stormed past them. Their relationship was going to need a lot of work, Izuku mused, standing as far away from him as he could in the viewing room. So, after school, he grabbed Azui, Kuda, and Tenya, and then impulsively Uraraka as well, since they'd worked so well together during class, and they all went to get sodas and work on homework. It may only be the second day of high school, but UA has no plans to take it easy on them, and they've already got several hours worth. They do intend to be productive, and for the first 20 or so minutes, while they're all figuring out how to act around each other, they are. Then Azui casually asks if Izuku had ever morphed into a frog, and it was all downhill from there. I was testing what animals were faster in water. Frogs are good, especially for smaller caves and stuff, but in big open water I prefer marlin. Oh, can you beat Ida in a race? Uraraka asked. Only as a cheetah, Izuku laughed. Even then, when he's having a good day he can outrun me. And you'll never come close without your quirk, Tenya stated. Izuku laughed good-naturedly. To be fair, without quirks your legs are like twice as long as mine, you have an unfair advantage. It's not unfair, Tenya argued. It's my natural body. Izuku pat his shoulder. Just remember who the better fighter is. Tenya rolled his eyes and lightly shoved him. Yes, well, we can't all be raised by an underground hero. Your brother is literally a pro hero with the same exact quirk, Izuku deadpanned. Tenya spluttered. Yes, but I don't live with him anymore. He moved out 5 years ago. Your brother is a hero? Uraraka cut in. I didn't know that. Tenya's beamed with pride. Yes. He's the one who inspired me to be a hero. My brother is the honorable hero, Ingenium. That's really cool, Azui said, Uraraka and Kuda nodding beside her. Oh, yeah, why do you guys want to be heroes if you don't mind me asking? Izuku asked. Azui and Kuda both explained that they had a protective streak a mile wide. Only Azui's was for kids and Kuda's for animals. They had similar mindsets of, if not me, then who? And Azui also shrugged and said it was the most practical use of her quirk for a career. They turned to Uraraka, who'd been quiet since Izuku asked the question and now sat fiddling with her cup of water. Uraraka? How about you? Azui asked. Oh, you'll probably think this is really shallow, but for the money? They blinked. That had not been the answer Izuku was expecting. She was so nice and friendly, Izuku had been imagining her wanting to do it for similar reasons as himself. She went on to explain the money wasn't for her, per se, but her parents, and Izuku understood the answer better. There's nothing shallow about that at all, Tenya promised her, and the last of the tension visibly lifted from her shoulders. Now, while bonding with one another is all well and good, we really must get back to work. They stayed for another hour, diligently working on their homework this time, and then going their separate ways for dinner. Kuda shyly offered them his house the next day, and their little group eagerly agreed to work on homework at his place. All in all, it was a good first week of school for them. Izuku had his new friends, and they all voted for Tenya for class rep and made him cry in class. During lunch he proved they made the right decision by calming everyone down in the cafeteria during an intruder alarm. Bakugo still wouldn't give Izuku the time of day, but Izuku didn't mind so much. He had real friends who cared about him, and he didn't owe an old bully anything. Before he knew it, they were on a field trip to the USJ. Izuku bounced in his seat the whole way there. He'd always wanted to go and see it in person, and his time had finally come. Geez, Midoriya, calm down, Jiro said. You don't understand how amazing this place is. Izawa-sensei has been telling me about this place for years, but he'd never let me come. Of course not. Tenya scolded him. The USJ is not an amusement park, it's for training only. Izuku leaned against him dramatically. Tenya, we've both been training, like, our whole lives. Tenya shrugged him off. Training UA students, he clarified. Wait, Midoriya, I have a question, Kaminari said, leaning over his seat and waving his hand. What was growing up with Sensei like? Yeah, I'm curious about that too, Hagakure said, her shirt collar leaning over into the aisle. Oh, Izuku didn't know how to answer that question. He was aware it wasn't exactly a normal childhood. No one with heroes for parents had a normal childhood. But other than the extra combat lessons and the occasional reporter getting in their faces when out with Uncle Zashi, it was normal. He'd gone to school and done homework, hung out with Tenya and a few other classmates. Shoyuda had given him the best life he could, and Izuku would always be grateful for that. He also knew Shoyuda would not appreciate him blabbing their personal lives to his students, so Izuku shrugged and smiled. It was like any of yours. Todoroki snorted and looked out the window. The rest of the class was whining about how that couldn't be true, not when Aizawa-sensei rolled around in his sleeping bag like that, but Izuku's attention was on Todoroki, now. There was just something odd about Todoroki. Izuku couldn't put his finger on it yet, nor could he even properly explain what his instincts were trying to tell him. Todoroki was quiet, but there wasn't anything wrong with that. Except, it kind of felt like the calm before the storm, like his animalistic instincts were warning him to run and find shelter while he still could. It was very peculiar. He'd have to ask Shoyuda about it later. The class continued chatting for the rest of the ride, attention finally drifting away from Izuku to Tokoyami's quirk, and then they were there, congregating in the USJ. All his excitement came rushing back, and he pushed Todoroki to the back of his mind. He barely listened to 13 explain the building. He already knew everything she was going to say, anyway, so he allowed himself to internally nerd out over the place. It didn't last long. His instincts went haywire, chills running down his back just before a black void opened over the main plaza. Dad! Shoyuda had already caught on. What's going on? Kirishima asked. Is it starting already? Kaminari asked. People poured out of the void, 5, 10, 20 more. So many. It was never ending. They couldn't get a signal out. The villain said something about All Might. All of you get back, Shoyuda ordered. He used his hero voice. Izuku already knew things were serious, but now he was absolutely certain. Those are villains, Shoyuda stated, sliding his goggles into place. And this is real. Wait, Dad, there's too many. Izuku cried, running forward. He knew Shoyuda would jump in and give them time to escape, but he was one person, and his quirk wasn't suited for this kind of fighting. Shoyuda glanced back at him, hesitating for only half a second. I love you, Izuku. 13, protect the students. And then he jumped down to meet the villains. Izuku tried to go after him, but Kuda held him back. There was an explosion and yelling behind him, and then the black void surrounded him. When it cleared, he was falling. He morphed into a sparrow before he crashed into asphalt, but strong winds almost sent him careening into a building. Rain soaked his feathers in seconds, and he morphed at the last second into a frog to stick to the building, carefully climbing down. He found Tokoyami and Kuda down there, and a group of villains was quickly surrounding them. He morphed back to a human, still crouched back to back with his classmates. The only good thing about this situation was that if some of the villains were in the squall zone with them, then it was that many less villains his dad had to fight. Kuda whimpered behind him. The villains, sensing scared and weak prey, grinned and laughed, slowing their approach. Hold on, Tokoyami said. Dark Shadow grabbed onto Izuku and Kuda with one large shadowy wing. The other wing latched onto a lamp post and pulled them out of the tightening ring of villains. We need to get out of here, Dark Shadow yelled. Izuku agreed, but he looked back at the villains. If they escaped, the villains would only chase them, and then his dad would have to fight them. We should make sure they can't follow us. Any suggestions? Tokoyami asked. Izuku glanced around, looking for inspiration. Without knowing what all the villains' quirks were, it was hard to know what would effectively trap them. He'd love to be able to walk out the doors and drop something on the other side, pinning them in, but if any of them had a strength quirk that wouldn't last 5 seconds. He glanced at the villains again. Against multiple opponents, he did have one trick he could use. This probably wouldn't take out all of them, but if he could take out some and then trap the rest somehow, they'd be in a much better position. Set me down, I have an idea. Izuku said. Be careful, Dark Shadow chirped, lowering him back to the ground. Izuku faced off against the villains. They slowed as they approached him, probably wondering what the hell he was doing. He wondered that all the time. It used to take him a long time to morph into bigger animals, but now it hardly took him any time at all. In seconds, he was a charging rhinoceros. He heard one of them swear before he knocked them aside. He bowled over quite a few, and anyone he hit didn't get up very fast. There were plenty that had evaded him, though, and he turned to charge them down again. While their attention was focused on him, Dark Shadow was able to grab handfuls of them and toss them across the zone. Kuda, playing the damsel in distress, goaded a few into chasing him around the block, which meant they were all in one cluster for Dark Shadow to pick off when he came back. Izuku morphed into a bird to fly over the few remaining villains, and then he morphed into an elephant to land on them. They probably hadn't gotten every single villain in the zone, but they'd taken care of enough. He was more worried about his dad. Morphing into a cheetah, he called for Kuda and told him it was time to go. Kuda relayed the order to Tokoyami, and they caught up with him when he morphed back to a human at the doors to shove his way out to the plaza. It wasn't a pretty sight. Dozens of villains were scattered unconscious over the floor, and Shoyuda was still fighting. His arm was bloody, the sleeve around his elbow gone. As Izuku watched, a large monstrous-looking thing came out of nowhere and slammed his dad into the ground. No! Izuku yelled, morphing again and racing forward as a cheetah. Midoriya, don't! Kuda yelled. The villain with hands all over him laughed and spread his arms, opening himself up for attack. Such loyalty, Eraserhead. But all for naught. Numu! The big villain cut Izuku off, a giant fist racing down to crush his skull. Izuku morphed into a rhino again and attempted to plow through him. It lifted Izuku easily and flipped him, slamming his back into the ground. Izuku morphed back to human, completely winded. This one should make a good example for All Might, the hands villain said, slowly stalking towards him. Don't touch him, Shoyuda ground out, stumbling to his feet. Blood ran down the sides of his face, and his right arm was mangled beyond use. Shigaraki paused and turned towards him. Is this brat special to you or something? Izuku, get out of here, Shoyuda ordered. Izuku rolled onto his stomach and tried to push himself up, but the Numo put a foot on his back and pushed him to the ground. First name basis, Shigaraki noticed. He is special too. Then I guess you won't mind surrendering, or my Numu will crush his ribcage. The weight on his back increased, and Izuku struggled to breathe. Shoyuda grimaced between Izuku and Shigaraki, and then he started raising his left hand. No! Izuku gasped out. He craned his neck back to glare at Numu, and morphed to an elephant, something too big for the Numu to crush underfoot. He slammed his tusks into Numu and continued to push him back. Numu! Kill the brat! Hands wrapped around his tusks. The Numu stopped him in his tracks, then twisted Izuku sideways, nearly ripping his tusks out. When Izuku fell, he morphed into a snake and wound his way up Numu's arm until he could wrap around the Numu's neck, and then he constricted. Numu ripped him off, and Izuku was quick to morph into a turtle before Numu could start twisting the more fragile serpent body. Shoyuda cried out. Izuku peeked out of his shell to see his dad sporting a new wound on his right shoulder. With a quick transformation to a kangaroo, Izuku bounced off the Numu and launched himself at Shigaraki, morphing mid-jump to a tiger, claws and teeth bared. Shigaraki raised bare hands to defend himself. No! Don't let him touch you! Shoyuda yelled. Izuku pulled back just in time, taking up a defensive position in front of Shoyuda and growling at Shigaraki. Numu prowled up to join them. Shoyuda faced Numu, left hand weakly controlling his capture weapon. I'm bored with this. Numu, take care of Eraserhead. I'll handle the brat. Before Shoyuda could protest, he was slammed into the ground again. His goggles broke this time, snapping under the force and flying up into the air. Izuku roared. When Shigaraki came at him, he leapt aside and twisted back, swiping down Shigaraki's back. Shigaraki howled and turned on his heel to slap his hand on Izuku's head. They stood there for a second, both kind of surprised at the lack of anything. Then Shigaraki laughed and looked over his shoulder. You really are so cool, Eraser. Behind them, Shoyuta had managed to turn his head just enough to glare at them. It was the last thing he did, because Numu slammed his head into the ground again and he didn't move after that. Izuku roared, swiping at Shigaraki and catching him in the thigh this time. He danced back, hand lifting from Izuku's head. A shadow shoved him sideways after that. Dark Shadow saluted Izuku. Tokoyami and Kuda were huddled in the bushes, bravely stepping forward to help. Growling, Shigaraki regained his balance and ordered Numu after them again. A loud bang echoed through the Ude before the Numu moved, and they all paused to see what it was. All Might stepped into view, ripping off his tie. The next 10 minutes passed by in a blur, but they also felt like they took forever. All Might was able to defeat the Numu, his classmates helped stop Kurogyri, and Izuku escorted Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, and his dad up to the front of the building. Shoyuta wasn't waking up, and Izuku was losing his mind. There was so much blood, and he could see the muscles in Dad's elbow. That wasn't good, that was terrible. He didn't think of the night his mother told him to run very often, but this felt like that night. His dad was hurt, and Izuku couldn't help him. He was going to be left all alone again, without anyone to understand him. Shoyuta had been his steady pillar for 7 years. Izuku didn't know where he'd be without it, and he was terrified to find out. When the rest of the UA faculty got there, Izuku barely noticed. He hovered over his dad, crying, begging him to wake up. He missed the pros taking down the villains, missed the arrival of the paramedics. He didn't miss the paramedics taking his dad away. Hisashi had to physically bar him from chasing after them, and Izuku buried his face in Hisashi's chest. Hisashi shushed him, running his hand through Izuku's hair. They'll take care of him, it'll be okay. Izuku shook his head wordlessly. Nothing about this was okay. How could Hisashi lie to him like that? Shoo, Izuku, I've got you, it's okay. He felt like the Numu was standing on his back again. He could barely breathe. It's Scrappe, hang on. There was a moment of vertigo where Izuku didn't know what way was up, and then he was cradled in Hisashi's arms. Is he okay? Uraraka asked out of sight. Why did he transform? Hisashi rubbed behind his ears and sighed. He does this when he gets really stressed. Seeing his dad like that. He didn't finish explaining, but no one asked him to, so it must have been obvious. Nedza gave the two of them permission to go to the hospital, and Hisashi rushed out without another word. Izuku stayed as a cat. Emotions were less overwhelming as an animal. Why his default animal was always a cat, Izuku didn't know. Even in fights, he tended to pick felines, unless he needed specific traits of another animal. Whatever the reason, he stayed as a cat while waiting in the hospital. Different nurses kept trying to kick him out, and Hisashi had to constantly explain it was just his quirk and they were waiting for updates on his dad. They never had updates, and Izuku did his best to disappear into Hisashi's leather coat. He had no idea how long it took before a nurse came out to tell them he was stable and could go see him if they wanted. Hisashi carried him into the room, and then Izuku squirmed until he could jump out of his arms and onto the bed. Shoyuta was still sleeping, heavily bandaged to the point where the only skin showing was under his nose. But he was alive. His mother had made it to a hospital alive too, and then died days later from her injuries. Izuku determined he was not leaving this room until Shoyuta did. He gently curled up next to him, pressing himself against Shuta's side so he could feel his dad breathing. Hisashi took the chair next to the bed. The doctors said he'll be okay. Izuku didn't care what the doctors said, he wasn't leaving. Hisashi tried when visiting hours were over. Izuku hissed and swiped claws at him, which got him grounded, but the commotion also drew the attention of the night nurse. She either didn't care enough or cared too much, because she said Izuku could stay if he really wanted to. Izuku was still grounded. Izuku was dozing when Shoyuta woke up, but he was still pressed against his side so he felt the shift in Shuta's breathing. His head shot up and he let out a soft mewl. The room was dark, only a small light near the door still on for the nurses to see by when they did their rounds. Zuku! Shoyuta slurred, voice muffled through all. The bandaging. Izuku meowed again and rubbed his head gently against Shuta's side. Shoyuta inhaled deeply and shifted around on the bed, grunting when he met the resistance of all the bandages. Standing, Izuku gently placed a paw on Shuta's arm, encouraging his dad to stay still. "Well, it happened?" Shoyuta asked. "Kids K?" Izuku let out another meow and moved along the bed until finding the call button. He pressed it with his nose. At the moment, he knew he didn't have the frame of mind to morph, and he didn't particularly want to. Being human would bring all those overwhelming emotions back, and he wasn't ready to deal with that yet. But Dad wouldn't calm down and sleep again without answers, and someone who spoke with human words needed to give them. A nurse didn't take long to come in, explaining that as far as she knew all the students were okay. Shoyuta and the Hero 13 were the only ones with any injuries. "Zuku?" Shoyuta asked again. "Is that one of the students?" the nurse asked. Izuku meowed from his spot on the bed. "Oh, this little guy," the nurse said. "Apparently he refuses to leave your side. He's not bothering anyone, so we let him spend the night." Shoyuta grunted and turned his face towards Izuku. Izuku took that as permission to curl up on the pillow next to his head. That was how Hizashi found him when he came by later, updating Shoyuta on more of the specifics of the attack in UA and how everyone was doing. "Zuku?" Shoyuta asked again. Hizashi sighed and ran a hand down Izuku's back. "He morphed when they took you away in the ambulance, hasn't morphed back. I'm not sure if it's by choice or not." Shoyuta grunted. Izuku made himself comfortable again and went back to sleep. Despite his determination to stay until Shoyuta could leave, too, Izuku was not allowed to. Shoyuta didn't mind him being there while UA was closed, but when it opened again he made Izuku go home and sleep in his own bed, and he made Izuku promise to morph back on his own. Izuku wouldn't have done it for anyone else, but he did it for his dad. He'd calmed down considerably since the USJ, so when he morphed and felt the full force of his emotions again, it wasn't as bad as he'd been expecting. He didn't break down into uncontrollable sobs, though he did spend most of the night squeezing and hugging his pillow. He wanted to morph back into a cat again, but it was better to get it out of his system now rather than try and deal with it in class. Unless he went to class as an animal? Kuda could translate for him, and he was sure he could figure out how to take notes as a monkey or something. Would the teachers allow that? It probably wasn't his best strategy. He went in early with Hizashi, like always, and went to wait in the classroom. His poor sleep the night before showed in the dark circles under his eyes, but considering the circumstances he thought it was understandable. At least the exhaustion kept him numb. He put his head down on his desk until Tenya arrived, and then he talked with him about the last few days. Tenya caught on to his mood and did his best to distract Izuku, but he wasn't effective until Kuda, Uraraka, and Azui arrived. He was suitably distracted until homeroom started and Shoyuta limped through the door. Izuku shot out of his seat. His dad wasn't even supposed to be out of the hospital yet. "What are you doing here?" Izuku demanded. He rolled the teacher chair out and all but forced his dad into it. "How did you even get here?" "I'm fine, take your seat," Shoyuta ordered. "No, I'm getting Uncle Zashi. And recovery girl." "Izuku." "Dad." They glared at one another. "This isn't any different than talking to people from a hospital bed," Shoyuta spoke softly. "I'll go to the infirmary during break." Izuku still wasn't satisfied. "Don't make me give you detention." Reluctantly, Izuku sat down again, but he was perched on the edge of his seat all through homeroom in case anything happened. The most exciting thing after that was the sports festival announcement, which did nothing for Izuku's nerves. He was on edge the whole day, and no matter how the class tried to distract him, nothing could take his mind off his dad. He didn't relax again until they were all home, Shoyuta back in bed where he belonged, and Izuku curled up against him. They napped until Hizashi brought them dinner, and then they ate in Shuta's room. He and Hizashi took turns holding up the smoothie Hizashi had made for Shoyuta. It was the easiest thing for Shoyuta to eat when he had no hands. "All right," Shoyuta said when they'd all finished. "Izuku, you know I'm going to be fine, right?" Izuku fiddled with his fingers. "Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying." "Then you can stop worrying so much." Izuku glared up at him. "You wouldn't stop worrying if it was me." Hizashi smothered a laugh. "He's got you there." Shoyuta sighed. "Maybe I wouldn't, but you're affecting your health like this." Did you sleep at all last night? Izuku looked down again and shrugged. Emotions are more overwhelming as a human. That's why you morphed? Hizashi asked gently. Izuku nodded. I think it was instinct watching the ambulance. I was just feeling too much, so I morphed into something that wouldn't. That's not healthy, Izuku, Shoyuta said. You can't just morph every time you don't want to face a problem. I'm not going to get stuck again, Izuku said. And I don't see the problem morphing into something else until I'm at a point where I can deal with a problem. It's not about you getting stuck, Shoyuta said. I know you've trained yourself past that, but I'd rather you didn't have to morph into animals we can't understand when you're struggling. We want to help, Izuku, Hizashi added. But we need you to let us help. Pressure built behind his eyes, and he sniffled. I was just really scared I was going to lose you. It was going to be like my mom all over again. I can't. Oh, Izuku, Shudo whispered, struggling to sit up. A proper hug was out of the question, but he let Izuku cling to him and molded his limbs around Izuku as best he could. The pressure burst, and Izuku sobbed all his pent-up emotions into his dad's bandages. It's okay, Izuku, I'm still here, Shoyuta said. I'm okay. Well, okay, might be stretching it, Hizashi joked. But you will be. And, Izuku, you've got me and Nimuri and Tensei and everyone at UA, too. Even if something does happen to Shoyuta, you won't be alone, I promise. Hizashi wrapped the both of them up in a hug from behind Izuku. When Izuku calmed down, he felt like he'd finally cried the worst of his emotions out. He was left groggy and exhausted, and Shoyuta and Hizashi encouraged him to go to bed. He knew they didn't mean right there, but he made himself comfortable next to his dad anyway and drifted off to Shoyuta chuckling and Hizashi running his fingers through his hair. Shoyuta could only shake his head at Izuku. If he could, he'd wrap his son up in a much-needed hug. He'd settle for a one-armed hug right now, honestly. Breaking both arms at the same time was supremely inconvenient. He hadn't gotten hurt on the job in a long time, and usually when he did it was nothing near this level. Still, he hadn't expected Izuku to react so strongly, even though in hindsight it hadn't exactly come out of nowhere. The last time Izuku had seen his mother, she'd been badly hurt. Of course he had some lingering trauma from that. And he'd always clung to Shoyuta, from the very beginning. This outcome was obvious. They'd have to talk about this more though. Izuku had to know that if something happened to Shoyuta, Hizashi would take care of him. If not Hizashi, then Nimuri or Tensei and so on. There was a long list of people who would take him in. They'd said as much tonight, but this wasn't the kind of thing that went away with one conversation. I think this surprised him, Hizashi said softly, leaning back in the desk chair. It's one thing for you to get a broken rib on patrol. It's another to see you get beaten within an inch of your life when you're his teacher. He tried to protect me, Shoyuta said. I know we've been training him, but he has no real experience and he still didn't hesitate to put himself in between me and that thing. Hizashi chuckled. Why does that surprise you? He's always been like that. Remember that quirkless kid his first year of middle school? Oh, Shoyuta remembered all right. Izuku came back from his first day of middle school with a broken nose, 2 black eyes, bloody knuckles, and a torn uniform because he jumped in to protect a third-year student getting bullied. Shoyuta had been equal parts proud and terrified. Izuku was nothing but fury, ranting all night about the hell he was going to rain down on the bullies. It was really more Shoyuta and Hizashi raining hell. They were the ones who called the school with their concerns, throwing around their pro-hero status to get some quick results. Izuku went on to befriend the quirkless kid, getting into more than one fight because of it that year. So, really, Izuku doing the same for Shoyuta now shouldn't surprise him. He's one hell of a kid, Hizashi said, smiling down at Izuku. And he'll be one hell of a hero. I could do with him not giving me a heart attack before he graduates, Shoyuta mumbled. You and me both, Hizashi laughed. I'm just glad you're still alive, Shoyuta glanced between Hizashi and Izuku. Yeah, me too. He had to see the kind of hero Izuku would be, after all. When Izuku spent too much time as an animal, certain traits or habits tended to carry over to his human self. It didn't happen as often anymore, since he'd trained enough to recognize those habits and stop himself from doing them. He also didn't spend a lot of time as any one creature, so it was hard for those habits to sink in. The exception was cats. Once he was comfortable with his shifting, he'd taken to shifting into a cat a lot. He'd curl up on the couch while watching a documentary that way, or cuddle as a ball of fluff with Dad or Uncle Zashi. If Dad brought strays home, Izuku would morph and comfort the newcomers, let them know that they were safe now. And truly, there was nothing better than napping as a cat in a patch of sunlight. Pure bliss. That was a habit he'd never grown out of, which led to some interesting situations, now that he was at UA. If he didn't go out after school with his friends to do homework, he'd wait on campus until Dad and Zashi were ready to go. Sometimes he'd study while he waited, but a lot of times he'd find a good sunny spot and nap. He never failed to attract other students like this, no matter how secluded the spot. "Ah, what a cute kitty," an older girl with long light blue hair said. "Why is it green?" her friend with pointed ears asked. "That's not natural, is it?" Slim fingers scratched behind his ears. Izuku should be embarrassed by this, should be swatting them away, but it felt good and his cat mind found it acceptable. "Looks natural," the third and final person said, and oh, Izuku recognized this one. It was hard to forget the guy from last year's sports festival who kept losing his pants. "Do you think he's a stray?" Nijire asked, scratching Izuku's side. "I don't think a stray would get past security," Amajiki said. "He could be a teacher's," Mirio suggested. "Should we take him to the teacher's lounge?" Izuku would die of embarrassment if the big three of UA brought him in cat form to show Yuta and Zashi. They'd never let him live it down. He meowed at them and stood. All three pulled their hands back quickly, and Izuku scampered off. "Wait, kitty!" Nijire called. Izuku did not wait. He disappeared around a corner, found a tree, and expertly climbed up into a branch before they rounded the same corner, disappointment coloring their faces. He should be the disappointed one, that had been a prime nap location. A shady tree hardly made up for it. He was about to jump down when another student walked under the tree, looking directly at him. Izuku didn't recognize this one, but he looked like a first year. He kind of reminded Izuku of Shoyuta with the dark eye bags and slight zombie expression. "How did a cat get past the gates, huh?" he asked. "And now you got yourself stuck in a tree." Izuku was not stuck, thank you very much. But if this guy was willing to act a stepping stone, Izuku wasn't going to say no. Izuku jumped onto the kid's fluffy purple hair, startling him and sending them both crashing to the ground. Izuku sprawled over the grass, a dozen regrets passing through his mind. "Sheet," the kid said, rolling over and checking on Izuku. "I didn't expect you to jump, are you okay?" He lifted Izuku into his arms, settling him in his lap. His hands shook while he checked Izuku for injuries. One more regret passed through Izuku's mind. He hadn't meant to freak the kid out. "At least you're okay," the kid said. He continued petting Izuku, hands still trembling slightly. Izuku decided to stay until the kid calmed down. It was the least he could do after nearly giving him a heart attack. The kid scooted back to lean against the tree, keeping Izuku in his lap and constantly running his hands through Izuku's fur. "Do you have a home?" the kid wondered out loud. "Wish I could bring you with me, but my fosters would freak." Now, plenty of parents would flip out at their kids unexpectedly bringing a cat home. Zashi went through the 5 stages of grief every time Shoyuta brought a new one through the door. What the kid said wasn't necessarily a cry for help. But the fact the kid was still here at school when he could have gone home and didn't seem to have a reason to be here? The fact he didn't even entertain the idea of texting and asking his parents? The fact they were fosters, not parents? The way he sounded so resigned? Animal instincts picked up a lot more than human instincts did, and right now Cat Izuku heard a cry for help, loud and clear. Now, how to offer it without freaking the kid out? Most people didn't take a cat they were petting suddenly turning into a human very well. He'd probably scare the kid off before anything else, or the kid would leave from embarrassment. "Izuku!" Present Mike yelled. "Time to go home." His voice carried across the campus, nothing near the destructive levels he'd use in battle, but enough that anyone within the vicinity of the staff room was probably very annoyed now. "Demon, he's loud," the kid muttered. Izuku stood and shook himself off, jumping out of the kid's lap. He turned back to him. The kid stared at him. Are you Izuku? Do you have to go? He nodded. Violet eyes widened. You understand me? That's insane. He laughed and shook his head. Guess I shouldn't expect anything less from a UA teacher's cat. Izuku did not have the ability as a cat to correct him. Well, you'd better go before he gets worried, the kid said. Izuku looked back at the building. He was right, Zashi and Dad would be worried if he didn't answer them soon. He looked back at the kid. I'll be here again tomorrow if you want, the kid offered. It would work for now. Izuku nodded, bumped his head against the kid's leg, and then sprinted inside to where he'd left his backpack and phone. Morphing back, he quickly texted Zashi that he was on his way and met them in the parking lot to go home. The car had barely started before Izuku started asking about that kid. Do you either of you know a kid with purple hair sticking straight up? Oh, does he kind of look like Shoyuta when he forgets to sleep for a week? Zashi asked. Yes. Hey, I haven't done that in months, Dad grumbled. That's Shinso Hitoshi, Zashi said. A first year in 1C. And the fact that it happened even within the last year is bad enough, Shoyuta. Dad grunted and shrank lower in the front seat. Shinso Hitoshi, Izuku repeated. Do you know anything else about him? Zashi hummed. I know he wants into the hero course, but so do most of that class. His grades in English are excellent, so I imagine he's pretty studious in all his classes. Why the interest? Dad asked. Oh, does someone have a crush? Zashi asked, glancing back. No, nothing like that, Izuku shot down. He found me as a cat today, and I'm worried about his home life. The mood in the car twisted instantly. What did he say? He said his fosters would flip if he brought a cat home, which is understandable, but why was he even still at school? And he grunted, struggling to articulate what his cat self had found so obvious. I just had a feeling about it. Dad and Zashi glanced at each other. We can't do much from that alone, but we'll keep an eye out, Dad said. Give him a chance to tell us if he wants to. Invite him over sometime, if you want, Zashi suggested. They had never minded Izuku bringing friends over before, but Izuku felt weird about it now when his friends were also their students. They hadn't said anything, but they also hadn't offered to open their home for study sessions despite the many he'd gone to at everyone else's house, so he thought they felt weird about it too. I've got to find a way to talk to him without freaking him out, Izuku muttered. Why can't you just go up to him as a teenager? Dad asked. Because he knows me as a cat. Human me isn't supposed to know anything about this. He's going to figure out eventually that you shapeshift, Dad stated. Dragging it out is only going to make it worse in the long run. Yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku agreed. Shinso might think Izuku was making fun of him or something if he didn't tell him the truth right away. The next afternoon, he fully intended to come clean and hopefully drag out a confession. Except he was exhausted from a rough heroics class, and he'd fallen asleep under the tree waiting for Shinso. By the time he woke up, Shinso was already idly petting him, and Izuku was nuzzled up to his leg. Stupid cat instincts. He was too mortified to change back that afternoon and explain things, and really, he wasn't sure how to ever come back from this. It was a lot easier when he was a kid and actually stuck as a cat. Back then, it wasn't his fault, and who was going to blame him for enjoying what comforts he could? He didn't have any of those excuses now. Shinso also didn't offer anything up about his home life, so, in Izuku's mind, they were at a stalemate. A week after the USJ, Izuku stood next to Tenya and Uraraka's desk in the morning before class, chatting with them about the previous night's homework. Bakugo came in and made a beeline for him, which had Tenya and Uraraka tensing in their seats in case they needed to intervene. All he did was shove a note card in Izuku's chest. The old hag wants you over for dinner, he stated, walking back up the aisle. Izuku fumbled to catch the index card. Wait, what? Who? An address was scrawled over the card, and a date and time. It was for this Saturday. The old hag, he repeated. She wants to see you again. Izuku blinked. Who? Bakugo growled at the front of the room, tiny explosions popping in his hands. Mom, you moron. Izuku twisted his face. You call your mom? Shut up. He stomped to his seat and sat down, crossing his arms and glaring at the few people actually trying to be his friend. That was weird, Uraraka whispered. Why would Bakugu's mom want to see you? Right, he forgot she didn't know. Their confrontation the first day of school hardly explained anything. We used to be friends when we were little, until everything with my parents happened and I ended up in foster care. His mom and mine were really close, so I guess it makes sense she wants to see me. He didn't know how he felt about that. Was he supposed to want to see her again? That part of his life was a long time ago, and he hardly thought about it anymore. But they had thought he was dead for the last 7 years, so he supposed he owed them at least one dinner. He worried about it for the rest of the week, on top of worrying about Shinso, and then Friday he was paired with Todoroki in heroics class and almost couldn't work with him because his animal instincts kept telling him to run, which, one of these days, he was going to have to get to the bottom of. If Todoroki used his fire, he might have understood it. He never really had gotten used to it again after his dad set the apartment ablaze. But Todoroki strictly used his ice, and he didn't even talk much with Izuku, so Izuku really wasn't sure what his instincts were so worried about. It was a lot on his plate to deal with in only a few days. The dinner almost seemed inconsequential by the time Saturday rolled around. Zashi made him wear a nice shirt and drove him over. He and Shoyuta were going out with Namuri and Tensei while Izuku was out, but they were staying in the area in case Izuku wanted to leave early. Izuku could not convince them that he knew how the train worked and was fully capable of getting home on his own. Still, he was kind of glad to have them with him as they drove through the neighborhood. Seeing his old park brought back a rush of memories. They even passed his old apartment building. The damage from the fire had been repaired, like it never even happened. He wondered who lived there now. Mitsuki opened the door when he knocked. Izuku, you little beast, come here. She pulled him into a hug. Don't crush him, dear, Masaru called from inside the house. Izuku laughed as she let go of him. Some things really didn't change. She walked him into the living room, where Bakugu sulked on the couch. He wore a plain black t-shirt and barely looked up as Izuku entered. It's so good to see you, Mitsuki said. I couldn't believe it when Katsuki said you were in his class. We all thought that Biase had left your ashes in a ditch somewhere. Language, dear, Masaru chided. To Izuku, he said, we're very happy you're alive and well. I hope Katsudon is still your favorite, it'll be ready in a few minutes. It is, Izuku assured him. In the corner of the living room, he spied a shrine with his mother's face on it, an old one from her college days if he remembered. Used to have a picture of both of you on there, Mitsuki said gently. But once Katsuki said you were alive, we couldn't very well keep you in a shrine. His eyes misted. He'd had no idea this family was that deeply affected. I'm sorry I never got in touch. He glanced at Bakugu after he said it, their eyes meeting briefly. Mitsuki ruffled his hair. You had a lot going on. I'm just glad we know now, and not in a few years when you go pro with Katsuki. That'd be quite a shock to see you on the news like that. He laughed, and the rest of the night didn't seem so bad. He told them about his few months in foster care and then growing up with Shoyuta and Hizashi, and then Mitsuki bragged about Katsuki's accomplishments. Katsuki kept telling her to shut up, his ears a burning red, and Izuku found himself genuinely enjoying the night. He still didn't forgive Katsuki for how he'd treated him as kids. He needed a real apology before he forgave him, but this was a good start to fixing their relationship. So, on Sunday he hung out with his friends in the park, working on homework at the picnic tables for a while before devolving into little children again and chasing each other around the playground. This was only notable because Izuku, not watching where he was going, ran into the ladder for the monkey bars and bruised his cheek. And that was only notable because the second Todoroki noticed in class on Monday, his eyes never left Izuku. Izuku never even had a chance to avoid him when their lunch break came around. He'd barely closed his notebook before Todoroki was at his desk, asking if they could talk. Sure, Izuku agreed, packing up the rest of his stuff and following Todoroki to a stairwell. They waited a few minutes while the crowd moved to the cafeteria. What's up? Todoroki glared down at the floor. Oh? Your father is a pro hero. Izuku blinked. Did he even have to respond? Yes. So you know what it's like, Todoroki said, looking down at his right hand and clenching it into a fist. The intense training, the pressure to constantly be the best. Izuku tilted his head. He had no idea what Todoroki was talking about. Training with Dad was never that bad, and never more than I could handle. And yeah, he always wanted me to do my best. What parent doesn't? Did he give you that bruise on your cheek? Todoroki demanded, eyes finally meeting Izuku's. Izuku thought he knew what this was about now. No, he didn't, Izuku stated. I was messing around in the park with Tenya, Uraraka, Azui, and Kuda, and I wasn't looking where I was going. You can ask them. They'll laugh as they tell you. Todoroki pursed his lips, glaring at the floor again. Todoroki, does Endeavor hurt you? Izuku asked. The minute it takes Todoroki to answer was a long one, and Izuku's gut twisted itself into knots while he waited. He doesn't leave bruises, usually. That's not exactly comforting, Izuku says. What does he do? Did he burn your eye? Todoroki reaches his right hand up to lightly trace the scar. Not directly. What does that mean? My mother did it, he answered. But only because he drove her to it. Izuku's mind went haywire. What? Do you know what quirk marriages are? Todoroki asked. The mental whiplash made him recoil. Yeah, I guess. The story did not get better. Izuku had to sit on the steps to process, Todoroki slowly following his example. It's why I swore never to use my fire in a fight, Todoroki finished. I won't use the power he's so proud of. And Izuku had some opinions on that one. You're still letting him win. Even not using it is letting him have some control over it. Plus, it's stupid to limit yourself to only half your power. What if you face off against a villain that you could easily beat with your flames, but because you never train with it, you can't win at all? I won't use it, Todoroki insisted. I'm strong enough to be a hero without it. Izuku scrubbed his face with his palms. This was the type of trauma that was going to take more than one conversation to fix, and there was the more pressing issue of Todoroki's home life to deal with. First, we'll come back to that, Izuku promised. First, please tell me, are you scared to go home? Todoroki didn't answer. He wouldn't intentionally hurt me. I'm too important to him for that. Just like Hisashi would never kill his mother, he loved Inko too much. You didn't answer the question. I know he won't hurt me, Todoroki restated. He wrapped his arms around his knees. But sometimes, in training, I feel like he forgets who we are and why we're training. Izuku nodded and scooted up to the same step as Todoroki. I'm going to hug you now. What? Izuku slowly wrapped his arms around Todoroki, giving him plenty of time to move or shove Izuku away if he wanted. He did neither, and almost seemed to melt into the friendly contact. From what he'd said of his childhood, he probably didn't get many hugs. Izuku was going to have to fix that. He had to fix a lot of things with this whole situation. I'm sorry your father doesn't see you as a person, Izuku said. If you're okay with it, I want to tell Dad Aizawa-sensei what you told me. He can probably get you out of there. If he couldn't, then Nedzu certainly could. Todoroki laughed, almost hysterically, and shook his head. Endeavor is the number 2 hero. Aizawa-sensei can't touch him. If it was that easy, I would have done it years ago. Oh, that was so much worse to know you were being abused, but completely unable to do anything about it. Izuku and Inko had lived in denial until that final night, always thinking it wasn't that bad or it could be worse. Once Inko had realized it was abuse, she immediately tried to get out, which is when things went belly up. Todoroki had realized it was abuse a long time ago, but he'd been powerless. Who would believe the number 2 hero was a monster to his family? Or, the better question, of the people who did believe Todoroki, who would win against Endeavor? He probably had the funds to pay off every lawyer in the country to keep his image clean. Izuku squeezed Todoroki tighter. I don't know how we'll help, but we'll help, Izuku promised. Just let me talk to Dad and tell him. At the very least, we can arrange for you to be out of the house more. That would be nice, Todoroki whispered. Nodding, Izuku started making mental plans for how this would play out. They could probably claim extra voluntary classes after school or something. Endeavor wouldn't question that. And then Izuku would just kidnap Todoroki and bring him to his friends, and he'd hug him or cuddle him as a cat. Everyone was weak for a kitten in their lap. For now, though, they needed lunch. They still had heroics in the afternoon and they needed some calories to power through it. Izuku dragged Todoroki to the cafeteria and they scarfed down a quick meal, still chewing as they raced back to class before the bell rang. It was a class-wide exercise that afternoon, so they were all in the field playing an adapted version of hide and seek to work on their stealth. Izuku, currently a mouse and scurrying around beneath people's notice, passed by Todoroki as he waited for an opening to sneak across the street. The overwhelming instinct to run that Izuku usually felt around Todoroki wasn't there. He paused, watching Todoroki for another few seconds. He did seem generally calmer than usual, and that intense glare Todoroki had was missing. Was that because they talked earlier? Or was it because Todoroki thought no one was looking? Did he only exude that intense aura with others around like some kind of self-defense mechanism? Izuku's heart hurt thinking about it. The end of the day could not come fast enough. This time, when the bell rang, it was Izuku who couldn't get to Todoroki fast enough. "Do you have time right now?" he asked. Todoroki nodded. "Endeavor has patrol until dinner." "Good." Izuku grabbed his wrist and dragged him all the way to the staff room. "Are we doing this now?" Todoroki asked, voice pitching slightly. Izuku stopped. "The sooner we do it the better, but are you okay with that?" Todoroki thought about it for a minute, glancing out the window. Izuku silently mourned the missed cuddle time with Shinso, but this was more important. "If it's just you and Sensei, I think I am," Todoroki said. Nodding, Izuku resumed their trek. When they reached the staff room, Todoroki froze outside the door. Just about every teacher was in there right now, so Izuku didn't blame him for hesitating. "I'll bring Sensei out here, okay?" Izuku offered. Todoroki nodded. Izuku rushed in and slipped past all the teachers until reaching his dad's desk. "Hey, kiddo," Dad grunted. He sifted through a pile of paperwork on his desk. "Off to find Shinso?" "Actually, I need you to come with me." Izuku spoke quietly so only Shoyuta and the few surrounding desks would hear him. Dad looked up at him immediately. "Everything okay?" Izuku hummed. "Not really, but that's why we're here." Shoyuta followed without another word, blinking at the sight of Todoroki fiddling with his jacket outside the door. "Sensei," Todoroki greeted with a slight bow of his head. "Sorry to disturb you after hours." That was overly polite for the situation. Did he revert to politeness when anxious? "It's fine," Dad assured him. "What's going on?" Todoroki glanced at Izuku for some kind of help. "Maybe we should go somewhere private first," Izuku suggested, pushing both of them towards the nearest empty classroom. He urged Todoroki into one of the desks and sat next to him, leaving his dad to sit across from them. "Just tell him what you told me during lunch." Todoroki avoided eye contact with both of them, glaring at the ground. "You were easier to talk to. Do you want me to tell him?" Izuku offered. Todoroki hesitated before nodding. So Izuku recounted everything Todoroki had told him about quirk marriages and how Endeavor trained him until he threw up, pushing him to be better than everyone, even All Might. Shuda's expression darkened the more Izuku explained, and Todoroki lowered his face until his bangs hid his eyes. "I don't have any proof," Todoroki whispered when Izuku finished. He trembled in his seat, and Izuku reached over and took his hand. Todoroki gripped back like his life depended on it. "He's careful not to beat me up too badly. He has no way to replace me after all. Even if your training doesn't count as physical abuse, it sounds like your father has been emotionally abusing your whole family," Shoyuta said. He kept his voice carefully neutral, not letting the anger Izuku could see in his shoulders and jaw bleed into his speech. Todoroki might misunderstand their anger as something against him, when really it was for him. "You can't prove emotional abuse, not against him," Todoroki whispered. "There's no lawyer in Japan who would challenge him." "Can't prove it, huh?" Shoyuta repeated. "Kid, the proof is on your face." "She was mentally unstable," Todoroki stated. "It won't win. Even if we can't take Endeavor to court, We can get him out of that house more, can't we? Izuku asked. If we make up extra classes after school, maybe on weekends sometimes, Todoroki would have an excuse to get away. Shoyuta nodded. That's a good short-term solution while we build a proper case. Todoroki whipped his head up. You actually want to challenge him? Shoyuta leveled him with a stare. He hurt one of my students. Of course I do. Izuku's bit down a cry of pain when Todoroki's grip threatened to crush his fingers. With his other hand, Todoroki wiped at his face. Thank you. No one's ever. Shoyuta reached over and put a hand on Todoroki's knee. I'm on your side, kid. Always. That was the straw that broke him. A small sob burst out of his mouth, choked off halfway through. Todoroki pulled his hand back from Izuku to cover his face, muffling any noise he made. Watching him cry, the instinctive way he made himself silent even when losing control like this, was just as painful as learning what endeavor was really like. Izuku did what he did best when other people cried. He morphed into the fluffiest cat ever and climbed into their lap. Todoroki startled at the sudden weight, but then he buried his face in Izuku's fur and grabbed 2 fluffy handfuls for all he was worth. Only Todoroki was surprised when, after he'd calmed down, Shoyuta invited him over to dinner. He declined, not wanting to leave his sister alone, but he seemed genuinely grateful for the offer. It was no matter. He'd be over plenty in the future, Izuku would see to it. Izuku walked him to the gates, and after waving goodbye for the day, he sprinted to the tree he usually met Shinso under. He didn't actually expect to find him there, but lo and behold, Shinso was still there, working on homework. Oh good, you're still here, Izuku panted. Who are you? He wasn't a cat. Sorry, I'm Midoriya Izuku. The, cat you always meet here. The what? My quirk is shapeshifting. I'm sorry, I meant to tell you sooner, but then it was just kind of awkward and I didn't know how to make it not awkward, and this is the most awkward explanation ever. Shinso blinked at him, and then his eyes narrowed. Was this some kind of prank? What? No. Well, very funny, he snapped, closing his notebook and shoving it in his backpack. No, Shinso, it really wasn't a prank, I swear. Shinso wouldn't look at him. He pushed himself to his feet and stormed right past Izuku. I should have known it was another student when you could understand me. I'm such an idiot. Shinso, wait. Shinso paused and half-turned to him. Midoriya, was it? Yes. His thoughts scrambled, and his legs locked beneath him. Don't follow me. Shinso walked away, and all Izuku could do was watch him. He couldn't even call out. Trying to push against the fog clouding his mind only gave him a headache. Was this Shinso's quirk? Could he make people do what he wanted? That was amazing. He could take control of a battlefield instantly and stop almost any fight. He could sneak into any building and make a guard forget he was ever there. Izuku's mind went nuts with the possibilities. It took a solid minute before the quirk wore off and Izuku could move, by which point Shinso was long gone. Sighing, Izuku returned to his dad and moped in the staff room while doing homework. At least he'd helped one classmate today. Todoroki became a constant presence after that. Izuku dragged him to his lunch table the next day, and after that Todoroki sought Izuku out at every opportunity. After classes, whether Izuku went out with Tenya and the others or just stayed on campus, Todoroki was there, silently working next to him. He was a quiet presence, preferring to observe more often than not, but he fit in well with everyone else. Kuda wasn't much for talking a lot of days either, and the two of them gravitated to one another when the rest of them started getting more rambunctious. When Izuku first brought Todoroki over for lunch, the others had watched in surprise, glancing at one another before shyly trying to include Todoroki in the conversation. When he didn't respond in the overt hostility he'd wielded since the first day of school, they eased up and accepted his new presence. Izuku grew so used to him silently orbiting him that it was almost bizarre when Todoroki wasn't there. He'd go to share something funny from Twitter while winding down before bed, and Todoroki wouldn't be there. It was disconcerting how fast he'd gotten used to Todoroki's presence. This just meant that Izuku started sending things to Todoroki's phone constantly, usually getting confused texts back. Of course, no matter how close he was with anyone in the class, when the sports festival finally came, it was everyone for themselves. He stayed neck and neck with Todoroki during the obstacle course, flying above him as a swallow. Todoroki either didn't recognize him or didn't care, because he never tried to knock Izuku out of the way. He had that hostile aura again, the one that made Izuku's instincts want to run away. Izuku assumed it had something to do with the pressure of the festival, or maybe because Endeavor was in the crowd. All he wanted to do was take Todoroki's hand and tell him it would be okay, but there wasn't time when they were literally racing each other. Once they hit the minefield, Todoroki was slowed down watching his footwork, but Izuku was able to fly right over the finish line, morphing back to human at the last second so he crossed the line on the ground. Phew! Coming in first place with a significant lead over everyone else is Midoriya Izuku. Zashi announced. Todoroki and Bakugo stumbled over the line together, both trying to knock the other out of the way. Second place was given to Todoroki, much to Bakugo's dismay. For the second event, Izuku attempted to pair up with Todoroki or Tenya, but both of them eyed the 1,000,000 points he was worth with hunger. "You'd have the 1,000,000 points if we were a team," Izuku grumbled. "I'm not going to be shown up by you every time," Tenya said. "Tensei is probably watching, you know." Izuku rolled his eyes. "Fine, but don't think I'll forget this betrayal." He threw a hand over his forehead and dramatically walked away to find someone else to partner with. Todoroki whispered to Ida, "Is he actually upset?" "No, he's being dramatic. We can make him regret it during the battle." Izuku ended up with Kuda, Uraraka, and a girl from the support department. He'd been trying to wave Tsuyu over when Hatsume popped up in his face and announced they would be a team. Hadn't really known how to say no. The team would work, in any case. They could play defense the whole time and likely still win, and with Mei's support items and Uraraka's quirk, they could boost themselves above the whole battle and avoid fighting. It might be an overly cautious plan, but the cavalry battle was going to be a bloodbath with so many teams fighting against each other. There might not have been actual blood, but it sure felt like it. They used Mei's gadgets and Uraraka's quirk early on, and then Izuku morphed into an albatross to maneuver them in the air. It was the biggest bird he could think of, and later he'd be researching to see if he could morph into anything bigger with wings. This was a gap in his repertoire he needed to fix. At least he didn't have to worry too much about their combined weight, not with Uraraka on their team. They heard Bakugo angrily shouting at them from below, and then their classmate actually used his quirk to launch himself up to them, which had to be some kind of illegal move, but no one called him on it. He was easy to avoid, even after they had to touch down and launch again. It wasn't flashy, but it was a strong defense, and they all advanced to the third and final round. During lunch, he and his classmates bickered good-naturedly over their earlier performances. Ashido complained about Kaminari shocking the whole field, and Kaminari shot back with comments on letting Bakugo fly all over the arena without them. This then led to complaints about Izuku's team literally flying out of reach for most of the match. That was self-preservation. Izuku defended. "Did you see your faces? You were gonna tear my head off before you got the headband." Across the table, Kuda nodded emphatically. He'd been perfectly happy to stay out of everyone's way in the sky. Plus, he'd been able to call out to the birds and amass a small winged army to defend them up there. Even now, there were a lot of crows and magpies hanging around the roof of the arena. Their table continued to joke and tease each other, but Todoroki stayed silent next to Izuku. While not necessarily weird, Todoroki usually at least paid attention to the conversation around him. Now, he didn't even look up from his soba, and he kept staring at his left hand. Izuku quietly nudged him. "Hey, everything okay?" Todoroki hummed and flexed his left hand, but didn't actually answer. "Todoroki?" He nudged him again. "I'm going to take a walk before the next round," Todoroki said, standing and taking his half-eaten tray with him. "Oh, okay," Izuku said, spirit sinking as Todoroki walked away. Todoroki had no obligation to confide in him, but Izuku had thought they'd grown close enough that he would. It hurt to think that he didn't have Todoroki's full confidence, even though there was no reason for him to think he did in the first place. He pushed his own stir-fry around on his plate for a bit, finally looking up and meeting Tenya's calculating gaze. Tenya glanced to the doors Todoroki walked out of. You've gotten quite close with Todoroki recently. Yeah. Tenya nodded to himself, holding back a grin. It's just interesting is all. Izuku tilted his head. What did he mean by that? Never mind for now, Tenya said. I'll let you figure it out yourself. Figure what out? Izuku demanded. Ribbit, this is going to take a while, isn't it? Tsuyu asked Tenya. Tenya nodded. I'm afraid so. What are you talking about? Izuku asked. So what if he was closer with Todoroki? That tended to happen when two people spent a lot of time together, and they were only doing that to keep Todoroki out of his own house. Not hating each other made it significantly easier. But it wasn't like Izuku could explain that. He wouldn't betray Todoroki's trust that way. This is the perfect opportunity to bet how long it takes, Uraraka suggested. How long what takes? Izuku whined. Will someone tell me what is going on? That would ruin the outcome of the game, Tenya said. I'm against gambling in general, but I see no harm trying to guess how this develops. It's like an analysis game. Uraraka patted his shoulder. Whatever makes you feel better. You know what, go ahead, make all the bets you want, Izuku said, standing up and gathering his tray. He was just about finished anyway, and more worried about Todoroki. If his friends were just going to talk cryptically around him, then he'd just leave. I'm going to go find Todoroki. Yeah, you go find Todoroki, Uraraka grinned. He stared at her, trying one more time to figure out what the hell they were talking about, before giving up. At least Todoroki was straightforward when he talked, none of this vague stuff. As long as he talked. He found Todoroki outside, leaning against a tree and still lost in thought. Morphing into a cat, he jumped up onto Todoroki's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek. Todoroki let out a breathy huff, the closest to a laugh Izuku had ever heard from him. What are you doing? Izuku meowed and head-butted him again. Todoroki idly reached up to scratch Izuku's head. Is it weird when people pet you? You never seem to mind. If Izuku thought about it too long, it absolutely was. But it also felt delightful and he wasn't about to make people stop. But no matter how good it felt, if he wanted to have an actual conversation he needed to be human. He jumped off Todoroki's shoulder, neatly morphing midair and landing on his feet. What was that about? Todoroki asked. You looked like you needed cheering up. Izuku beamed at him. I'm fine, Todoroki said, face shuddering. He crossed his arms and looked away. Izuku leaned against the tree next to him. You've been thinking about something awfully hard. Just trying to figure stuff out. About using your left side? Todoroki looked at him in surprise. Izuku covered his mouth to hide his giggle. You keep staring at your hand, it's not hard to put together. Sighing, Todoroki nodded. You said before it was like I was still letting him have control. But if I use it, I'd be just like him. I don't know what to do. You could never be Endeavor if you tried, Izuku stated firmly, leaning forward to make eye contact. Todoroki, your quirk is so much more than your father's. You're so much more than he is. You think a cat would ever jump on Endeavor's shoulders? There are usually flames up there, so no. Izuku rolled his eyes. His whole personality is a dumpster fire, that's enough for cats to stay away. Todoroki snorted. I still think you should use your left side, Izuku said, leaning back again. If you use it on your terms, you're showing that he has no power over you. But he wants me to use it so it feels like giving in, Todoroki said. Izuku hummed. Him. Todoroki's head snapped to him. Izuku grinned. I don't think you really want to live your life based on what does or doesn't make him happy. Personally, I think you should pretend he doesn't exist most of the time and just do what you want to do. Todoroki blinked and slowly looked forward again, considering it. I get what you're saying, but it's easier said than done. Yeah, most things usually are, Izuku agreed. But I'm here if you need me, and so is everyone else. Thank you, Midoriya. For everything. You're welcome. They let the silence surround them, a calm blanket to comfort them. Todoroki was lost in thought again, but he didn't seem as lost and alone as before. He sat down on the ground, and Izuku morphed into a cat again and curled up in his lap until lunch was over. Listen. Cats were great emotional support, and it made Todoroki happy. It had nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with the above-average temperature of Todoroki's left side. Nothing. The third round was one-on-one battles. Izuku was the first match, battling Shinso Hitoshi from 1C. He wondered if Dad and Zashi could see him bouncing with excitement from the commentator booth. Shinso glared at him when they stepped into the ring. Izuku jumped at the chance. "It's so good to see you again. I've been worried. And you have to believe me, I wasn't trying to pull a prank on you, you looked like you needed a friend." "Start." Present Mike announced. "Do you ever stop talking?" Shinso asked. "Sorry, I just wanted TXP." His words cut off as a fog covered his mind. Shinso grinned. "Walk out of bounds? Why would he do that? Then he'd be disqualified. He couldn't lose that easily in the first match. He also couldn't make his body listen to him. It was like his feet were glued in place." Shinsu's eyes narrowed. "What's wrong? I told you to walk out of bounds." The fog in his mind pressed on him, and he took an aborted step back. There was something wrong. He was used to his thoughts getting jumbled when he morphed. It took him a while to adapt to different animals sometimes because their thought processes were so different, and trying to focus in their bodies was challenging. It was why he preferred not to be an insect if he could help it. Their short-term memories were hell to getting anything done. This felt like something in between all of that, like he was mentally stuck mid-morph. His thoughts weren't quite human, weren't quite animal. The headache it was causing made him want to puke. Shinso stepped forwards. "Walk out of bounds." He tripped over his own feet, turning around and crashed to his knees. When Izuku could think again, he was going to analyze the hell out of this quirk. For now, he'd settle for ending the headache. Since he couldn't move, he tried morphing, looking for anything that would help. He morphed halfway to a cat before it aborted, and he shifted back to human, trembling and gasping. The fog was gone. "What the hell?" Shinso asked. "You shouldn't have been able to do that." The bright sun was killing Izuku's eyes. The fog might have been gone from his mind, but the headache was still there. He didn't trust a morph right now, not with his thoughts this scattered. So with a roar, Izuku turned back and charged Shinso. He'd needed to show off his hand-to-hand some point today anyway, might as well do it now. He had Shinso out of the ring not even a minute later. He wanted to stick his head in a bucket of ice. Maybe Todoroki would freeze him if he asked nicely. Shinso glared at him from the ground. "Tell me, how did you break the brainwashing?" Izuku did not currently have the words to explain the differences in his brain compared to other people because of his morphing, not when he couldn't even see straight right now. He shushed Shinso instead and said, "Later," and then he staggered to the tunnel where the fluorescent lights almost made him pass out. He passed Todoroki on the way. Todoroki gave him a chunk of ice to press to his head and subtly waved over the medbots. He cradled the ice against the back of his ice all the way to Recovery Girl's temporary office. She couldn't do much for a quirk effect like this, but she did give him painkillers. He missed Todoroki's first match against Zero, which was apparently quite a short one. There was a delay before the next one because of the actual glacier Todoroki made. By the time he could leave Recovery Girl, he couldn't find where Todoroki had snuck off to, so he went to the 1A booth to cheer on his other friends. Kaminari lost to a girl from 1B, and then Tenya faced off against Mei. He was a good sport helping her show off her inventions, but Izuku couldn't help the second-hand embarrassment at watching Mei toy with his best friend like that, and then she willingly walked out of bounds. "Well," Uraraka said, "at least Ida still wins?" Izuku would never want to win like that, but Uraraka had a point. Tenya could prove himself in his next match. Ashido beat Aoyama in the next match, and then it was Yaoyorozu versus Kuda. Kuda put up a good fight. All the birds he'd asked to hang around answered his call, coming down to swoop at Yaoyorozu and try and force her out of bounds. Even Izuku, still kind of messed up from his match, nearly answered Kuda's call. Uraraka and Tsuyu had to grab his shirt when he attempted to jump out of the stands to help. In the end, Yaoyorozu created a cannon and shot Kuda out of the ring only seconds before the birds pushed her out. The next match between Kirishima and his twin in 1B promised to be a long one, so Izuku napped on Tenya and let the headache medication do its thing. After that, Uraraka put up an incredible fight against Bakugo. For a while, Izuku thought she might even win. But then Bakugo blasted through her finishing move, and she ran out of stamina. It was disappointing, but she'd fought hard. Then it was time for his match against Todoroki. The second he stepped into the arena, he knew something was wrong with his friend. It felt like the beginning of the year all over again. Todoroki was creating a predatory aura so strong it made Izuku want to run. What could have possibly happened between lunch and now? Present Mike yelled, "Start!" and a wave of ice rushed at Izuku. He yelped and morphed into a hummingbird, darting around the incoming glacier. Todoroki had lost visual contact with the ice, so Izuku used this as a chance to get in close. He was 10 feet away before Todoroki noticed him, and he morphed into a gorilla and fell with a heavy smash on the ice. Todoroki jumped back and created another wave. Izuku hurled himself up on it and jumped from peak to stay close. Todoroki created more ice, slowly backing away to keep distance between them. Izuku kept dodging them, sometimes utilizing the peaks, sometimes taking to the air again when the frost on his hands or feet got to be too much. He circled the arena as a swallow. Todoroki watched him, breathing hard, but didn't send more ice at him yet. Frost grew over his arm. Was he reaching some kind of limit? Izuku needed to use that chance while he had it, before Todoroki could get a second wind. He hastily dived back in, and Todoroki sent pillars up to him. They were slower than before, and Izuku neatly swerved around them. Once he was close enough, he morphed into a kangaroo, kicked off a pillar, and pounded Todoroki in the chest. Todoroki flew back. The only reason he didn't fly out of bounds was because he created a wall behind him. More ice coated his right side. Why didn't he just even his temperature out with his left side? He'd said he didn't want to use his fire, but was he avoiding everything about that half of his quirk? "Thanks for dragging this out," Todoroki said, stumbling on his feet. His eyes darted to the side, up to the stands. "Just look at my old man," he said. Oh, for the love of that was what was going on? Todoroki was risking frostbite just to prove a point to his father? He could have ended this match almost instantly if he used his fire. Dodging ice was one thing, but flames would have been much harder. He could have cornered Izuku with them, cut off his aerial escapes. Hell, if he combined the extreme temperatures in the right way, he could make actual explosions. Izuku knew he didn't truly understand Todoroki's feelings. He didn't know what was going through his friend's head, or how it twisted Todoroki's insides. But DMN it all, they'd just been talking about this at lunch. He thought Todoroki wanted to get away from his father. How was pissing him off getting away from him? Izuku morphed back to a human, just so he could yell at him. "You idiot! You could end this in a heartbeat if you really wanted to." The smug look on Todoroki's face fell. Izuku charged forward, throwing a regular punch. The lack of a quirk threw Todoroki off, and he barely blocked in time. "What happened to doing whatever the hell you wanted, huh? I thought you decided Endeavor didn't matter." "He doesn't." Todoroki insisted, throwing a punch back. "Then act like it. Use your quirk. It's yours, not his." Todoroki slugged Izuku in the face. "My quirk, huh?" Izuku grinned. He morphed into a tiger to attack again. This time he had to dodge flames. They weren't as big as the glaciers had been, more hesitant. But they kept Izuku back. Ice followed, hissing and steaming through the flames. Morphing into a monkey again, Izuku climbed over the ice to get in close again. Todoroki kept him at bay with more flames, and again he followed it with a quicker ice attack. The steam it created blinded both of them. Izuku, used to some animals that didn't rely on sight, wasn't as put off by this. He'd expected the same of Todoroki, but he should have known better. Fire curled through the steam, and Izuku backtracked quickly, heart racing. With his adrenaline so high, he'd mostly been ignoring the flashes of panic the flames produced in him. But so close, with no warning, old trauma flared up briefly. He had a moment to think, what a stupid idea making him use his flames right now, before Todoroki's body slammed him. He fell to the ground, sliding across an icy surface. "Midoriya is out of bounds," Midnight announced. "Todoroki wins." Blinking, Izuku looked up at the sky above him. He didn't regret coaxing Todoroki to use his fire, but he was disappointed in how he'd lost the match. Todoroki entered his field of vision and held a hand out. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Izuku said, taking the offered hand. Midnight cooed at their good sportsmanship, and they walked together to the nearest tunnel to get out of sight of the stands. "I'm sorry," Todoroki said. "I keep dragging you into my family problems. I said I'd try and do what I wanted, but I ran into him once and I just—" Todoroki growled and pulled at his hair. "He makes me so mad I just want to get back at him any way I can." "Hey, it's okay," Izuku said. "You don't owe me an explanation. I know it's complicated for you." Todoroki looked at him gratefully. Izuku put his hands behind his head and started walking through the deserted halls up to their class booth. He could feel the edges of his headache coming back from using his quirk again, but it wasn't anywhere near the migraine level he'd had earlier. Since he was out of the festival now, he should be able to rest his quirk and be good to go by morning. Todoroki walked beside him. "Thank you, Midoriya. You always know what to say." "Oh, you're welcome." Izuku beamed. "I'm glad I can help." Izuku dragged Todoroki up to the class booth. Todoroki shied away from the attention at first, but Izuku wouldn't let him run away, and he made Todoroki sit between him and Uraraka while they watched the next few matches. They were all exciting. Izuku was still disappointed he was already out, but he didn't regret prioritizing Todoroki over winning. It had been the right choice. Now he could just focus on how amazing the rest of his classmates were. When Tenya and Todoroki fought, he legitimately didn't know who to root for. He cheered every move, no matter which one pulled it off. In the end, Todoroki won with a precision blast of ice clogging up Tenya's engines, which was genius. He hadn't used his fire, but he also hadn't needed to. Ice was the superior force against a speedster like Tenya. His face lacked the existential crisis from earlier, so Izuku would forgive him. After the match, neither of his friends came back. He didn't worry at first. Todoroki would be in the final, and there was only one match between now and then, so he probably just went to the waiting room. He was a little worried about Tenya. But Izuku knew the disappointment his best friend felt right now, so he didn't chase after him right away. He'd give Tenya time to build his composure before comforting him. In the meantime, there was an amazing match between Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Bakugo had the superior firepower, hands down, but Yaoyorozu was clever. She utilized Uraraka's strategy of staying low to make Bakugo tear up the field again, but he wasn't foolish enough to let too much dust build in the air. Whatever her strategy, it must rely on his blindness, because once she noticed he wasn't falling for it anymore, she created smoke bombs of her own. Present Mike complained about not being able to properly commentate when he couldn't see the battle. Lights burst in the smoke. "What's happening?" Uraraka demanded. She grabbed onto Izuku's arm and squeezed, one finger carefully lifted so she wouldn't use her quirk. "I don't know," Izuku said, leaning forward. With Bakugo unable to see what Yaoyorozu created, the latter could do almost anything. What strategy would she choose to use? By the time the smoke started to thin, there was a catapult next to Yaoyorozu and Bakugo was flying towards it, hands ready to blow it up. Yaoyorozu created a steel net right in front of him. He swore loudly, thrashing inside it and further entangling himself. He was quick to grab hold of the flexible cables, and Yaoyorozu was quick to attach the end of it to the catapult. "Oh my God," Uraraka whispered. "Is she doing what I think she's doing?" "I sincerely hope so," Izuku prayed. While steel had been a better choice than rope for a net to contain Bakugo, it wasn't enough to stop him completely. He was already figuring out how to untangle himself when Yaoyorozu launched the catapult. It hurled Bakugo through the air, but the air was practically his domain. He used explosions to keep himself in bounds and redirected his trajectory to launch right back at her. He flew in with a vengeance, landing with an explosion so big it knocked Yaoyorozu out of bounds, where she crumpled in an unconscious heap. Sighing, Uraraka let go of Izuku. "Darn it, I was really hoping Yaoyorozu would get him." "Yeah, that would have been something," Izuku agreed. "So this means Todoroki and Bakugo will fight for the finals," Azui noted. "And wouldn't that be something to see? Both boys were absolute powerhouses. If Todoroki was willing to use his fire again, there was no telling what would happen. He hoped Tenya was willing to come watch with them. He knew his friend was disappointed in losing, but normally he'd still want to support his classmates. It was kind of bizarre that he hadn't made it back yet. Izuku pulled out his phone to text him, just in case Tenya needed more time to himself. He found a message already waiting for him. Sonic, had to leave, family emergency. Tell Todoroki I said good luck. Ice pooled in his stomach. Were Tenya's parents okay? Or, God forbid, had something happened to Tensei? Was Tensei working today? Izuku couldn't remember. Beast Boy, what's going on? Is everyone okay? He didn't get a reply. Midoriya? Uraraka asked. You're really pale, is something wrong? I don't know, Izuku admitted. Tenya said he had a family emergency, but I don't know who or what or anything. With how close the two of them were, Tenya's family was practically Izuku's, and vice versa. He couldn't stand the thought of any of them being hurt. Oh no, Uraraka whispered. He kept his phone out while waiting for the next match, constantly checking to see if Tenya replied while Cementos repaired the stage again. There was still no reply when the fight started, and Izuku's nerves were on edge between worry for Tenya and worry for Todoroki, who was struggling with his fire. There were noticeable efforts to use it. He scorched Bakugo a few times, but he'd pulled back just as many, like he was still undecided about it. Bakugo, having absolutely no idea what was going through Todoroki's head, misinterpreted the whole thing. They could hear him complaining about Todoroki, thinking he was weak from their seats. It was a brutal match, but in the end, Todoroki pulled back at the wrong moment and Bakugo blasted him out of bounds. Amazingly, it was Bakugo who was more upset about that, and he kept trying to attack even when Todoroki was clearly unconscious and the fight was already over. Midnight had to sedate him. Tenya still had not replied. Should he text Tenya again? He didn't want to be a bother, especially if Tenya was clearly preoccupied. But it was killing him not to be able to support Tenya somehow. He settled for a quick supportive message, not hounding for details, just hoping that everything would be okay and reminding Tenya he was there if he needed to talk. By the time he'd sent the message, the awards ceremony started. None of his class knew what to say. Bakugo was chained to the podium, looking like some kind of violent beast standing trial. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu looked supremely uncomfortable beside him, unable to make eye contact and barely looking up at the audience. What the hell? Kaminari asked. That's a little extreme, Ashido agreed. What did he do? Bujiro asked. Because he had to have done something to warrant that kind of treatment, right? There had to be a reason their teachers resorted to this. Izuku didn't know what reason. The restraints, the muzzle, made him want to puke. They chained his classmate up like a dog, and now they proudly showed him off to the world that way, shoving a medal in his mouth like this was perfectly normal. They were still in stunned silence as the ceremony ended and the audience started leaving. Izuku finally stood. I'm going to go find out what happened. Text us. Uraraka demanded. You better text all of us. Ashido added. Izuku promised and swiftly made his way downstairs. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu stood in a hallway, talking quietly and glancing up at his approach. Midoriya, Todoroki said. Hey, congrats to both of you for placing, Izuku said. Neither one smiled about it. Alright, that was awkward. Izuku was happy to move on. Do you know why the teachers did that to Bakugo? Both of them looked away at the wall. He tried to attack me when he woke up, Todoroki said. He claims I sabotaged our match and he didn't earn his victory. I don't understand him, Yaoyorozu muttered. For someone who wants to win no matter the cost, you'd think he'd be happier that he won. I don't really get it either, Izuku admitted. If he'd spent the last 7 years with Bakugo, he might understand what drove him. But all he had were childhood memories and their strained relationship as classmates. It wasn't enough to parse out the inner workings of his mind. What I'm concerned about is what the teachers were thinking. If he hadn't calmed down, they could have waited to do the ceremony. I think they were trying to finish up so all the heroes working security could go back to their regular patrols, Yaoyorozu said. Either that or they wanted to give the reporters time before the primetime news tonight. Izuku scowled. If they'd put Bakugo through that for the sake of the reporters, he was going to do some very unheroic things to a lot of people. It wasn't right, Todoroki glared at the ground. Whatever the reason, they shouldn't have done that. And we shouldn't have just let them. You tried, Yaoyorozu comforted, putting a hand on his arm. But Bakugo freaked out more when you came near, remember? Todoroki's glare tightened. Is Bakugo still back there? Izuku asked. They shook their heads. He stormed off the second they released him, Yaoyorozu explained. I can't say I blame him. No, Izuku didn't blame Bakugo either. He could understand restraining Bakugo if he was still attempting to fight, and he could see Bakugo only getting more riled up whenever Todoroki came closer. But he couldn't understand the poor decision to continue the awards ceremony like that. It was like they were trying to sabotage Bakugo's future by making him look mentally unstable. I was just suggesting to Todoroki that we should reach out to Bakugo and make sure he's okay, Yaoyorozu said. I don't think it's a good idea, not right now, Todoroki said. We're the last people he wants to talk to. Izuku wasn't much higher up on the list, he was sure. He pulled at his lip while he thought. I'll ask Kirishima and Ishido to reach out. They're kind of friends with him. As much as anybody could be friends with Bakugo, he supposed. In the meantime, they needed to make their own way home. Yaoyorozu went off to find her parents, and Todoroki hung around Izuku for as long as he could. Izuku offered his home up again, but Todoroki declined. Endeavor will know it's not a class thing tonight, he'll be suspicious. Just say you want to come to a friend's house to analyze the fights, Izuku suggested. Todoroki shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I have a lot to think about right now. Izuku wasn't sure how much thinking Todoroki would get done at home, but he respected Todoroki's wishes, saying goodbye with one last offer is always there if you decide you don't want to be at home later. Then Izuku had the wonderful task of tracking down his own father and Uncle Zashi, which was easier said than done. It took several calls and horrible directions before they finally connected, all of them getting pulled aside last second by teachers or classmates. It was a quiet ride home. Zashi was resting his voice, and Shoyuta was half asleep from the pain meds. Izuku spent the ride trying to figure out how to ask them about what happened. He wanted to believe that they'd had no part in it and had been just as blindsided as he and his class were. They'd been up in the commentator's booth all day, after all, so it was likely they hadn't known anything. But it had been their colleagues who had done it. Auntie Namuri definitely had a part in it, since it was her quirk that knocked Bakugo out. How much had she been involved after that? Did she suggest the restraints, forgetting what that looked like to non-perverted people? Izuku's mood was much more noticeable over dinner. He glared at his takeout ramen, stabbing his chopsticks into his bowl. You did pretty well today, Zashi offered. I know it's disappointing not to make it to the podium, but this was only your first year. You'll do better next year. So they can chain me up too? Izuku retorted. Stunned, Zashi took a moment to find a response. Even Shoyuta didn't know what to say. Izuku put his chopsticks down. I don't understand why anyone thought that was a good idea. It was just a stupid ceremony, it's not even that important. Ceremonies are important to some people, Zashi said carefully, shooting a glare at Shoyuta. Shuta's distaste for ceremonies was well known, and Izuku had come to have the same opinion most of the time. He was just a lot more tolerant of them than his dad. Even so, Zashi went on, we're not happy about how it went down either. Namuri told us Bakugo woke up violent, and the restraints were meant to last just until he calmed down. But he didn't calm down, and then the ceremony started. It was a lot of mistakes that shouldn't have happened, Shoyuta said. I'll be speaking to Bakugo about it the next time I see him to get his side of the story. Izuku nodded. He was still upset about it, but there was nothing else he could do. What was done was done. Maybe he could stop by his house tomorrow? Or would Bakugo think Izuku was pitying him or something? He was still thinking about it later, watching clips from the festival that were already online, when Tenya finally texted him back. Sonic, can I call you? Beast Boy, of course. He accepted the incoming call only seconds later. Tenya? Is everything okay? What happened? Not really, Tenya said. His voice was hoarse, like he'd been crying a lot. Tensei. Izuku gripped the phone harder. Tenya looked up to his older brother so much. If anything happened to Tensei, it would wreck Tenya. He was attacked, Tenya whispered. He was barely holding it together. The hero killer got him. Oh no. Don't tell me. He's alive, Tenya hurried to say. But the doctors don't think he'll ever walk again. Tenya's voice broke with fresh sobs. His hero career is over. That's awful, Izuku consoled. Not being able to walk would ruin any hero's career, but it seemed especially cruel to the Ida family, whose quirk relied on running. And Tensei was such an energetic person, always on the move. Whenever he was over, he never seemed to sit still. Izuku couldn't imagine him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Is he allowed visitors? Only family at the moment, Tenya said, trying hard to regain composure. Once he's out of ICU, I'll let you know. You better, Izuku teased. What hospital is it? Hosu General. Tenya hummed in affirmation. Izuku checked the clock. It was a little late to head all the way to Hosu right now, but he could go first thing in the morning. I'll be there tomorrow. But you won't be allowed in to visit Tensei yet, Tenya protested. I'm gonna come visit you, dummy. Oh, Tenya whispered. Thank you. I'd really appreciate you being here, even if we're just in the waiting room. Of course, Izuku said. Do you want to hear about the other matches? Yes, actually. I think a distraction would be perfect right now. Izuku flopped back on his bed and got comfortable, detailing every fight Tenya had missed in as much of a blow-by-blow as he could. For the final between Todoroki and Bakugo, he pulled up a video of it and narrated the whole thing. He didn't describe the awards ceremony. It sounds like everyone fought plus ultra, Tenya said. His voice still lacked his normal levels of enthusiasm, but it was leagues better than the brokenness he'd started the call with. They really did, Izuku said. They didn't talk for much longer before Tenya had to go, and then Izuku rushed to tell Zashi and Shoyuta what happened. They were just as upset as Izuku, and without hesitation decided to go with him to visit the following day. Izuku didn't sleep well, too many worries for too many classmates circling his head. On the drive to Hosu, he spent almost the entire time texting someone or other, be it Kirishima about Bakugo, Todoroki, Tenya, or a dozen other classmates who were just as worried. He spent the day in the waiting room, but not always with Tenya. Tenya went back and forth between the waiting room and his brother's room, depending on whether or not Tensei was awake or with nurses or whatnot. He relayed messages between Dad, Zashi, and Tensei, growing more and more aggravated as the three friends started joking around more. Izuku didn't know how Dad and Zashi did it. They were upset, sure, but they seemed like they were already moving on and making their peace with this new reality. Tenya was definitely not making any sort of peace. When he came back from Tensei later in the day, he revealed that Tensei couldn't feel his legs at all. They didn't need to wait for the test to come back, they already knew. And Tenya was not handling it well. Izuku hugged him, tried to help Tenya see the bright side of all this, but Tenya didn't want to hear it. He shrugged Izuku off and went for a walk, curtly telling Izuku he wanted to be alone. Don't take it to heart, Zashi said, pulling Izuku into his lap and hugging him. He's just lashing out because he doesn't know what else to do with that anger. I know he's hurting, but it's not like Tensei died, Izuku said, clutching Zashi's hands. Things will be different, but he'll still have his big brother. When someone Izuku had cared about was hurt, Izuku had never seen her again. Things had changed, and he practically had an entire new life. None of the people were the same, none of the places, he was barely the same. He understood Tenya's anger, he really did. There had been plenty of times he'd wanted nothing more than to punch Hisashi in the face for what he'd done, plenty of times when the grief was so painful he couldn't even get out of bed. He wasn't trying to make Tenya's pain less than what it was, or claim that he'd had it worse somehow. Tenya had a right to be upset about all of this, and maybe he just needed time to process. Maybe Izuku's constant hovering was making things worse for him. That last thought was only reinforced when Tenya came back from his walk and brushed off Izuku's attempts at conversation. He, Shoyuta, and Zashi didn't stay much longer after that. Tenya just needed time, that was all. So, the next day, he was about to head back to the hospital when Todoroki texted him and asked if they could hang out. Izuku checked in with Tenya, received more cryptic messages that, of course he could hang out with Todoroki, winky face, that he didn't understand, and then met up with Todoroki at a park between their houses. It was the middle of the day, and most kids were still in school. It was only UA that had off right now, so that meant they pretty much had the park to themselves. Izuku waited on a swing, rocking back and forth on his toes. Todoroki finally showed up, sliding into the swing next to him. He wasn't injured, at least. Izuku had been worried about that the other night, but it didn't look like Endeavor had taken his disappointment out on Todoroki. That was a relief. I went to visit my mother yesterday, Todoroki said. He stared at the woodchips beneath them, kicking a few with the tips of his shoes. It's the first time I've seen her since it happened. That's good, Izuku said. I'm proud of you for going. Todoroki hummed. I'm glad I went. I wanted her to know that I never blamed her for what happened. The only reason I never went before was because I didn't want to upset her. Izuku pushed himself a little closer and wrapped his hand around Todoroki's. As much as Todoroki claimed it was for his mother's benefit, there had probably been some fear there as well. She'd rejected him once, after all. He probably hadn't wanted to know if she'd do it again. How is your mom? His face softened, lips lifting in the barest of smiles. Good. She's really good. The first thing she did when I walked in was hug me and apologize. I hadn't realized how much I'd wanted to hear that, or how much I missed her. Izuku was happy Todoroki could get this kind of closure. I told her about my life, growing up. Everything you've told me. I've been so confused about using my left side, but she said the same thing you did. It's my power, not my father's. I'm the only one who can decide how I use it. She sounds really smart, Izuku quipped. Rolling his eyes, Todoroki swings sideways to bump against Izuku. I'm going to start training with my left side again. Good. Izuku said. He might not personally be a huge fan of fire, but this was Todoroki's quirk. He didn't want to see his friend limit himself and get in trouble for it later. Besides, fire would probably be a regular issue he had to deal with as a hero. He needed to train himself past his fears. I'm really happy for you, Todoroki. I never would have gotten to this point without you, Todoroki said. Thank you. Nah, you would have gotten here eventually, Izuku stated. Maybe not before we graduate, but eventually. Todoroki swung into him again, and Izuku laughed. Will you just let me be grateful? You single-handedly made my life so much better. Heat rose in Izuku's cheeks. You're welcome then? Gratitude accepted? But, I mean you're the one who approached me, so don't sell yourself short. Todoroki hummed, rocking in his swing. I was so desperate for someone to understand what growing up as the son of a hero was like. Even though you didn't have the same life, you still understood what I meant. Izuku tightened his hands around the chains of the swing. My life wasn't exactly paradise before Dad adopted me. He hadn't had a father place ridiculous expectations on him and train him until he threw up, but he knew what it was like to sneak around the house in socks when everyone else was asleep. He knew what it was like to cater his hobbies and activities to avoid being noticed by someone. Can I ask what happened? Todoroki looked at him carefully. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. And I'm sorry if it's rude to ask, I'm not sure what the rules are for this kind of thing. Izuku smiled and shook his head. No, it's fine. It's been long enough that I don't mind talking about it too much, it just makes me a little sad. So you're going to have to cheer me up when I'm done. Todoroki looked stricken at the thought. I don't want to make you sad. And I'm terrible at cheering people up. Izuku laughed. I'm mostly kidding, don't worry. Mostly. Todoroki did not look comforted at the thought. Izuku started talking anyway, pushing himself gently on the swings. He was mostly detached as he detailed his abusive father and what growing up with him was like. When he described that final night, he stopped swinging, feet dragging through the woodchips. Mom died a few days later in the hospital, Izuku said. I didn't even know she'd lived past that night. I found out on the news because there was still a search out for me. I'm sorry, that's awful, Todoroki said. Izuku shrugged. This sounds terrible, but I don't regret not seeing her those final days. She wouldn't have looked like herself, covered in third-degree burns and hooked up to all those machines. Since I didn't see her, she's always happy and healthy in my memories. That makes sense, Todoroki said. It was why he hadn't visited his own mother for so many years. If she was going to respond negatively to his presence, he didn't have to know. He didn't have to live with that knowledge. Izuku tilted his head up to watch the clouds. I do regret missing her funeral, but I wasn't in a good headspace for a while. He snorted. I wasn't even human for a while. When I get really stressed, I tend to morph into a cat, and until I calm down I can't change back. Wait, you were stuck as a cat while all this was happening? Todoroki asked. Izuku nodded. I was a cat for 3 months. 3 whole months. Todoroki repeated. Izuku nodded again. Dad found me and assumed I was a stray, so he took me in. That was how we met. Todoroki's forehead creased. So he catnapped you? Is that legal? Izuku snorted. I obviously didn't stay a cat. He was pretty shocked when he used his quirk on me and I turned into a kid. Any sane person would be, Todoroki muttered. So, long story short, he took me to the police, I was put in foster care, we kept in touch for a while and then he officially adopted me. Todoroki kept staring at him, eyes narrowed and mouth falling open. So you lived with Sensei for 3 months as a cat and he had no idea? He thought I was just super smart, like Principal Nedzu, Izuku explained. I do use it for leverage when he thinks I'm being dumb. The look on Shuta's face was always priceless whenever Izuku retorted, at least I didn't miss my cat was actually a human for 3 months. Though, it had lost some of its effect now that Izuku had lived with him for so long and had also done plenty of dumb things for Shoyuta to respond with. The look didn't leave Todoroki's face as he processed this information. Izuku slipped his phone out and took a picture, sending it to Tenya with the caption, I just told him my tragic backstory. Hopefully Tenya would find it funny and it would cheer him up a little. So, you could theoretically choose a stress-free life as a cat, forever, Todoroki asked. Laughing, Izuku put his phone down. Technically, yeah, but I really like having opposable thumbs. And being able to reach things on high shelves. Todoroki side-eyed him. You still can't reach even when you're human. Izuku twisted his swing around. He finally makes jokes and they're jabs at my height. Unfair. It wasn't a joke, it was a statement of fact, Todoroki argued. Izuku, still twisting the swing, stuck his tongue out at him. Not all of us were blessed with giant DNA. Todoroki smirked. It looks like you were cursed with dwarf DNA. Izuku paused in his spinning. I want to be mad at that, but that was a really good comeback. He continued spinning. Why are you doing that anyway? Todoroki asked, watching him twist the swing. You've never made a swing spin before? Izuku asked. No? That's not the intended purpose. Izuku snorted and let his swing untwist itself, spinning round and round until it was straight again. You have to try it then go on. That looked nauseating, Todoroki stated. It's fun, I promise. Izuku insisted. It took a little more badgering, but Todoroki finally started twisting the swing like Izuku had. Izuku encouraged him to tangle the chain until the last possible moment, when the swing literally couldn't twist any farther before he let Todoroki lift his feet from the ground. He became a blur of red and white after that, his feet flailing wildly and accidentally kicking Izuku. This is the worst. Todoroki yelped while still spinning. Izuku laughed, doubling over on his swing. Todoroki built up so much momentum that when the swing straightened out, it started twisting itself up the other direction. There was a green tinge to his cheeks, and upon noticing what the swing was doing he threw himself out of it, sprawling in the wood chips. Izuku cackled. I'm so dizzy, oh my god. Children do that for fun. Todoroki demanded. Oh, Izuku wished he'd been filming that. That was beautiful. He wiped tears from his eyes. Todoroki threw a handful of wood chips at him, missing terribly, and Izuku started cackling all over again. By the time he'd calmed down, Todoroki had sat up and brushed himself off. They messed around in the park for a few more hours, until Todoroki needed to get home before Endeavor was back from patrol. Like always, Izuku felt his stomach twist as he let Todoroki go back there. Todoroki might be fine physically, but Endeavor was still doing a number on him mentally. One day he'd get him out of there and show Todoroki what a home was. Really supposed to be like. So, Tenya was back at school with all the rest of them, but he was understandably withdrawn and tense. Most people had heard about Ingenium and put the pieces together, and their classmates were a mixture of awkward and pitying. Izuku stayed by his side as much possible, cracking jokes in between classes with help from Uraraka and Azui. He told them about Todoroki's adventures on the swings the day before and got some good laughs out of it. "So you spent all of yesterday with Todoroki, huh?" Uraraka asked at lunch, that teasing glint in her eyes. "Yeah. We're friends." "And you even told him about your adoption," Tenya joined in. He lacked the typical emotion behind his words, but the teasing was unmistakable. Uraraka slammed her hands down on the table. "What? You haven't even told me that, and we were friends first." "It just sort of naturally came up," Izuku defended. "I don't just go explaining my tragic backstory at every opportunity." Uraraka pouted for a second, but then that teasing glint was back. It sure didn't take long for it to naturally come up with Todoroki. He blinked at her. "You know, your teasing might be more effective if I actually knew what you were teasing me about." She, Azui, and Tenya shook their heads. "Part of the rules of our game is that none of us can tell you or give you obvious hints. You have to figure it out yourself," Tenya said. "This is a dumb game," Izuku grumbled, sulking through the rest of lunch. He was mostly over-exaggerating because it was an excellent distraction for Tenya, and some genuine humor filled his eyes by the time lunch ended. It faded in an instant when they got back to class and learned they were picking hero names. Shoyuta slunk off to a corner while Midnight helped them out. He really was awful with names. Most of the stray cats he brought home were named after places he found them. They'd gone through Dumpster, Dumpster Jr., Dumpster the Third, and Dumpster X4. Zashi forbade him from naming anything ever after that. Izuku bounced in his seat. He'd had his name picked out for a while, and he couldn't wait to share it with everyone. "All right, any volunteers to go first?" Midnight asked. Izuku shot his hand up. Midnight wasn't even surprised. She'd heard his name before, and she stepped aside as he raced to the front and displayed his whiteboard. "I'm the morphing hero, Menagerie." The class reacted well to the name, and he glanced over at Shoyuta in the corner. His dad had one eye peeking through his long hair, and a smile just visible over the edge of his shoulder. He took his seat again and watched the rest of his class present. While some of them had had names picked out for a while like he had, others were still deciding. Midnight brutally shot down a few and encouraged a few others Izuku wasn't sure of. For the most part she was trying to let the kids explore their names on their own. He was positive she could probably come up with way better names for them. He wished she would pick one for Bakugo, or at least explain to him why he couldn't have murder in his hero name. It was getting embarrassing. Then Tenya presented. Izuku waited to see the speed hero, Nitro, the name Tenya had picked out for years now. He wasn't expecting just Tenya. His best friend pointedly didn't look at him while he presented, and he was quick to take his seat again. Izuku was confused and concerned. Todoroki did the same thing, but Izuku understood that a little more. Todoroki was still deciding what kind of hero he wanted to be, if he wanted to use both aspects of his quirk, so of course it was impossible to put a name to that yet. What did Tenya have to decide? Was this because of his brother somehow? Tensei was going to retire from active hero work, and hero families were known to pass their names down from one to the other as they retired. No wonder Tenya was confused. And now Izuku made himself sad. Good job, Izuku. They spent the rest of the day going over their internship offers. Izuku had a fair amount to choose from, nothing like what Todoroki and Bakugo had, but at least his was manageable. He took his offers to the other side of the room and made himself comfortable on Tenya's desk, much to Tenya's annoyance. "You're not supposed to sit on the desks, you know this," Tenya reprimanded. Izuku poked him in the forehead. "I'll get down when you cheer up." Tenya glared at him. Well, this wasn't going to get them anywhere. Izuku morphed into a cat and then jumped down to Tenya's lap. "Izuku, this is highly inappropriate classroom behavior," Tenya yelled. Izuku meowed, looking to Kuda to translate. He says he's going to cheer you up no matter what," Kuda whispered. "This is not cheering me up," Tenya stated, though his hands had moved to carefully hold Izuku so he didn't get hurt. If he could grin maliciously, Izuku would. He had one trick that never failed to make anyone melt when he was a cat. It was usually embarrassing and he saved it for special occasions like this. He started purring. Tenya softened, scratching behind Izuku's ears. Zuzu, that's not fair. Uraraka and Azui cooed at him. You are devious, you know that? Tenya asked, humor back in his voice. Izuku looked up at him. Chuckling, Tenya shook his head. That was good enough for now. Dad wouldn't let this go on for too long. They were supposed to be doing something and he was probably distracting the whole class. He morphed back and started actually focusing on his request offers, discussing the pros and cons of different agencies with Uraraka, Azui, and Kuda. Uraraka was looking for an agency to focus on her hand-to-hand to help round out her skills, which Izuku thought was a good idea. The more skills you had, the better hero you could be. Where do you think you want to go, Tenya? Izuku asked, making sure to keep him in the conversation. He had to call Tenya's name a few times before getting a response. Oh, I'm not sure yet. I'll look them over more closely at home. The dismissal was out of character. Izuku didn't like the idea of his best friend keeping secrets from him, especially with that look in his eyes. He fully intended to cling to Tenya after school to make sure he was okay. Well, he knew Tenya wasn't okay, but Izuku wasn't sure what stage of the grieving process he was on and that concerned him a lot. So he wasn't about to leave his best friend alone right now, not when Tenya needed him. Shinso Hitoshi had other ideas. He was waiting outside the 1A doors when classes ended, and he rounded on. Izuku, the second Izuku, stepped through the door. Midoriya. I want to talk now. Izuku glanced between him and Tenya, trying to figure out how to phrase his rejection, because he did want to talk to Shinso, he really did, just not right this second. Tenya, however, took the opportunity with both hands. It's all right. I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku. He patted Izuku's shoulder and turned away. Wait, Tenya. Great. Let's go. Shinso grabbed his arm and dragged him off. Izuku barely kept his balance, reaching back desperately for Tenya as his best friend walked away. Look, Shinso, now really isn't a great time, Izuku said. I'm not letting you get away without explaining again, Shinso stated. No one's ever been able to break out of my brainwashing so easily before, so how did you? Izuku lost sight of Tenya. Sighing, he gave up fighting Shinso and allowed himself to be dragged through the school to the tree they used to hang out under. Shinso tossed him against the trunk. Well, Izuku straightened his jacket. It's probably because of how my quirk works. You turn into other animals, Shinso stated. How does that relate? Because other animals don't have the same kinds of brains. They all think differently. So I had to get used to fighting half my mind to be able to function the way I need to when I morph. Your brainwashing was like a stronger version of that. Shinso laughed. Of course, everyone I could have fought in the first round, and it was the one guy who naturally had a counter to my quirk. Izuku leaned back against the tree. If it makes you feel better, I had a migraine for most of the day afterwards. It really doesn't, Shinso stated. The sports festival, that was my chance to prove I'm as good as any of you hero course students. I couldn't get into the course through the entrance exam, I can't brainwash robots, so I was going to win the festival and transfer. But of course I had to fight you. Izuku blinked. You wanted to be in the hero course? He could see how the entrance exam wouldn't have gone well, it really was biased towards flashier quirks, but a quirk like Shinso's, he could make almost any villain surrender just by asking. Shinso blushed and looked away. Yeah, well, can't help what the heart wants. You'd be an amazing hero, Izuku stated. Your quirk is perfect for it. Just think how easily you could stop fights. And property damage would be next to nothing. Shinso's mouth fell open. You really think I could be a hero? With my quirk? Izuku didn't understand the question. Yeah, why couldn't you? I know the entrance exams are skewed towards the flashier quirks, but I'll talk to my dad, he might be able to do something. No, don't you think I have a villain's quirk? I brainwash people, take their free will away. He must have been teased or even bullied for it when he was younger and didn't have as much control. If he used to accidentally brainwash people, he could see how others would turn on him out of fear. It's not a villain's quirk. Izuku beamed at him. Quirks aren't heroic or villainous, it depends how you use them. If you want to use yours to be a hero, then it's a heroic quirk. Shinso looked away again, rubbing at his eyes. Izuku grabbed Shinso's other hand and started pulling him back toward school. Come on. Let's go talk to my dad and see how you can transfer. What? Who's your dad? Aizawa-sensei, one as homeroom teacher. Shinso paled. He's your dad. Laughing, Izuku continued to drag Shinso inside and to the staff room. Most of the teachers were there by now, and they greeted Izuku warmly. Shinso stiffened beside him, refusing to come within 10 feet of Shura's desk. Dad wasn't even in his sleeping bag, so Izuku didn't know what the problem was. Shoyuta glanced from Izuku to Shinso, waiting for one of them to explain. Since Shinso clearly wasn't about to open his mouth, Izuku did. When Izuku finished, Shura's gaze was mostly on Shinso. You want into the hero course, huh? Yes, sir. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have an uphill battle convincing the necessary people. Shinso straightened. I'll do whatever it takes. Shoyuta looked him up and down and grunted. You need to work on your combat. A mental quirk alone won't keep you alive as a hero. Meet me after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays in Gym Epsilon. You mean? Shoyuta grinned. You didn't think I was just going to leave you out to dry, did you? Izuku stifled his giggles. He's a strict teacher, but you'll learn a lot from him. The outcome didn't surprise Izuku in the slightest. It was a shame they couldn't get Shinso into his class faster, but since the sports festival hadn't been enough to convince the school board, they'd have to impress the board another way. And before they did that, they'd need to make sure Shinso was up to par. You'd better. I won't waste my time on someone with no potential. But Izuku is right, you'd make an amazing hero if you train properly. I will, I swear, Shinso said. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Shoyuta waved them off. Now scram so I can finish this paperwork and go home. Izuku mock saluted him and ran back out of the room with Shinso. Shinso was still a little shell-shocked, so he took him back out to their tree so Shinso could process what just happened. He's just like that? Shinso asked. You just asked him. Laughing, Izuku sat down in the shade and patted the grass next to him. Shinso sat down robotically. He was actually the first student to transfer into the hero course because of the sports festival. I didn't know that, Shinso said. He dragged his hands over his face. I can't believe that just happened. That did just happen, right? Do you want me to pinch you? Izuku asked. No, please don't. Shinso took a deep breath and shook his head, then eyed Izuku from the side. Did you just do this to make up for the prank you were doing before? Izuku groaned. It wasn't a prank. Remember how I told you thinking is different as an animal? Do you know what my mind is mostly concerned with when I'm a cat? All cat me cares about is the sunniest napping spot and who will pet me. And then after the first day I didn't know how to explain it, but you really seem to like holding a cat and I didn't want to take that away from you. Shinso turned to stare at him for a few seconds, and then he burst out laughing. You're actually super awkward, aren't you? Izuku buried his face in his hands. He knew he was, but somehow it took people a while to catch on, which always made him feel worse. Next time, instead of offering yourself as a cat, why don't we just go to a cat cafe or something, Shinso suggested. That's a great idea. Izuku lifted his face from his hands. Todoroki would love that too, and Tenya could use something cute and fluffy like that right now. How about Wednesday? I'll bring some of my other friends too, and we can hang out there for a while. I guess, if you really want to actually hang out. Izuku nodded. We can help you study too if you want, that way you can keep up with the hero course curriculum so you don't have to play catch-up when you transfer. Shinso mouthed the word, when, to himself, glancing down at his lap. Izuku grinned to himself. His word choice hadn't been an accident. Alright, yeah. Wednesday, cat cafe. Shinso nodded. Izuku couldn't wait. The next day was Tuesday, and he hung out with just about all of his friends. Only Tenya was missing, having gone to the hospital after school to visit Tensei. Izuku sent his well wishes for Tensei with him. In a weird way, he was almost more worried about Tenya than Tensei. Tenya was pulling away from him, and he had this weird look on his face sometimes. He was more aggressive in their heroics class, kicking Ojiro so hard that day he'd fractured a rib. Even though Tensei was in the hospital, Izuku hadn't physically seen him yet. Being attacked by the hero killer and paralyzed were all distant words to Izuku. He still pictured Tensei's bright smile and corny jokes. If he saw what Tensei was like in a hospital bed, he was sure he'd feel differently. But Tenya was the one he could see, and he didn't always recognize his best friend. Still, he put on a smile for the rest of their friends and tried to pretend everything would be okay. None of them really fell for it, but they pretended they did. On Wednesday, he successfully dragged Tenya and Todoroki with him and Shinso to Nicoland. It was awkward at first. Shinso felt out of place, being the newcomer. Todoroki was just awkward in general, and a new person didn't help. Tenya wasn't in the mood for socialization, though he did force interest when Izuku mentioned Shinso was looking to transfer to their class. That left Izuku to try and keep the conversation going while they walked, which was difficult when every topic felt more like a bad idea than the last. He didn't want to talk about class, because it felt too much like rubbing it in Shinso's face that they were in 1A and he wasn't. He tried to talk about the latest movie he'd seen, but Tenya had seen it with him and neither Todoroki nor Shinso had. It was a blessing when they made it to Nicoland. The cats served as the perfect icebreaker for them. No one could be tense with a cat crawling over them, and watching Todoroki interact with them was the most blessed experience of Izuku's life. The cats sought out his left side like moths to a light, and he had the softest, most awed look on his face Izuku had ever seen. "I want to keep them," Todoroki whispered, attempting to hold 5 cats at once. He was on the floor in one of the pillow nests. The cafe was full of low tables and pillows to sit on, cat trees lining the walls. There was a cat-sized shelf around the top of the room that some of the cats chased each other on, and one lounged in the middle of it now, tail hanging down. Shinso snorted. "I don't think they're up for adoption." "Then I'm staying here forever," Todoroki stated. He sounded so firm Izuku worried they might have to knock him out when it came time to leave. "It's going to be really hard to stay at the top of the class from here," Izuku pointed out. "Who needs grades?" Todoroki retorted. "I don't need top marks to cuddle with cats for the rest of my life." Izuku bit down on his knuckle to keep from laughing at him. He was already blatantly snapping photos by the dozen of this moment, after filming the initial beginning where all the cats approached him. One word, adorable. "I wonder if you morphed if he would even notice it was you," Shinso asked. "Tempting," Izuku said. "But it freaks the cats out when I morph and I don't want to ruin this for him." "I see you've already tried," Shinso said. Oh, he tried all right. He'd gotten so comfortable in a cat pile Shoyuta actually thought Izuku left without him and then proceeded to leave without Izuku. Hisashi grounded both of them for that. "This was a good idea," Tenya said softly, stroking the fat calico in his lap. "Thank you, Izuku." Izuku beamed at him and took a few pictures. "You're welcome." Most of the conversations after that ended up being old childhood stories of the shenanigans Izuku and Tenya had gotten into, which kept the tone light and easy. Some, like all the times his animal traits carried over to his human side, were more embarrassing, but the smiles on everyone's faces were worth it. He just wanted everyone to keep smiling. So, Shinso became a regular appearance after school on the days he didn't train with Shoyuta. Even on those days, Izuku and Todoroki often found themselves at Gym Epsilon with Shinso to help him train. They mostly sparred, but sometimes Shoyuta would have Shinso use his quirk, testing how long he could hold it and how many commands he could give, or how vague his commands could be. On days when it was just him, Todoroki, and Shinso, Izuku worried why Shinso never seemed to want to go home. Shinso never offered any hints, though, and Izuku couldn't think of a tactful way to ask, "Are you being abused?" without scaring Shinso off. Maybe his instincts had been wrong, and Shinso was just desperate for real friends. He hoped that was what it was. So, Izuku didn't find out Tenya's internship placement until after they turned in the forms, and once he learned where Tenya was going he realized that wasn't an accident. Manuel Agency in Hosu, conveniently located near the hospital Tensei was staying at, and a good cover if anyone asked. Also conveniently located in the same city his brother was attacked, and where the hero killer was likely still lurking about. The strange look on Tenya's face made a lot more sense now. "I need you to switch my internship to Manuel Agency," Izuku announced in the car. Both Zashi and Shoyuta shot confused looks over their shoulders. You were looking forward to working with Ryukyu, though, Zashi said. He was. He really was. She was the number 11 hero right now, and she shifted into a dragon. He had 1,000 questions about how she could get that large. If she only had the one size, how? Did she deal with people asking her to shift all the time and the invasive questions that came with it? Really, he'd almost cried when he saw her offer in his pile. Even if realistically he'd probably barely work with the pro herself, he'd be perfectly happy with a single conversation with her. You're worried about Tenya, Shoyuta said, because Shoyuta knew him better than anyone and had probably been expecting this. Yeah. You know why he wants to go to Hosu. He's going to get himself killed. Tenya barely ever beat Izuku in their fights, and the both of them together couldn't beat Tensei, and Tensei had definitely not won against the hero killer. Tenya didn't stand a chance by himself. Manuel won't take him on dangerous patrols, Zashi said. First-year internships are really low risk, you guys won't see much action. Have you seen Tenya this week? He's going to go looking for it. That's why he's not going to Hosu, Shoyuta said. Izuku snapped his jaw shut. But his form. You all filled out 3 choices from your first pick down. There was also the knowledge you might not get any of your choices. Tenya's were all based around Hosu, so I assigned him to an agency in another prefecture. You all find out tomorrow what your official placements are. Izuku leapt between the seats to hug Shoyuta. Thank you. Shoyuta grunted and hugged him back as well as he could with the weird angle. Don't know why you're so surprised. You think I haven't been paying attention to my students? Especially someone who just had a relative put in the hospital like that? He should have known better. Izuku should have 100% expected his dad to pull something like this. He knew Tenya too, and he would have been watching all the same signs Izuku had. Laughing, Izuku pulled back and wiped at his eyes. Silly me. Zashi grinned. Now you don't have to give up working with Ryukyu. Everybody wins. Is that my official placement? Izuku asked. You'll find out tomorrow, just like everyone else, Shoyuta said. Come on please. Izuku begged. No. Buckle your seatbelt. Zashi, start the car before I do. Oh no, never again, Zashi said, turning the car on. Technically, Shoyuta had his license. And technically he'd never gotten a ticket or crashed. But a lot of that had more to do with not getting caught than not deserving one and the other blessedly aware drivers of the road swerving out of the way. Izuku buckled up and continued to pester Shoyuta the whole way about where he and his friends would be interning. It was a losing battle. So, Tenya was assigned to Fatgum. He nearly crumpled the paper when he received his assignment and the necessary info he'd need. Izuku heard it crinkling from the other side of the room. He could be as mad as he wanted. Fatgum worked 2 prefectures away from Hosu, so Tenya would be nowhere near the hero killer. Izuku was assigned to Ryukyu, and to his surprise so was Todoroki. He wasn't complaining, just confused. He wasn't sure what Todoroki hoped to gain from this internship, as he didn't see how their quirks lined up. He explained later that she'd been one of his choices because of how high up in the rankings she was. He still wanted to be a top hero, and he thought she'd be a good mentor in that regard. She also had a sidekick with a fire quirk, so he was hopeful about talking with him a little. After class, Tenya stayed behind to ask about his assignment. Izuku, morphed into a mouse and huddled just outside the door, risked eavesdropping to hear Dad defend his choice. Tenya, I know you're angry, Shoyuta said. And I get it, I really do. The reality of this career is that people you love dearly are going to get hurt, and you can't always go charging after the ones responsible. I wasn't going to. Tenya. Tenya's mouth snapped shut. He's my brother. His voice wavered, on the edge of tears. I know, kid. Shoyuta shuffled around, and Izuku could make out muffled crying. He didn't stay any longer. His dad could handle it, and Izuku would be waiting to finish the job later. And once internships actually started, Izuku was so glad Tenya was nowhere near Hosu. The attack by the League of Villains was bad enough, but there'd also been another victim of the hero killer. Pro-hero native had been found dead in a back alley, having bled out from his injuries. With all the chaos of the attack, no one found him in time. It could have been Tenya. That was all Izuku could think of when he heard the news. His best friend could have been right in the middle of that, and he could have done something stupid and died. Endeavor tracked down the hero killer just 2 days later, and their fight made the evening news. Stain wouldn't give up, even though he couldn't get close enough to Endeavor to use his quirk. Endeavor ended up burning him so badly he died before reaching the hospital. Not many people were upset at the loss. Todoroki froze the table they were eating dinner at. Izuku only barely avoided getting caught in it. Sorry, Todoroki murmured, small flames dancing over his left hand as he thawed his mess. I just hate that this is another thing people will praise him for. Any other hero would get suspended or something. Izuku chipped away some of the ice. It's not fair, he agreed, wishing there was more he could do to help Todoroki feel better. Words wouldn't help anything, and he was already physically doing everything he could, being his friend and keeping him away from Endeavor as much as possible. Todoroki took a deep breath. How do you think Ida is handling it? Izuku was a little scared to find out. He hadn't heard from Tenya throughout the internship, but they were all busy and he tried not to let it bother him. He didn't force the issue over the next few days. He was going to wait until they were all home, but Tenya's train came in earlier than his. Izuku found his best friend waiting for him at his apartment. Tenya stood up at his entrance. Izuku, can we talk? Izuku slid his bag to the ground and looked at Hisashi for help. Shoyuta wasn't home, getting in some extra training with Shinso while classes were out. Hisashi, making himself a sandwich, only smiled and shrugged. Of course. Let me take this to my room first. Allow me. Tenya swooped in and took the bag, leading the way to Izuku's room. It wasn't like Izuku's bag had been heavy. Izuku shared a bewildered look with Hisashi as he followed Tenya. Tenya closed Izuku's door and then gently pushed Izuku to sit on his bed while he paced the floor. I wanted to apologize for my behavior before the internships. Izuku blinked. You were upset, it's understand. That doesn't give me an excuse to take it out on my best friend, Tenya insisted. He tore his glasses off and rubbed at his face. God, Izuku, I was so furious with the hero killer I wanted to fight him myself and get justice for Tensei. I know, Izuku whispered. You weren't exactly subtle. Tenya's quick laugh was a little strangled and desperate. No, subtlety has never been my strong suit. Izuku pat the bed next to him, and Tenya sat down. I'm just glad you're not hurt, considering what happened in Hosu. I know, Tenya said. When I saw those creatures attacking, and then to find out the hero killer struck again in the chaos, I would have used that attack to look for him. If I had found him... Izuku took Tenya's hand and squeezed. Even Endeavor barely won against him, Tenya whispered. I wouldn't have stood a chance. You and so many others tried to tell me that, but I wouldn't listen. If Shuda-sensei hadn't forced me to intern somewhere else, he shook his head, tears slipping down his cheeks. Even though logically I know it was for the best, and I'm glad things turned out the way they did, I'm still so angry. I hate what he did to my brother. You're allowed to be angry, Izuku told him. Shoyuta had told him that plenty of times when Izuku thought about his birth parents. There's nothing wrong with anger. It's what you do with it that counts. Tenya clutched at his shirt with his free hand, the other squeezing Izuku's fingers. What am I supposed to do with this? You use it to be a hero, Izuku said. It was how he channeled his own anger at his father. You use it to grow stronger so you can protect everyone, so no one else has to feel this way. Tenya glanced over at him, and then at the one picture Izuku had of his mother over his desk. Izuku squeezed his hand again. Think of it this way. Now it's your turn to protect Tensei out there. Smiling, Tenya wiped his face again. Yes, I suppose it is. Thank you, Izuku, for sticking by me. I know I haven't been easy. You stuck by me through all my crap over the years. He shrugged. It's about time I return the favor. Tenya spluttered. Your trauma was not crap. Neither is yours, Izuku grinned. Tenya froze for a moment, and then softly smiled and shook his head. He turned slightly to give Izuku a hug, which Izuku eagerly reciprocated. Tenya would likely struggle with this anger for a while, but Izuku would be there every step of the way. He'd be there for all his friends, in whatever way they needed him. Izuku and Todoroki often helped Shinso with his training. Usually, it was a day he wasn't already training with Shoyuta, so they stuck with quirkless sparring. Izuku typically reigned supreme in these matches, having grown up with Shoyuta teaching him. Todoroki relied too much on his quirk and his distance, so he was at a disadvantage when someone got in close. Shinso actually fared better, relying on cheap tricks and scrappy street fighting moves. But there were some days Shoyuta wanted Shinso to practice with his quirk, so he called in Izuku and Todoroki. This was the first chance Shinso had ever really had to play around with his quirk and test the limitations, like how long he could hold someone under and how many commands could he give them at once. Today, Shoyuta wanted Todoroki and Izuku to fight against the brainwashing. Shinso's targets wouldn't always be willing participants, after all. They agreed readily enough and took up positions across from Shinso. "Didn't this give you a massive migraine last time?" Todoroki asked. "Only when I tried to morph," Izuku said. "I just won't morph now." He'd learned his lesson. Satisfied with his answer, Todoroki nodded. It was an easy enough situation to avoid. Except the point of this today was that they needed to fight Shinso's hold. Izuku forgot what it had felt like to not be willingly in his control. Shinso instructed them both to do jumping jacks, and Todoroki rushed to obey. Izuku twitched, half his muscles attempting to obey, the other half knowing they couldn't. It made a weird disconnect in his mind, and he could feel the headache coming. "I said, do jumping jacks," Shinso pushed harder. His hands flailed, but his feet stayed planted. This wasn't any harder than forcing himself to stay on target when he morphed into something with a terrible attention span, which was, honestly, most of his animals. "Jump," Shinso ordered. His knees bent, but Izuku refused to jump and he ended up crashing onto them. Beside him, Todoroki kept doing jumping jacks, but they were a lot less graceful than when he started. With Shinso's divided attention, it gave him more of a chance to break free. "Stand up," Shinso ordered. The fog in Izuku's mind pressed around him. His instinct when he couldn't focus was to shift into a form that could, but he couldn't do that here. He knew he couldn't, it would only end badly. He'd promised he wouldn't try to shift to get out of this. Shinso stepped forward, glaring at him. "I said stand up." The fog pressed around him. It derailed his train of thought and completely obliterated the tracks. It was instinct when he couldn't focus to morph into something that could. He shouldn't morph here, he knew it wouldn't end well. But it was instinct. And he couldn't. He morphed. Or at least he tried to. Like the sports festival, the pain stopped him halfway and he snapped back to human form. The fog from the brainwashing was gone, but there was a haze of pain clouding his thoughts now, and he didn't have the adrenaline from the festival to push it away this time. Hands were all over him, different voices called his name. He blindly reached for the one that meant safety and home, hands scrabbling through the air until a familiar, calloused hand caught it and held on. "I'm right here, Izu, you're okay?" Izuku whimpered in pure disagreement at that. He was not okay. He was so far from okay it wasn't even funny. His head felt like someone lit his brain on fire and then started dribbling it like a basketball. Strong arms pulled him against their chest. Izuku curled against it, breathing in Shuta's comforting coffee and cinnamon scent. Shoyuta continued speaking to him, but Izuku couldn't process any of the words. He hoped they weren't important. Watching Shinso's quirk affect Todoroki and Izuku at the same time was truly something. Right from the start, it was obvious the grip wasn't as tight on Izuku. Todoroki tensed up with the brainwashing. Izuku showed no change when he was pulled under. The only sign had been the vacant look on his face. It was nothing more than sheer dumb luck that made Izuku partially immune to Shinso's quirk, but Shoyuta couldn't help the pride swelling in him as Izuku fought the commands Todoroki obeyed so easily. He let Shinso keep pushing at Izuku. Shinso needed the practice, and it was foolish to think there wouldn't be villains who could fight it off as well as Izuku. Ideally, in a real fight, Shinso would be able to capture and restrain a villain just by holding them like this. But today wasn't about capture, it was about practice. They did enough capture practice with the capture weapon the rest of the time. But it wasn't an easy weapon to master, and Shoyuta suggested quirk practice to give Shinso and his confidence a break. Shinso pushed harder, stepping forward like the proximity would help his quirk. Maybe it did, they'd have to test that somehow. Izuku was on his knees. The blank look on his face was somewhat disturbing. Izuku was never emotionless. Then he started morphing. It was always bizarre to watch his morphing straight on. Usually Izuku was quick enough that the mind didn't process what it was actually seeing, especially if you weren't paying attention. Even when you were, you'd get glimpses of the in-between stage, maybe an elongated neck or patches of green spreading over him, but you didn't really get the full picture. Now, Izuku choked halfway through. He'd shrunken to maybe half his size, fur sprouting from his cheeks, fingers melded into paws, when the process suddenly reversed and he was fully human again. Human again and screaming, clutching at his head as he curled into the fetal position on the floor. Midoriya, both teens yelled. Shinso stepped back, horrified. Todoroki, free from the brainwashing it looked like, stepped forward, dropping beside Izuku and putting a hand on his back. Shoyuta was already next to them, calling for Izuku. His son had stopped screaming at least, but the sobbing wasn't any easier to hear. "It's okay, Izuku, you're going to be okay." "He said he wouldn't morph," Todoroki whispered, trembling beside them. "He knew this would happen?" Shoyuta demanded. Izuku had told him he'd had a headache after their match at the sports festival. This was not the simple little headache he was led to believe. Izuku reached a hand out, feeling blindly through the air. Shoyuta grasped it. He'd always grab this hand. "I'm right here, Izu, you're okay?" Izuku squeezed his hand with everything he had. God, he sounded like he was in so much pain. "I'm sorry," Shinso gasped out. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Ah, great, he had a guilty student to deal with on top of his injured son. "This isn't your fault," Shoyuta stated. "I kept pushing," Shinso said. "I shouldn't have pushed so hard." "You did what I told you to do," Shoyuta said. "You're not at fault here." It was his job as the teacher to make sure everyone was safe. And if Izuku and Todoroki knew one of them was not safe, then they were the ones responsible for saying something. Hopefully they learned their lesson. Todoroki was close to panicking, biting his lip with wide eyes. He might not be the one sobbing in pain, but he did have to watch his friend suffer. That was sometimes even more effective. Shoyuta carefully lifted Izuku into his arms. Izuku had always been on the smaller side, and Shoyuta didn't even feel the physical weight right now. The sobs tapered off, and Izuku curled into him, pressing his face against Shuta's chest and breathing deeply. May he find whatever comfort he could right now. "I'm taking him to Recovery Girl. Practice is obviously over." He pushed himself to his feet and made a beeline for the doors. Izuku whimpered at all the movement, and the sound went straight to Shuta's chest and squeezed. "I've got you, Izu, I promise. I'm not going anywhere." He kept up a litany of soothing platitudes. The more he talked, the more Izuku seemed to calm down, though he still didn't open his eyes, and his face was still scrunched in pain. He didn't run to Recovery Girl's office. He wouldn't risk dropping Izuku like that. But he did power walk, and he must have had his scary glare, as Hizashi called it, because the few people he passed leaped out of his way. She was still treating a third-year hero student, thankfully, otherwise he might have missed her at this time of day. "Aizawa? What, oh dear," set him on the bed. She dropped the bandage she was unwrapping from the third year and rotated her stool to the next bed, where Shoyuta delicately placed Izuku. Or, tried to place him, might be the better phrase. Izuku wouldn't let go of his shirt, and Shoyuta didn't have the heart to make him. He ended up on the bed with Izuku in his lap. As quick as he could, he explained what happened with Shinso. Recovery Girl sighed. "Yes, this happened last time too." She pecked his cheek. The effects were immediate. Izuku's face relaxed, and he risked opening an eye. "Dad." "Right here," Shoyuta whispered. "What have I told you about scaring me like that, huh?" The smile was weak at best, but any kind of smile was better than that awful look of pain. "Sorry. I wasn't going to morph, honest. It's just hard to think like that, I couldn't stop it." He'd accept that explanation for now. They could discuss it in detail later, when his son didn't have a migraine. Recovery Girl offered some pain meds and told Izuku to sleep it off before going back to the third year. "Can I take him home?" Shoyuta asked. That'll be fine, Recovery Girl assured him. I recommend not morphing for a day at least. No arguments here, Izuku muttered. Shoyuta took a deep breath, calming down from the adrenaline rush. Izuku was okay. Potentially grounded for not telling Shoyuta vital information about Shinsu's quirk on him, but okay. He texted Hizashi to meet him at the car with their stuff. Izuku rode on his back this time, face tucked into Shuta's neck and away from all the lights, and they swung by the gym again to pick up Izuku's bag. Todoroki and Shinso had cleaned up as much as they could, leaving Izuku's bag by the door for them to grab. Shoyuta shut off the lights and locked up, grabbed Izuku's bag, and then went to the car. Hizashi met them there a few minutes later, carrying his and Shuta's bags and frowning. What happened? He asked. Quirk accident, Shoyuta said. Left Izu with a killer migraine. Hizashi hummed in sympathy and lightly ruffled Izuku's hair. Izuku leaned into it. He finally unlocked the car then and Shoyuta climbed into the back seat with Izuku so his son could continue to curl up against him. It put his own mind at ease after watching him drop earlier. Hizashi didn't look surprised, and he turned the radio off and suffered through the silence so they wouldn't aggravate Izuku's headache. The kid was half asleep on him, and Shoyuta ran his hands through his hair. When they made it home, he carried Izuku up to their apartment again. Izuku, sleepily draped over his back, didn't protest. Thankfully, Izuku's bed was more nest than actual bed, so it was easy enough to slip him off and tuck him in. Izuku stirred long enough to find the Eraserhead plush Nemuri custom ordered for him, and then buried his face under a pillow. Shoyuta ruffled the kid's hair fondly. He'd love to stay all night, but he still had work to do and he had patrol later, on top of that. Situations like this was why Nemuri had gotten that plush for Izuku, so that when he couldn't physically be here because of work, Izuku could still hold on to him. I'll be in the living room if you need me. Thanks, Dad, Izuku whispered. Love you. Love you too, kid. He managed to keep the cats from getting in and shut Izuku's door, just so that whatever noise he and Hizashi made wouldn't bother him. Then he slumped over the kitchen table, where Hizashi had already started grading. Shoyuta was so glad he never assigned this kind of work. The benefit of teaching heroics was that it was all performance-based, so all his grading technically happened during class. The downside was that his class prep couldn't be done too far in advance. He had to constantly change things based on how his students were progressing or address problems he noticed. He took notes during class, but he made more in-depth summaries afterwards, and that was what he focused on now while Hizashi graded his ridiculous amount of homework assignments. They had leftovers for dinner, and he poked his head into Izuku's room to find him sound asleep. He let him sleep and shut the door again. The next time he checked was right before patrol. Izuku stirred a little and slurred his way through wishing him luck, flopping back down on his pillows. Smiling to himself, Shoyuta went on his patrol. The migraine didn't ease up until late at night. By then, Shoyuta had gone on patrol and Izuku had slept so much he knew he'd epically screwed up his sleep schedule for the next week. When he got up, he changed out of his gym clothes into his actual pajamas and ventured out of his room in search of dinner. The cats immediately swarmed him. He, understandably, drew animals to himself like a magnet. They were usually all over him while he was around. Hizashi was still up watching TV when he came out. Hey, how you feeling? Still a little headache, but it's bearable. That's good. Made up a plate of dinner for you in the fridge, just needs to be reheated. Thanks, Zashi. They were just leftovers from the last few nights, but Izuku appreciated not having to dig it all out of the fridge himself. Once it reheated, he joined Hizashi on the couch to watch whatever comedy he'd put on. Hizashi went to bed afterwards, and Izuku went into his room to attempt all the homework he still needed to finish. He also texted Todoroki and Shinso, even though it was late. On the off chance they were up worrying about it, this should set their minds at ease. If not, they'd be happy to wake up and know he was okay. As expected, Todoroki didn't respond. Shinso did, though almost immediately. He sent 5 texts in a row, all different forms of apologies and accusations. Izuku calmed him down as much as he could, and then demanded he try and get some sleep. Shinso, I barely sleep anyway, don't worry about it. Midoriya, That's not healthy, you need sleep. Shinso, insomnia's a beach like that. Midoriya, sad face. I'ma fight your insomnia. Shinso, that's really not necessary. Shinso, but thanks. Izuku smiled. He continued to text Shinso for another hour or so while working on his homework, just until Shoyuta came back from patrol. He wasn't surprised when his dad came in to check on him before anything else. He leaned against the doorway, taking a deep breath to settle himself before he pushed off to come hug Izuku. Izuku melted into the embrace. I'm sorry for scaring you. Why didn't you tell me this could happen with Shinso's quirk? I never would have asked you to help him if I'd known. Izuku shrugged. I figured as long as I didn't morph, it would be fine. And I forgot I never brought it up specifically. You were at the sports festival, Sue, that wasn't fair to Shoyuta. Yes, he'd been at the festival, but he'd also still been on a lot of painkillers. Shoyuta inhaled sharply. You really thought I knew this could happen, and asked you to do it anyway? No, of course not. I thought the plan was to avoid it happening, so it didn't matter. Shoyuta shook his head. You potentially getting hurt always matters, kiddo. I know you want to help Shinso, but we're not doing it at your expense, okay? Okay. Izuku wasn't exactly eager to repeat that killer headache. Without Recovery Girl, it would probably take him days to bounce back. Hell, it would probably take hours until he could even open his eyes. Shoyuta held on to him for another moment before finally pulling away. You should try and get some more sleep so you don't mess up your schedule too bad. Izuku glanced at his homework. He hadn't touched his English or history yet, since he knew Hizashi and Namuri would give him as much time as he needed to make it up. Math and science was another matter. He'd almost finished his math homework, and truthfully he wasn't sure he could concentrate on biology even if he wanted to. He didn't even entertain the idea of reading his literature assignment. One missed assignment isn't going to tank your grade, Shoyuta said. And you know ectoplasm and Cementos will understand anyway. He knew that, but he still wanted to finish it if he could. Shoyuta flipped off the desk light and closed the textbook. Bedtime, come on. Sighing, Izuku gave in. He went to brush his teeth while Shoyuta changed into pajamas and got ready himself. He tried to curl up in bed again, and he even let the cats in, but they weren't the body heat he was looking for right now. He'd always slept better with someone else around, and he'd snuck into his dad's room plenty of times over the years. Typically he could do it as a cat, and Shoyuta wouldn't even know it was him and not one of the other strays. Sometimes he thought Shoyuta knew anyway. Had to have at least guessed Izuku did it sometimes, even if he didn't notice when it happened. The green cat fur he left behind was a dead giveaway. Shoyuta never brought it up, though, meaning he didn't mind. Izuku couldn't be a cat tonight, and he was a little old to climb into his dad's bed to sleep. But he kind of didn't care. Shoyuta had barely settled in his own room when Izuku crept into his room. Snorting, Shoyuta wordlessly lifted an edge of his blanket. Izuku dove into it curled up against his side. They both relaxed as the cats found their way in and claimed whatever spot they could find. Izuku settled into the familiar warmth and let himself drift off to sleep again. Shoyuta shook him awake hours later. Hey, if you're going to school you need to get up now. He was already dressed, and Izuku smelled fresh coffee on him. Izuku pushed himself up without thinking about it, ignoring the pounding in his head. I'm up. Shoyuta ruffled his hair. You sure you're up for classes? I'll be fine, Izuku automatically responded, rubbing the grit out of his eyes. How was he still this tired even after all that sleep? Alright. Zashi made breakfast. Nodding, Izuku shuffled out of bed and into the kitchen. He winced at the kitchen light, throwing a hand up to shade his eyes. Miso soup and a rolled omelet waited for him on the table. Normally there would be music playing. Hizashi couldn't stand silence, plus he just really loved music. Today the kitchen was quiet, and Izuku almost told Hizashi to put the radio on. Except his head did hurt, and it wasn't going away now that he was up. Morning, Aizu, Hizashi waved from the sink, cleaning up a few things. How are you feeling? The immediate reaction was to glare. He was tired, and he did not have the energy to deal with conversation and people. Oh, God, he'd only been up for 2 minutes. Could he really make it through an entire school day? Izuku. Hisashi asked. Nope. He was not putting up with this all day. I'm going back to bed. Their muffled laughter followed him to his room. He closed the door without commenting on it and flopped onto his bed. Shoyuta wasn't at all surprised when Izuku took one look at Hisashi's obnoxious morning personality and decided today wasn't worth it. Hisashi was slightly offended, especially because he had been toning it down for once, which just made Shoyuta laugh more. Grumbling, Hisashi put Izuku's breakfast in the fridge for later. Shoyuta pulled out some painkillers and got a glass of water before creeping into Izuku's room. The kid hadn't fallen back asleep yet, but he had burrowed under all his blankets and stuffed animals. Only his fluffy green hair was visible. Shoyuta put the painkillers and water on the nightstand, and then he sat on the edge of the bed and tried to find Izuku's shoulder. I just want to check in real fast, okay? Then you can sleep. The lump of bedding shifted, and a stuffed All Might fell aside to show Izuku peeking up at him. Still have a headache? Yeah. There's some ibuprofen and water here for you. It'll help. Izuku's eyes slid to his nightstand and he hummed. Do you want to see if Recovery Girl can do anything? Shoyuta offered. No, I'm just going to sleep it off. Alright, if you change your mind, just let me know. I'll be checking in between classes. That was normal when Izuku stayed home from school. True, he'd be napping most of the day, but this wasn't the kind of thing that would knock Izuku out for hours. As long as he texted back before the next class break when Shoyuta could check his phone, he wouldn't panic. And even if he didn't text before that break, Shoyuta wouldn't act on his panic until the second one. Even then, he'd call before doing anything else. Can you check on Shinso? Izuku asked. He probably feels really bad. Yeah, I'll check on him, Shoyuta agreed. Need anything before I go? Izuku thought about it for a moment and shook his head. Alright, get some rest. Nodding, Izuku reached over for the pills and then snuggled into his blankets again. Shoyuta kept the door open so the cats could get in. He wasn't too worried about leaving Izuku home alone. Even if he stayed, Izuku was just going to sleep all day, maybe do that homework he hadn't gotten to. It would be illogical for Shoyuta to stay home with him for something so minor. But that was his kid. His kid was hurting, and no matter how minor, Shoyuta was going to worry. Hisashi had to drag him to UA and constantly tell him that everything would be fine. If nothing else, he needed to talk to Shinso and Todoroki. They had to be freaking out. If Shoyuta stayed home as well, they'd absolutely lose it. So he forced himself to go to UA. He didn't have a chance to catch Shinso before classes, barely making it to his own homeroom on time. Todoroki noticed him come in alone, eyes cutting over to Izuku's empty seat, and then back to Shoyuta in clear panic. He wasn't the only one who noticed Izuku's absence, and a few students were asking where he was. Settle down, Shoyuta stated in his usual deadpan. Midoriya is taking the day off, you don't need to concern yourselves about it. He made eye contact with Todoroki as he said it, hopefully putting the boy at ease. Todoroki frowned, one hand disappearing under the desk and not so subtly reaching for his phone. Shoyuta let him and continued with his announcements. If Todoroki didn't want to pay attention, that was his own choice. Later, he was accosted on his way to lunch by Shinso. He held up a hand before Shinso could even get a word out. Izuku is fine. He still has a bit of a headache and wasn't up for classes. He said he was fine, Shinso muttered, crossing his arms. It's just a headache, it's not the end of the world, Shoyuta said. It was easy to say that now, but if the last time he'd seen Izuku was when he'd been screaming bloody murder, he wouldn't be easy to convince either. Shinsu's mouth twisted and he looked out the window. You'll still? Shoyuta waited for him. He'd noticed Shinso had trouble asking questions sometimes. He could guess why, of course, but other than giving Shinso the time and space to ask, he hadn't figured out the best way to address it. Judging by how Shinso twisted his mouth again and frowned at the floor, that probably wouldn't be enough this time. You can ask me anything, he prompted as gently as he could. Tomorrow, Shinso said. We're still. Shoyuta reached out to ruffle Shinso's hair. Yes. We're still training tomorrow. I'm not mad at you about what happened. Izuku should have told me that could happen, and it isn't your fault he reacts to your quirk that way. Shinso relaxed considerably and nodded. Shoyuta pushed him towards lunch and continued to the staff room for his own lunch, checking in with Izuku along the way. Izuku sent him a picture of two of their cats sleeping on his face while he made a thumbs up next to them. He figured that would be the end of it, but Shinso and Todoroki found him after school as well and asked if they could head over to check on Izuku. "I know he's been texting you both all day," Shoyuta stated, raising a brow. "Just because he says he's fine over text doesn't mean he is," Todoroki insisted. He narrowed his eyes at the ground. "I can never tell what people really mean over text anyway." Todoroki had all the social skills of a rock. He probably had a hard enough time reading people when they were in front of him. Something as static as a text message would be impossible. "We won't stay long," Shinso promised. He pointed at Todoroki. "He's got extra notes for Midoriya, too." Realistically, Shoyuta could have taken the notes home with him and passed them along. But both boys had been worrying about Izuku as much as he had all day, and it would be another hour or two before Shoyuta could get home. If Izuku was up for it, this would set his own mind at ease as well. And if any of Shuta's students were going to check on Izuku, he preferred it to be these two. Both were relatively quiet and low energy. "Let me see how he's feeling." The boys brightened, though if you didn't know them it would be hard to tell. For Todoroki, it was in the eyes, the way they widened ever so slightly and turned towards him while he stood a little straighter. Shinso put his hands in his pockets and leaned back, lips twitching in a smile. Izuku was only too happy to have the boys over, so Shoyuta sent them on their way. Todoroki had been over before, so he could guide Shinso. He smiled after them, wondering if he'd find all three napping on each other when he got home. So, by the time Todoroki and Shinso came over, Izuku was more than ready for people. The last of his headache had faded not long after lunch, and he'd spent the afternoon finishing the homework he'd neglected the night before. The two of them coming over was a welcome change. They barely made it past the door before the cats were on them. They liked Todoroki almost as much as they liked Izuku, pawing at his left side until he finally gave them attention. Shinso eyed them and then looked up at Izuku. "They're actual cats, right? You don't have siblings?" Izuku spluttered. "What? No, of course not, they're real cats." Shinso nodded and reached out to scratch one on the head. They ended up in the living room, Shinso and Todoroki on the couch with the cats while Izuku sat at the coffee table and went over Todoroki's notes. He occasionally asked Todoroki questions about the material, but for the most part it was straightforward enough. It was a quiet afternoon, and Izuku was grateful to his friends. While he hated worrying them, it was nice to know they cared. Shoyuta and Zashi came home with pizza for dinner. Todoroki, predictably, had never had it before and tried it with some trepidation. Shinso had had it and loved it, and he devoured 3 pieces by himself with no problem, and shyly took a 4th when Shoyuta wordlessly put it on his plate. After dinner, Todoroki had to leave to make it home before Endeavor. Shinso hesitated a bit longer, and Izuku wanted to shove him back onto the couch and bury him in cats while demanding answers from him. Trust was a fickle thing, though, and while Izuku didn't think Shinso could get away so easily now that Shoyuta was personally training him for the hero course, he imagined Shinso could still find ways to avoid him if he wanted to. He didn't want to press too hard and push Shinso away. He still hesitated in the doorway while Shinso put his shoes back on to head home. "Hey, Shinso." Izuku started. Shinso grunted. "If you can come over again whenever you need to," Izuku finally said, giving him the same blanket invitation he'd given Todoroki. "It doesn't matter what time it is or why. Just, if you need to go somewhere, you can come here." Shinso paused, left shoe only half on, and looked up at Izuku. "What makes you think I need somewhere to go?" Izuku shrugged. "I'm guessing mostly. You're really good at not talking about your home life, but when we met, I just had this feeling." Shinso eyed him for another minute. "I'm fine." Izuku let him have it. "Sure. But the offer is still there. Don't be afraid to come over though, okay? Dad and Zashi have weird hours, odds are one of us will be awake no matter the time." "I'll keep that in mind," Shinso said quietly. Then even quieter, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Izuku said. "And thanks for coming over today." Shinso made a hasty retreat after that. Not for the first time, Izuku wished he could do more. Todoroki had been so much easier. He'd approached Izuku, all but screaming for help. And while actually fixing things for Todoroki was far from easy, Izuku could at least be there to support him now. Whatever Shinso was going through, he was insisting on going through it alone. Well, not for much longer if Izuku had anything to say about it. The next day, during lunch, Izuku scoured the cafeteria until he found Shinso and then all but dragged him to his lunch table with Tenya, Todoroki, and all his other friends from 1A. Shinso balked at all the people. He knew some of them, of course, but half the class was at the table and that was intimidating for any new person. "They don't bite, I promise," Izuku said, pushing him into the seat next to Todoroki. "And you'll be in the class one day, so you might as well start getting to know them now." "Oh, you're transferring into our class?" Uraraka asked. Shinso rubbed the back of his neck. "Not officially. I want to, and Aizawa-sensei is helping, but..." He trailed off and shrugged. "That's exciting. Can we do anything to help?" Uraraka asked. Shinso physically leaned back in surprise at her easy and honest generosity. Azui put a finger to her cheek. "We can do homework together, to keep you up to date with our coursework, Karo." "He'll need volunteers to train his quirk with, too," Todoroki said, innocently sipping at his water. "Since Midoriya is banned from ever doing that again." Izuku couldn't even offer a defense against that. Yeah, I'm banned." "So banned," Shinso agreed. "Do I want to know what happened?" Tenya asked. Izuku sighed and propped his chin on his hand. "Because of my quirk, I have a bit of a natural defense to Shinsu's, but it comes at the price of a major migraine if I push it too far. That's why I wasn't here yesterday." "You call that a major migraine?" Shinso cut in. "We thought you were dying," Todoroki added, indignant. It brought looks of horror to everyone else's faces, so they had to explain the whole story, and Izuku had to go into detail about some of the effects his own quirk had on him, which only raised more questions. "Is that why you used to lick your hand to rub your face?" Azui asked. "You did it all the time in school." Izuku, bright red, tried to shrink in his seat. "Yeah. If I spend too long as an animal, some of the habits carry over. That's one of them." "That's adorable," Uraraka stated. "You should see him chase a laser pointer," Tenya, Izuku's now ex-best friend, mentioned with a grin. Izuku groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Why would you bring that up?" "Wait, important question," Shinso said. "As a human or as a cat?" Izuku peeked through his fingers to glare at Shinso. "A human," Tenya said. Izuku kicked him under the table. "I'm going to start telling them all your embarrassing stories." "I've done nothing I'm ashamed of," Tenya said. "Not even that time in the park when you got so excited for the ice cream truck you activated your quirk and smacked into the side of it?" Color bloomed on Tenya's cheeks. He coughed. "Oh, accidents happen." Izuku raised a brow. If Tenya wanted to play this game, Izuku had plenty more to offer. Uraraka grinned, eyes darting between the two, and eagerly awaited Izuku's next story. "There was also the time you were running, slipped in a puddle, and ended up in a garbage can." Honestly, half of Tenya's life had been spent tripping over stuff while he figured out how to get his quirk under control and keep up with that kind of speed. Izuku could list the different mishaps and crashes for days. The best one, though, wasn't when he'd been running. "Like I said, accidents happen," Tenya said. The pink on his cheeks was starting to darken. "Are you going to make me bring up the sleepover?" Izuku challenged. The blush spread over Tenya's nose. "Don't you dare." Wait, what happened at the sleepover?" Uraraka asked. "Izuku," Tenya warned. "I thought you had nothing to be ashamed of?" Izuku teased. "I'm not ashamed, I would just prefer if they didn't know about that." "Midoriya, you have to tell us now." Uraraka said. "Do not." Tenya said. "Izuku, please, my reputation as class representative depends on it." Uraraka just about died at that. Tenya made it sound like it was so much worse than it was, and his reputation would probably be fine. Izuku would bet all of them had embarrassing stories from childhood while trying to learn how to use their quirks. They'd understand. But if it meant this much to Tenya, he'd save the story for later. He might need the blackmail for something stronger later on. Alright, but no more stories about me. Deal, Tenya agreed. Come on. Uraraka complained. Have to say, I'm disappointed too, Shinso agreed. Izuku shrugged. I can't waste potential blackmail material like that. Tenya spluttered and went on about proper hero conduct while the others laughed. Shinso fit right in with him, and he often joined them at lunch after that. Izuku still had to physically invite him, but he came much more willingly. Sometimes he said no, he wanted to eat with his classmates that day or couldn't handle people right then, and Izuku let him. Building trust was slow, but Izuku needed Shinso to know he could trust them, and that meant they had to do this at Shinso's pace. That was what Izuku kept reminding himself of any time Shinso turned down his lunch invite, or any time after school when he didn't want to hang out. They seemed to have time at least. Whatever was wrong with Shinso's home life, it didn't seem to be physical at all. And then Shinso showed up at school with matching cuts under his eyes and over the bridge of his nose. He barely let Izuku look at him during lunch before roughly telling him no and walking out of the cafeteria altogether. Izuku seethed as he sat down next to Todoroki. Is this how you felt when you thought Dad was hurting me? He demanded. Todoroki eyed him up and down, humming. I don't think I was angry. I thought I'd found someone who understood, so if anything I was excited. Maybe hopeful, or relieved that I wasn't alone. That made sense. Izuku nodded. Eat quickly. I'm going to go find him and I want your help. Of all his friends, Todoroki was the only one Izuku had mentioned his concerns about Shinso to. Part of that was simply because he ended up spending the most time with Todoroki while trying to keep him away from his own home. But out of everyone else, Todoroki was also the only one who would understand why Izuku couldn't just shake the answers out of Shinso. What's going on? Azui asked. Secret mission, Izuku said between mouthfuls of food. Todoroki slurped his soba in record time, and then the two of them were off, leaving behind a table full of bewildered classmates. Alright, where would he go? Izuku muttered. Someplace he doesn't want to be found. Bathrooms are too public, Todoroki said. Can't you turn into something and sniff him out? Izuku twisted his face. I can try, but I'm awful at that. If I had something that smelled like him, maybe, but without a starting scent I don't think I'd get very far. It was a skill he was going to have to work on. It would be helpful for all sorts of reasons in the field. Could he get up to the roof somehow? Todoroki asked. Izuku shrugged and they made for the stairs. The door to the roof was still locked, but Izuku did hear someone else in the stairwell. He led Todoroki to the ground floor, where they found Shinso curled up under the stairs and hiding in the shadows. Go away, Shinso bit out. I'm not in the mood today. I know, Izuku said, sitting on the floor in front of him anyway. He had to look up pointedly at Todoroki for the latter to do the same. But you're hurt and I want to help. You can't do anything. Shinso pulled his knees tighter to his chest. He was the tallest out of the three of them, but right now he looked even smaller than Izuku. Maybe not, Todoroki agreed. But Aizawa-sensei might be able to. What do you know? Shinso spat. I know you think if you ask for help, you'll be admitting you're weak, Todoroki said. Think you're going to be a hero, so you should be able to save yourself. Shinso stilled as Todoroki talked, eyes glancing over at him. Izuku tried not to grin. This was why he'd wanted Todoroki here. For Todoroki, the experience was fresh, still raw. Izuku couldn't connect the same way, not when his memories were years old and buried under better ones. He didn't have the experience hiding his home life the way these two did, didn't know what it was like to feel helpless for so long. Shouldn't I? Shinso whispered. I'm not even in the hero course. If I have to ask for help now, how do I have any right to be accepted into it? Because it's not weak to ask for help, Izuku said. Heroes call for backup all the time. Shinso thought that over for a few moments, fingers twisting in his sleeves. I can't. These fosters aren't so bad. Who's to say the next ones won't be worse? I can handle being ignored, and the muzzle, it's not that bad. Muzzle? Izuku stared at the cuts across Shinso's face, puzzle pieces clicking together. The cuts were from a muzzle. His fosters muzzled him so tightly it cut his face. Technically, my old man isn't so bad either, Todoroki said. He never draws blood and he only hits me in training. Even then, he's careful not to hurt me too much. Shinso looked up at him with wide eyes, mouth falling open. I'm not worried he'll accidentally kill me, Todoroki said, squirming slightly at the attention. But when I told Izuku about it, he almost cried. He made me tell Sensei right away, and Sensei immediately opened an investigation against my father. Shinso trailed off, obviously at a loss for words. Izuku scooted next to Todoroki to knock shoulders with him and draw him out of his memories. We both understand. I haven't been abused in years, but there's a reason I was in foster care in the first place. Shinsu's gaze traveled to Izuku. You and me, Todoroki started, looking down at his hand. We're so used to being treated the way we are we don't even realize how bad it is anymore. I've been spending a lot of time with Midoriya and Sensei, and it's so calm with them. Their apartment feels like a real home. My dad can help you, Izuku promised. Things don't have to be the worst they could possibly be for you to get out of there. Shinso tightened his hold around his knees again. Even if he does prove I'm being abused, the next place will be just as bad. Izuku frowned. He knew the horror stories of foster care, and he was grateful every day that his own experience had been kind and rather uneventful. It didn't seem like Shinso had been so lucky. We know a foster family that could take you. They took me in for a few months before. Shinso looked up at him, something like hope hiding in his eyes. Izuku smiled and held a hand out. What do you say? Want to talk to my dad about what's really going on? We can do it after school, if you want to think about it, Todoroki offered. Class will start soon, and I know I needed time to process the offer. Shinso nodded. Yeah, after school. We can talk then. Izuku agreed. They only had about 10 minutes left of lunch, and since Shinso hadn't eaten anything they dragged him to the cafeteria and shoved whatever food they could find at him. After that they all had to race to class. Tenya raised a brow at him when he stumbled through the door, panting. What are you up to? Izuku shared a look with Todoroki and grinned. Secret mission. You're getting involved in someone else's business, aren't you? Tenya asked flatly. Maybe. Izuku jogged across the room to his desk seconds before the final bell. It was a rough afternoon to get through. Izuku was distracted with thoughts of Shinso, and got blasted in the face by Bakugo during an obstacle course. He'd been a falcon at the time, easily gliding through every obstacle, when Bakugo dropped in out of nowhere to take the lead. Izuku was still blinking spots out of his vision, and his mouth hurt. His beak had caught the worst of it, which meant it was kind of a general ache over the lower half of his face now. Injuries were always interesting between his animal forms and his human forms. He tried to avoid getting hurt as much as possible, just because it was so unpredictable. He didn't want to lose an extra tentacle as an octopus and then morph back and find he was missing his arm. I'm going to freeze him in a block of ice one day, Todoroki promised, handing over a small chunk of said ice so Izuku could press it to his face. They were both hanging around after school waiting for Shinso. While that would be entertaining, please don't get in trouble for my sake, Izuku said. So as long as I stay out of trouble, you have no issues with this? Todoroki asked. Sure, go wild, Izuku said. Well, you look like crap, Shinso said, coming up the hallway to meet them. This is what you have to look forward to when you transfer, Izuku muttered before promptly pressing the ice against his mouth. He snorted. That's a real glowing recommendation there. You get to hit back. It's fun. Todoroki offered a thumbs up, face set in a bored, unamused look. Humming, Shinso stopped in front of them, hands in his pockets. You're really selling it. I mean, you still want into the course, so I think we are, Izuku said. Touché. Wordlessly, Izuku started leading them all towards a lounge room. He'd texted his dad earlier to give him a heads up, but he hadn't added any specifics about what he wanted to talk about. Shoyuta had probably figured it out, though. Shinso shows up with a massive cut on his face, and now Izuku wants to talk in private? Really, he'd be more surprised if his dad hadn't guessed. He paused outside the door, giving Shinso a chance to change his mind. Shinso seemed to need it, staring up at the door and swallowing thickly. Do you really think this is worth the risk? He asked Todoroki. Todoroki nodded. I do. They can't get me out from Endeavor entirely, yet, but they give me reasons to be out of the house all the time. That's enough sometimes. Shinso took another deep breath and nodded at Izuku. Izuku opened the door. Shoyuta waited for Izuku after school, like he'd promised. He reserved one of the staff lounges. If he was right about what this conversation would be, he didn't want it to be in an uncomfortable room like Todoroki's. He was reviewing All Might's notes from training that afternoon, trying to make heads or tails of it, when the door opened. Like he expected, Izuku led Shinso in with him. Todoroki's presence was a surprise, but not unexpected. The cut on Shinso's face looked worse up close. He wondered how Shinso had explained it to his classmates all day. He let the kids sit together on the couch while he took the stool on the other side of the coffee table. Izuku and Todoroki pushed Shinso into the middle, and Shinso nearly curled in on himself. Shoyuta might have to warn Izuku not to smother his friends. Not everyone could handle the obscene levels of physical affection Izuku seemed to crave. He fully expected to find Izuku curled up as a cat in his bed with him tonight. Kid thought he didn't know about that particular habit, but he was the only cat that always tried to get on his chest somehow to feel his heartbeat. Shinso took a deep breath. His hands shook on his thighs. If they said you, he swallowed and shut his eyes. You could get me out of my foster home and make sure I don't go somewhere worse. I can, Shoyuta promised. Are they responsible for that cut? Shinso nodded wordlessly. More interesting were Todoroki and Izuku's reactions, because both boys stared at the ground murderously. They muzzled him, Izuku spat. It took a moment for the words to really sink in, and when they did Shoyuta had to keep a tight rein on his emotions. Is that true? Shinso nodded. They don't, it's usually not so tight. I got mouthy Friday night and they were mad. Shoyuta didn't know which part of that statement he wanted to pick apart first. All of it infuriated him on different levels, and he was glad he'd been able to guess at the nature of this meeting, because he already had a report started and he wanted Shinso out of that house. Izuku beat Shoyuta to the punch. There shouldn't be a usually. You shouldn't have to worry that saying the wrong thing will get you muzzled. Making them mad isn't supposed to hurt you. Everything he said was true, but Shinso and Todoroki looked like Izuku was speaking a different language. Izuku, settle down, Shoyuta said. He debated sending Izuku and Todoroki into the hall to wait. The two of them getting worked up about this wouldn't get them anywhere, and Shinso might not want them to know everything. Right now, though, he felt Shinso needed their support more. They always have, Shinso admitted quietly, tearing his gaze away from Izuku to stare at his shoes. Ever since my quirk. Nothing about your quirk gives anybody a reason to muzzle you, Shoyuta stated. When your quirk came in, your caretakers should have worked with you to help you understand and control it. Nothing else. Shinso looked at him the way he'd been looking at Izuku before, like he didn't understand the words coming out of his mouth. It physically hurt to see that expression on Shinso's face. No one should be confused at the idea of parents being kind and caring. Shoyuta resolved to take care of Shinso's case quickly. Todoroki's was taking a while because it was difficult to gather enough evidence against a top hero, and the case needed to be kept secret so Endeavor couldn't bury any skeletons. Shinso's guardians didn't have that kind of protection, and Shoyuta was going to exploit it swiftly and ruthlessly. He dug a folder out from the pile of paperwork he'd left on the table, the half-started report for Shinso's case. I'm going to open a case against your foster parents. Shinso eyed the folder warily. You're not, Midoriya said you know another family. Shoyuta nodded. We do. They'd be happy to take you in if that's where you want to go. I just don't want the next one to be worse. If he'd had nothing but bad experience after bad experience in his foster homes, his fears made sense. Shoyuta couldn't fault him for keeping quiet about all of this with that knowledge. I'll make sure it isn't, Shoyuta stated. I'm going to ask you for specifics on your current home, but we can do that another day if you're not up for it now. No, I want to do it now, Shinso said. Do you want us here? Izuku asked. Todoroki and I can wait outside if you don't want us to hear. Shinso thought about it before nodding. Father, the fewer people? Izuku reached over to squeeze his hand before he and Todoroki left the room. Something in Shinso seemed to relax with fewer people around. "Whenever you're ready," Shoyuta said, pulling out paper to write everything down. "We can start with this weekend if you want." Taking a deep breath, Shinso steeled his nerves and started talking. Shoyuta almost lost his temper several times while Shinso talked. It took an hour for Shinso to tell him what his home life was like, and Shoyuta had never wanted to harm civilians more in his life. Well, civilians might be a generous term. In his eyes, they'd already crossed the line to criminal. When Shinso finished, that was almost worse. His current guardians were mostly negligent. Shinso could stay out as late as he wanted and they wouldn't question it, and in Shinso's own words, seemed to prefer when he wasn't home anyway. But not being home meant he didn't always get food. Being home didn't mean he always got food either, if he accidentally asked a question before dinner. They feared his quirk so much that even though he never used it in front of them, they slammed the muzzle on him the second his voice turned inquisitive. While this was all undoubtedly horrible, it didn't leave a lot of evidence. All they had to prove it was Shinso's word and the photo Shoyuta took of the cuts on his face. Neither were going to go very far convicting his guardians of abuse, especially when they had other kids they didn't treat so horribly. They doted on the younger kids and pretended Shinso didn't exist. He quietly fumed about it all the way home, channeling it into cooking dinner and nearly burning the fish. Hisashi had to bodily push him away from the stove and save their food. "I know you're sad, but don't take it out on our food," Hisashi joked. "I just don't understand how people can treat kids like that," Shoyuta said. He pulled out plates to set the table. "And it's going to be messy trying to prove that they're abusive when there's little to no physical evidence." He yanked open the fridge to get out the pitcher of water. "And the longer this takes, the longer Shinso suffers under them. They barely even feed him, Hisashi." Hisashi hummed. "I'm surprised you didn't bring him home." "I tried," Shoyuta admitted, slamming the fridge shut. Kid looked like any more kindness would make him explode. They already offered their home to Todoroki most of the time, he had no problem doing the same for Shinso. "So should I start looking for a bigger apartment, or will Shinso and Izuku share a room?" Hisashi asked. Shoyuta stared at him. "What?" Hisashi turned off the stove and turned to face him. "He's in foster care, right?" "Yes, that's the problem. And that means it's very easy to get him out of foster care. You already mentally adopted him weeks ago when you started training him." "I did not." Shoyuta protested. "You did so. And you know Izuku won't mind a brother." He said this with a knowing look towards the doorway. Shoyuta didn't need to look to know Izuku was probably out of sight and listening in. He set the pitcher on the table with a clatter. "Why don't you adopt him this time?" Hisashi held his hands up. "You're the one Shinso knows and trusts." That was a valid point. But still, he'd only known Shinso a few weeks. He'd be more than happy to open their home to him, but how would Shinso feel about that? "Do you even want another kid running around here?" Shoyuta asked, because this wasn't just his decision to make. Hisashi would have to live with it too. Or, if he didn't want to, if he wanted to take this chance to move out, Shoyuta wouldn't blame him. He doubted Hisashi had expected to still be rooming with Shoyuta and his kid at this stage in their lives. It wasn't like Shoyuta needed a babysitter all the time anymore. "It wouldn't bother me at all," Hisashi said. He grabbed the pan from the stove and started dishing the fish out. "I know it's weird to some people that we still live together, but I'm honestly really happy with this. You think I'd be able to survive alone?" Shoyuta snorted. "You're extroverted but would have a crisis after one day." "I would." Hisashi agreed. "I'm not afraid to admit I need attention on an hourly basis." They'd had this conversation before. Shoyuta had brought up the idea of Hisashi moving out a few times. He didn't want Hisashi to feel like he had to stay and help Shoyuta if he didn't want to, and dating or starting a family of his own was infinitely harder with their arrangement. Not that Hisashi dated anyway. Their busy lives didn't leave room for romance most of the time, and Hisashi had told him he didn't care about dating. Romantic relationships had no appeal to him, and he was more than happy living with his best friend. "Look," Hisashi lowered his voice to a more serious tone. "I'm exactly where I want to be. I'm happy helping you raise Izuku, and I'd be happy to help you take care of another kid too, if that's what you want to do. But if you want to move so the kids each have their own room, just let me know. I think we should get a house next time. Nope, Shoyuta wasn't ready to go down that rabbit hole yet. He wasn't even committed to adopting Shinso yet. He still needed to talk to Izuku, not to mention Shinso himself, and he hadn't even officially filed the report yet. It had barely been 2 hours since Shinso told him everything. Hizashi put his hands on either side of Shuta's face. Chill. You're overthinking things. Focus on what you can do right now. For the record, Izuku piped up from the doorway. Zashi was right, I wouldn't mind a brother. Well, that was good to know, he supposed, and a much easier conversation than he expected. It wasn't even a conversation. What have we told you about eavesdropping? Izuku grinned, unrepentant. Sighing, Shoyuta shook his head at the ceiling. I'll bring it up with Shinso tomorrow during training. Adopting Shinso would result in a faster extraction from his current home. With some of the connections Shoyuta has in child services, he could probably get it pushed through within a week or two. The abuse case would take longer just because it would be a lot of he said, she said nonsense. The case would happen no matter what. Shoyuta wasn't going to let abusive assholes keep fostering kids. What if they took in another kid with a controversial quirk? He wasn't going to let that happen. But in the meantime, he wasn't going to let Shinso suffer. If that meant the kid moved in with them, that was an easy decision. It wasn't like when he adopted Izuku. He hadn't adopted Izuku to save him from anything. He'd done it because he'd genuinely come to care for the kid and wanted to keep him in his life, and for some reason Izuku felt the same way. This was different. This was giving Shinso a safe home for the first time in possibly years, and a family who would actually care about him and help him thrive for once. They hadn't bonded beyond a professional academic setting, even if Shoyuta did see a lot of himself in Shinso. It was all one big mess, but he'd just have to take it one step at a time. He'd talk to Shinso tomorrow and file the report, and go from there. So he waited until the end of their training before springing the idea on Shinso. I need to ask you something, he said as they gathered their stuff to head out. Shinso took a swig from his water bottle. About yesterday? Shoyuta nodded. We talked about you moving to a new foster family, but I was wondering how you felt about being adopted. Shinso gave a dry laugh. No one wants a kid with a villain's quirk. He frowned. You don't have a villain's quirk. Shinso shrugged. It's rare for teenagers to get adopted, regardless. We come with too many problems. The self-deprecating was frustrating. Shoyuta wanted to move on with his topic of conversation, but he couldn't just let this lie. Your kids. All kids have specific needs unique to them. It's not your fault if adults don't understand them. Shinso shifted from foot to foot. Sure. He was not convinced. Shoyuta would let it go for now. A month of 2 with Hizashi and Izuku would change Shinso's mind. It's not. Besides, it makes a difference if you know the people who want to adopt you. His mouth was drying out, and he reached for his own water bottle. Asking Izuku as a kid had been easier in some ways, but it also felt just as hard. Easier, because he'd already known what Izuku would say. Hard, because it was a moment of vulnerability on his part admitting he wanted it, too. Yeah, I guess that would be different, Shinso allowed, eyeing him carefully over his water bottle. Who did you convince to adopt me? I would, Shoyuta said. If that's what you wanted, that is. Shinso's jaw dropped. You don't have to decide right now, Shoyuta rushed. Now that he'd said it out loud, he was second-guessing himself. It'll take a while to get the report going, but I know some people who can speed up the process. You barely know me, Shinso whispered. Why would you? Because you need a home, Shoyuta said. You deserve a place where you feel safe and happy, and you deserve a family that cares about you. I don't have to know everything about you to know you deserve that. Shinso snapped his jaw shut and rubbed at his eyes. I stopped hoping anyone would. Shoyuta reached out to put a hand on Shinso's shoulder, gently tugging him into a hug. He let the kid cry for a while, rubbing his back and swaying slightly. Do you like yaki udon? Shoyuta asked when he calmed down a bit. Yes. It's what we're having for dinner tonight. Want to join us? Shinso rubbed his face again. Sure, I guess. Shoyuta smiled and gathered the rest of his stuff. He kept a hand on Shinso's back as they walked to the car, meeting Hisashi and Izuku there. Izuku bounded up to them and immediately asked Shinso about one of the other kids in the Gen Ed class and their quirk, which was random enough to throw Shinso off guard but simultaneously normal enough that he was able to regain the last of his composure while he answered. Shoyuta shared a proud smile with Hisashi. As unconventional as their family was, they'd done pretty well raising Izuku. It was part of why he felt so comfortable rushing into adopting Shinso. With Hisashi and all their friends, and even with Izuku's help, he knew they'd be okay. So, after dinner, Izuku dragged Shinso into his room to work on homework. He checked that Shinso didn't need to go home, which earned an amused snort from Shinso. He kind of hated how the people taking care of Shinso couldn't seem to care less. Shoyuta and Hisashi would be absolutely frantic if they didn't know where he was for a few hours like this. The two of them sat on Izuku's floor, textbooks spread out around them. Dumpster the fourth was curled up in Shinsu's lap. The other cats were with Hisashi and Shoyuta in the living room. Can I ask you something? Shinso buried trembling fingers in Dumpster's gray fur. Of course. Does he liked his lips and tried again? Does Aizawa-sensei? Does he really? And Yamada-sensei? They're not together, Izuku guessed. It was the most common question people asked when they came over. Uncle Zashi offered to move in with Dad when he adopted me because of Dad's patrol schedule. We all like it, so he's never left. Oh, that's generous of him. But that wasn't what I wanted to ask. He rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Shinso glanced at the partially open door. Does Sensei actually want to adopt me? Or does he just feel obligated or something? Of course he wants to, Izuku said. If he didn't, he wouldn't have offered. Unless he was hoping I'd say no, Shinso muttered. It's not like you have an extra bed around here. Yeah, Dad and Zashi were talking about moving or just getting bunk beds for in here, Izuku said. He could see how the lack of space might give Shinso the wrong idea. They were going to have to go out of their way to make room for him, and for someone who was used to being ignored, the idea was unfamiliar. Sure enough, Shinso gave him that slack-jawed look of surprise. It showed up entirely too often when Izuku said completely normal things about how a person should be treated. He forced himself to smile. Bunk beds would be fun, don't you think? Shinso looked around the rest of his room, clearly not convinced yet. To be fair, Izuku had two parental guardians who had easy access to a lot of hero merch and liked to spoil him. His room was plastered in posters and shelves of figurines. He had display cases full of rare merch, and a nest of blankets and plush heroes that didn't fit on his bed. He would probably have to put some stuff into storage to give Shinso room to decorate. We'll make it work, Izuku assured him. By the time Shinso left, he still seemed on the fence about the whole thing. Izuku wasn't sure how hard to push. If Shinso was more comfortable going to a new foster home, Izuku wanted to respect that. So, once Shinso was gone and Izuku's homework was done, he started sorting through his stuff. Shoyuta came in before he left for patrol, eyeing the mess with a raised brow. Izuku beamed while he rolled up an old poster. I'm making room, so Shinso can see where he'll fit the next time he comes over. You've made less room, Shoyuta stated, looking at the chaos spread over Izuku's floor. This is temporary, Izuku assured him. Shoyuta chuckled. Don't stay up too late, all right? I won't. Be safe. Always. Shoyuta gave him a quick hug before wishing him a good night and heading out. Izuku tried his best not to stay up too late, but he still stayed up far later than he should have. Finals were coming up and he'd be busy studying for the next week, so he had to get this done ASAP. Even if Shinso ultimately decided this wasn't what he wanted, Izuku wanted to make sure he knew he was welcome here. It was worth it when Shinso came over again the next afternoon with Todoroki and Tenya. Tenya questioned the sudden spring cleaning, but Izuku shrugged it off as nonchalantly as he could. Shinso spent as much time staring at the new bare patches on the walls as he did actually studying. Izuku was quite pleased with himself. Shoyuta had filed Shinso's case and pulled some favors to get it processed ahead of schedule. Then, even though Shinso hadn't given him a straight answer on the whole adoption thing, he preemptively started looking into it. It was a much smoother process than it had been for Izuku, partially because he'd adopted Izuku. He had a track record speaking for him now. They still had to come out to the apartment and do background checks and all the other fun stuff, but there wasn't a lot to worry about. Izuku filled up several boxes worth of donations from stuff in his room, and Shuta's chest did that funny aching it often did around his son. There was some stuff he was willing to put into storage but didn't want to get rid of, so they pushed it to an empty corner of Shuta's room. He'd always been a minimalist, so he had the extra space. He didn't want to commit to buying bunk beds just yet, still turning over the idea of moving into a bigger place altogether. Hizashi, on the other hand, took Izuku and went out without him on Saturday morning. The DLVOI came that afternoon, and they spent that night putting it together and trying not to kill each other. You couldn't have asked for installation? Shoyuta grumbled, rereading the directions for the 10th time. He couldn't remember what step they were on. It didn't seem that hard, Hizashi protested, looking at 2 metal bars and measuring them against each other. Do you think these are the J pieces? Izuku plucked the pieces out of Hizashi's hands and put them back down. No, those are for the ladder. We don't need them yet. Unsurprisingly, Izuku was the only one who had any sense of what to do with all of this. Not that he knew exactly what he was doing, but he was less clueless than Shoyuta or Hizashi. Shoyuta was more than happy to let him take the reins. He was never letting Hizashi buy furniture alone again. Izuku had to sleep in the living room that night. They were planning to finish it on Sunday, and Shoyuta had just finished his 3rd cup of coffee and felt ready for the task when there was a knock on the door. He'd never been more thankful for unexpected company. "I'll get it," he said. "Start without me." Hizashi barked a laugh. "You wish." Shoyuta checked the peephole. He would have done a spit take if he'd still been drinking. Shinso stood on the other side, hood pulled over his head and a face mask on. His eyes were red from crying. He yanked open the door. "Shinso? What's going on? Are you okay?" Shinso didn't say anything as he entered. He didn't make eye contact, either, staring off to the side. "Shinso?" Izuku asked, hovering in the hallway outside his room. Shinso's eyes flicked up briefly to him before he lowered his hood. Shoyuta essayed in a breath. It wasn't a face mask. It was a muzzle. He wanted to punch someone. Izuku made a keening sound and hurried over. "Let's get this off," Shoyuta said, warning Shinso before he reached behind his head. There was a cheap lock securing the clasp. They'd locked him into this DMN thing? Those BSTRDS would be lucky if all he did was punch them. He took a deep breath. Into the kitchen. Izuku and Hizashi picked up on his tone, and Shinso flinched but let Shoyuta guide him into the kitchen. He pushed Shinso into a chair. "I'll get my lockpicks, hold tight." "You're what?" Hizashi hissed, eyes zeroing in on the lock. "Oh, those sons." Shoyuta slammed a hand over his mouth and dragged Hizashi along with him to his room. "I know it's hard, but we need to stay calm." Hizashi dragged his hands over his face, jaw tight. "I know. I just can't believe anyone would do that." "This is why we're getting him out of there," Shoyuta reminded him. He grabbed his hero uniform from the top of his dresser and rifled through the belt until he found his kit. "If I have my way, he'd move in today, legality be dmed." "I have no objections to this," Hizashi assured him. "We'll call it an extended sleepover if anyone asks." Shoyuta snorted. "Works for me." They went back out to the kitchen. Izuku had grabbed the first aid kit for some reason and had it ready on the table, and he looked up at them with an edge of panic in his eyes. Shoot, was Shinso injured too? Shoyuta hadn't noticed any injuries. Shinso hadn't been limping or favoring either side. He didn't see blood. Maybe Izuku was just being paranoid? He made short work of the lock. Any amateur could have likely jimmied it open with a paperclip. It was so flimsy, but even if Shinso knew what he was doing, it would be hard to maneuver his hands behind his head that way. They threw the lock in the trash, and Shinso ripped the muzzle off his face. Blood smeared his cheeks, leaking from the cuts he'd gotten last week. The muzzle had reopened them. Fresh tears rolled down Shinso's cheeks, even as Izuku started wiping his face with alcohol wipes. "I'm sorry," Shinso said. I knew I was bleeding and they wouldn't take it off. I didn't know what else to do. You did good coming here, Shoyuta said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He watched as Izuku handled the first aid, cleaning up Shinsu's face and carefully laying plasters over the bleeding scabs. He must have been able to smell the blood. When's the last time you ate? Dinner, last night. Shinso shrank in his chair a little. It was almost noon now. The kid had to be starving. Had he even had anything to drink in all that time? Hizashi was on the same wavelength, because he offered a glass of water before Shoyuta could even ask. Shinso downed it while Zashi started making a sandwich. Izuku placed one final plaster and then went about cleaning up. He did so silently, but tensely, lines of anger tightening his shoulders. He'd never been one to anger easily, and the few times Shoyuta could think of had always been on someone else's behalf. It didn't even occur to Shoyuta until Izuku put the first aid kit under the sink again that he probably should have taken a picture of Shinsu's bleeding face for evidence in his case. He frowned and kept the thought to himself. He wasn't about to rip off the plasters and do it now. They still had the muzzle and the lock. As much as he wanted to destroy both things, they'd go a long way in proving their case. A sandwich was placed in front of Shinso, and he quietly thanked Hizashi before taking a bite. Izuku tapped his fingers on the counter. Shinso eyed him warily, waiting for the explosion Izuku was clearly building up to. Shoyuta kept a hand on Shinsu's shoulder, gently rubbing little circles with his thumb. We're not letting him go back there, right? Izuku asked, glancing at Shoyuta and Hizashi. Hizashi laughed and shook his head. Not a chance. But they're still my legal guardians, Shinso said. I have to. They won't be for much longer, Shoyuta stated. You can stay here while we get everything sorted. We'd better finish the bed. Izuku grabbed Hizashi's arm and dragged him back to his room. Shinso stared after them, and then looked up at Shoyuta. Bed. Shoyuta took the seat next to him. Hizashi was excited that you might move in and jumped the gun on getting a bunk bed for Izuku's room. Already, it hasn't even been a week, Shinso muttered softly. Like I said, he's excited. We all are, whatever you decide. Shinso rubbed at his eyes, careful of the band-aids resting just beneath them. No one ever wanted me before. A familiar pain bloomed in Shuta's chest, and he leaned forward to wrap Shinso in a hug. We want you, Shinso. I promise you we really, really do. Shinso hid his face in Shuta's shoulder, breath catching on a silent sob. He cried for a few minutes before agreeing to stay with them however long they'd have him. I'm thinking forever, kiddo, Shoyuta said. Just so you're aware. But I understand if you can't believe that, yet. He understood, but it still hurt. Was a metal clang from Izuku's room, and then Hizashi swore loudly in English. The cats scrambled out of their various hiding places and raced around the house. A moment later, Hizashi came stumbling into the kitchen, cradling his hand, and made a beeline for the freezer. How's it going? Shoyuta asked. Hizashi glared at him. Shush. Izuku came out of his room, a new hole in his shirt that raised all kinds of questions. Zashi's not allowed to work on the bed anymore. Shoyuta snorted. Do I want to know what happened? No, Zashi stated. He pressed an ice pack against his fingers. Giving Shinso one more squeeze, he let him go and stood up. All right, let's see if we can figure this out. Shinso offered to help too, while Zashi watched from the doorway. Shinso proved to actually know what he was doing rather quickly, scanning the directions and the pieces around them. The first thing he noticed was that they'd used the wrong pieces on the bottom bunk, so they had to deconstruct what they'd done the previous night. After that, things went smoothly, and they had a solid bunk bed standing by dinner time. Hizashi and Shoyuta tested it since they weighed more than the kids, climbing onto it and wiggling around to make sure it held. All right, I think we're good to go, Hizashi said, climbing back down. Who's hungry? They asked Shinso which kind of takeout to get, and while Hizashi ordered it, Shoyuta got to work updating the lead investigator on Shinsu's case. The muzzle and lock disappeared into a bag to be handed over later. After dinner, he'd take Shinso back to that house to get his things, and then hopefully Shinso would never have to see that foster family again. So, Izuku ended up taking the top bunk. He would have preferred the cave-like qualities of the bottom bunk, but Shinso pointed out that he typically went to bed later and was more restless, getting up far more often in the middle of the night, so it made more sense for him to be on the bottom so he wouldn't disturb Izuku so much. Shoving all his blankets and stuffed animals to the top bunk, Izuku recreated his nest as best he could and curled up in the softness. Shinso turned off the main light and crawled into the bottom bunk, his phone casting a soft blue light around the room a few moments later. They were both quiet for a while, and Izuku was on the cusp of sleep when Shinso spoke up. "You awake?" Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "When Aizawa adopted you, why didn't you take his name?" The edge of sleep retreated, and Izuku opened his eyes to his dark room. "I didn't really think about it at the time, and he didn't ask. I don't think it occurred to either of us until later." Shoyuda had been pretty hesitant about adopting Izuku. Hisashi had confided to him years later that the idea of parenting, quite frankly, scared the crap out of Shoyuda. But he'd been willing to do it for Izuku. "You could have done it later if you'd wanted to, though, right?" "Yeah, probably," Izuku agreed. "But it's just never been a big deal to either of us. He's my dad, and Hisashi is my uncle, and our names don't change that." "That makes sense, I guess," Shinso said. Izuku waited for him to say more, but the silence persisted. "Do you want to change your name?" "I don't know," Shinso replied quietly. "My birth parents loved me, but they died in a car crash before my quirk manifested. I like to think it wouldn't have bothered them as much." "I'm sure it wouldn't have," Izuku said. My name is all I really have of them, you know? That and a few pictures." "There's nothing wrong with keeping your name," Izuku told him. "I know. But part of me wants to take Aizawa's name, too, and fully be part of his family." Izuku could understand that. Every now and then he regretted not taking Aizawa's name when his insecurities peaked. But then all he had to do was snuggle with Shoyuda and he'd remember Shoyuda had chosen him, and he wanted Izuku in his life. "You're part of this family no matter what your name is," Izuku said gently. Shinso didn't respond for a few minutes, long enough that Izuku wondered if he'd actually fallen asleep. He almost drifted off before he heard a soft, "Thank you." Izuku smiled into his pillow. So, the adoption was finalized a week later. The investigation of abuse was ongoing. Shinsu's foster parents denied ever using a muzzle on him and claimed he'd locked himself in the thing and that this was all a bid for attention. Shoyuda kind of wanted to let Hisashi loose to scream at them, or let Izuku cause some psych damage by sneaking around their house as a rodent or a snake, but he managed to control his petty side and settled for hounding the adoption agency to move faster. It paid off. On the last day of final exams, everything was finalized and Shinso was officially his son. He showed Shinso the paperwork, hiding his smile in his scarf. Shinso had to wipe tears from his eyes again, but he wore the biggest smile Shoyuda had ever seen on him. And for a moment, just a moment, with that wide smile and the bandage over the bridge of his nose, Shinso looked so much like him that Shoyuda couldn't breathe. There were still adjustments to be made. They all had to get used to living with one another, and Izuku had to adapt to sharing his room for the first time. They were doing well, and none of the little arguments that popped up over where to hang a new poster or what time to turn the light off were very serious. Given time, they'd all adjust. Of course, now he and Izuku were leaving for 2 weeks on the summer training camp. But hopefully Shinso would be able to settle in without them. Hisashi had promised to do some training with Shinso when he could, and Shinso seemed to be looking forward to it. Shoyuda had never planned on having kids, but he couldn't deny they were some of the best things to happen to his life. It was a rough 2 weeks before their final exams. Izuku was getting used to sharing his room for the first time, and even though both he and Hitoshi were being as nice as they could to each other, small things were quickly starting to annoy both of them. They still only had one desk, so they took turns doing their homework there or at the kitchen table or on the floor. It wasn't a big deal, especially since Izuku tended to sprawl over the floor anyway most of the time, but it seemed like every time he went to his desk Hitoshi had moved something out of place. He silently kept moving things back, and it probably only bothered him because of the stress of finals, but it was starting to wear on him. Izuku tended to be a restless sleeper, and he knocked stuffed animals and pillows off his bed all night. Hitoshi always scowled as he tossed them back up to Izuku's bunk in the morning, and he'd snapped more than once that it was ridiculous someone their age still had so many in the first place. Their worst disagreement always came at bedtime. Mainly, the fact that Izuku actually had one and stuck to it. He turned the lights off at 9:30 most nights, and he tried to compromise and pushed it back to 10 once Hitoshi moved in. He knew his new brother had insomnia and physically couldn't fall asleep as early as Izuku, but Izuku didn't sleep as well with the light on half the night. It only took falling asleep in class once for him to demand the lights off, which Hitoshi agreed to, but the blue light from his laptop or phone wasn't much better. They were still trying to work on a compromise for that. Both of them were more stressed about their exams, anyway. Hitoshi was aiming for perfect or near-perfect scores in his, so they couldn't be used against his transfer case, and Izuku faced the unforgiving hero exams. He needled Shoyuta for info about the practical exam, but his father was tight-lipped and quickly grew annoyed with Izuku's pestering and made him back off. He'd find out on the day of just like everyone else. By the time that day came, Izuku was happy just to have survived that long. The written exams were brutal, but he'd thought he'd done okay. The night before had also been the first time Hitoshi had willingly agreed to the early lights out, just as wiped from his own exams. Izuku had no idea if his brother had actually slept or just laid in bed doing nothing half the night, but he'd been completely unconscious and hadn't cared. Now, standing in front of a building with the rest of his class, all dressed in their hero costumes, Izuku bounced with nervous energy. All of their teachers stood on the steps in front of them while Shoyuta explained their practical exam, and Netsu squirmed out of his scarf. Izuku was sorry for Kaminari and Ishido. He wouldn't want to face their principal. He'd played chess against him before and lost in 3 moves. When Netsu was in a particularly sadistic mood, he'd let the game go on longer and toy with Izuku. He didn't play chess with him very often. All his extra sympathy flew out the window when he heard his own exam called. He was paired with Bakugo, and they'd be facing All Might. He gave his father an utterly betrayed look. It was one thing to face off against the #1 hero. Izuku had studied All Might most of his life and knew the man's strategies inside and out. With the option of escape, he was fairly certain he could pass this exam. But paired with Bakugo? The two of them couldn't hold a proper conversation on good day, let alone work with each other. That was the point, of course. Obviously they needed to use teamwork to win this, but Izuku didn't see how this could possibly end well. Typically, they avoided each other in class and only interacted when they had to. Neither one seemed to know how to act around the other, so it was easier not to. And with how loud and violent Bakugo tended to be, Izuku had no desire to change that. Their habits had clearly been noticed by their teachers. They would be the last team to go, which gave them time to form a plan. Izuku caught Bakugo's arm as the first team went off to their exam. "We need to strategize," Izuku said. Bakugo ripped his arm free. "I'm going to crush All Might, that's our strategy." He stomped off. "No, that's not Bakugo." Bakugo did not stop walking off to wherever he was going. Their teamwork was off to a stellar start. He went to the viewing room to watch everyone else's matches. Maybe it would help him come up with some ideas. Kirishima and Sato's match did not inspire confidence. Their teachers had handicaps, but they were still going all out on them. Considering what they were training for, he supposed they had to. 3 years wasn't a lot of time when they'd have people's lives in their hands. It was better after that. Most of his classmates found ways to pass, working together more often than not and combining their skills for a unique strategy. Watching only made him bitter towards Bakugo. His old playmate had so much potential, and together they could be incredible, but Bakugo clearly had no interest in playing nice. It was like he hadn't grown up at all from the days he'd push Izuku around on the playground. He still thought he was king of the jungle gym. Walking to the fake city his exam would be in, Izuku scowled at Bakugo's back. He was glad he hadn't gone through grade school with Bakugo. It would have been miserable to grow up next to him. Still, this was his partner for the exam. He'd have to put his personal feelings aside if he wanted to pass. "Hey, Bakugo," Izuku called, jogging the last few steps. "I was thinking." "Shut up," Bakugo snapped. "I already told you, I'm going to crush All Might. Just stay out of my way." "You're joking, right? You can't beat All Might." Even with those extra weights on, he's the #1 hero. Bakugo smirked at the gates. Yeah, that's why I need to beat him. So just turn into a rat or something and don't bother me. A robotic voice announced the start of their exam, and the gates opened. Bakugo strode forward immediately, hands flexing. Izuku struggled to keep up. Bakugo, you'll never win in a straight fight against. He was cut off when Bakugo rounded on him, slamming his gauntlet against Izuku's face. Don't tell me what I can or can't do. Izuku crumpled to the ground, face stinging in pain. We're supposed to be working together, he said quietly. I don't need your help, Bakugo growled before stomping down the street again. What was he supposed to do now? How was he supposed to work with someone so vehemently opposed to the idea? Was there anything he could do? He climbed back to his feet, rubbing his cheek. As soon as he did, he heard All Might yell, and then a powerful blast of wind knocked both of them back. 30 seconds into the exam and he'd already been knocked over twice. This was a fantastic start. Bakugo screamed and shot to his feet, propelling himself headfirst down the street to challenge All Might head-on. Idiot, Izuku muttered. All Might was half a mile away, and he'd torn up the street and the buildings on either side of the road with just a punch. This was his power level when he was holding back, and Bakugo thought he actually stood a chance? They'd never be able to beat All Might in combat. He was too strong for either of them. Their best bet was to escape through the other gate. Since Bakugo wasn't in a mood to talk, Izuku would use his bullheaded actions as a distraction to sneak past All Might himself. He morphed into a crow to fly above their fight. Like he'd thought, it was not going well for Bakugo. His partner was already on the ground. All Might looked up, and the next thing Izuku knew, a big fist closed around him, crushing his wings to his sides. He screeched. His limbs were a lot more fragile as a bird, and they'd be broken in any form if All Might wasn't careful. Thankfully, All Might realized that and loosened his grip as he landed again. A distraction was a nice try, All Might said, but there's no wildlife in this city. You were entirely too obvious. Bakugo groaned from the ground. He was trying to make sure both of them passed, but he was the bad guy in all of this. Do you two yield? All Might asked. Bakugo growled out some retort while Izuku shifted into a rhino. All Might was forced to let go of him, and Izuku twisted around to spear his horn into All Might's stomach. All Might, of course, grabbed him again and chucked Izuku down the street towards Bakugo. Izuku barely managed to shift back into a human in time to avoid crushing his partner. They collided and tumbled over the asphalt again. You stupid Deku, Bakugo spat, pushing Izuku off. He tried to charge forward again, and All Might braced himself to receive the attack. Izuku morphed into a gorilla and grabbed Bakugo before darting off down an alley. Hey, let go, Bakugo said. All Might gave chase, and Bakugo set off some explosions to slow him down, aiming at the ground to create smoke to cover their tracks, swearing at Izuku the whole time. Izuku didn't set Bakugo down until he'd wound his way through a few more streets and could no longer hear All Might. And then he set Bakugo down and slammed his back against the wall, pressing his forearm against Bakugo's throat. You're going to listen to me, got it? Izuku said. You can't beat All Might head-on, no matter how arrogant you are. And if we want to pass, we have to work together. That's the whole purpose of this. You better back off before I explode your face. Would you just consider working together? Izuku demanded. Just for 10 minutes? He didn't think he was being unreasonable. Or would you rather All Might sucker punch you again? He pressed his own fist into Bakugo's stomach, earning a grunt of pain from him. Fine, Bakugo ground out. It sounded like it physically pained him. What's your plan? Izuku tentatively let him go, half expecting Bakugo to attack him again. First, I'm going to need one of your gauntlets. Like hell. Izuku glared at him. We can surround All Might and hit him at once. A blast that big should give us enough time to make a break for the gate. I'm not running, Bakugo stated. Izuku was going to scream. Fine. Then you keep All Might busy and I'll get through the gate. The words were like ash in his mouth. He hated the idea of leaving a partner behind to fight while he ran away, and the only reason he considered it acceptable now was because this was only an exam. If they were in a real life or death situation against a villain, he wasn't sure he'd be able to leave Bakugo behind in a fight he knew he couldn't win. Bakugo grabbed a fistful of Izuku's collar and snarled in his face. "You run through that gate before I tell you to, and I'll kill you. We are winning this fight." "What is wrong with you?" Izuku demanded, prying Bakugo's fingers off. "Going through the gate still counts as winning. I'm not a coward. I never said you were. Sometimes it's smarter to run. That's literally the point of the escape gates." Bakugo shoved him and stormed down the road. "Just stay out of my way. If we don't beat All Might, then this exam doesn't count." Izuku threw his hands up and mentally screamed. He'd known it would be hard to work with Bakugo, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Why couldn't the exam have been spar each other? They'd be getting top marks if the goal was to knock the other out. "How are you smart and so dumb at the same time?" Izuku hissed, reluctantly following him. He kept his distance this time, though. He wasn't giving Bakugo a chance to hit him again. They didn't make it to the end of the street before All Might attacked again. Bakugo faced him head-on, peppering explosions all over, while Izuku morphed into a rat and slipped into the shadows. And then he hesitated. He could use this chance to slip away and make for the gate. He doubted Bakugo could keep All Might distracted for long, but he might have enough of a head start he could run through before All Might caught up with him. They'd passed the exam, but they wouldn't have showed any teamwork, one of the main skills they were being tested on. Could they still fail, even if they completed the assignment? He didn't have to think about it long before deciding that yes, his father would absolutely fail them if they missed the point of the exam. If Bakugo threw a tantrum when Izuku helped him, that was Bakugo's problem, not his. He turned back. All Might was faster and stronger than him, but Izuku definitely had the advantage in agility. If he could get in close and keep himself out of All Might's grip, he might stand a chance. He didn't have to beat him, just hold him off long enough for Bakugo to get the cuffs on him. Still a rat, he was out of their line of sight as he approached. Bakugo took a sucker punch and threw up, nearly collapsing in his own vomit afterwards. "You shouldn't have split up from your partner," All Might said. "Against a stronger opponent, you were better off together." "Shut up," Bakugo rasped. "I'd rather lose than accept his help." Izuku had second thoughts about helping him. Bakugo deserved every ounce of pain All Might beat into him. If his own grade didn't rely on this, he might have walked away. Instead, he stamped down his doubts, ignored Bakugo, and flung himself at All Might as a small chimp. "What the There you are, young Midoriya." All Might reached back for him. Izuku scampered around, pulling at his hair and making him cry out. He nipped and bit where he could, but he didn't really have long enough before he needed to dodge All Might's hands. "Back off, Deku," Bakugo rasped, struggling to his feet. Izuku screeched at him. He was not going to deal with that. Nickname again, and Bakugo was the useless one in this exam. If he just worked with Izuku, they could figure out a way to win. Instead it felt more like Izuku was trying to fight both of them. How had it even got this bad between them? Sure, they weren't the closest friends. They preferred having nothing to do with each other, even after Izuku had dinner with him and his parents. Where was all this hatred and anger coming from? Was it just stress from the exam? Or was Bakugo more upset about their childhood than he'd let on? All Might managed to grab his tail and ripped him off his back. Okay, maybe not the best time to try and figure Bakugo out. Izuku morphed into a snake and coiled himself around All Might's arm. Spreading his mouth wide, he freaked All Might out with his large fangs. All Might threw his arm out and stepped back, off balance. Bakugo took the opening. "Deku, move!" Izuku took flight as a swallow, and Bakugo pulled the pin on his first grenade. The blast sent Izuku hurtling through the air, and he had to morph into a turtle before he crashed into the side of a building. He fell to the ground and morphed back, dazed and aching in so many places. All Might only stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance and grabbing Bakugo. Even in All Might's grip, Bakugo let loose smaller explosions, blasting All Might in the face and temporarily blinding him. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. His lower back hurt where his tailbone started. Being yanked around by his tail wasn't exactly fun, and the pain was compounded from morphing back. Not to mention, getting thrown against a building wasn't his idea of a good time either. Still, he didn't have time to properly assess himself. All Might would knock Bakugo out in a few seconds, and Izuku needed to do something. He didn't have time now to make a break for the gate. All Might's superior speed would catch him before he reached the end of the street. If he couldn't run, then he'd have to cuff All Might. Bakugo had the cuffs in one of his pockets, which he could be using right now, since All Might's wrist was right there holding him up, but knew that wouldn't be a real victory for Bakugo. It was a good thing this exam was pass-fail only. If they were being graded on their actual performance, there was no way they'd pass. Bakugo, cuffs. Izuku shouted before he morphed into a saber-toothed tiger. Hopefully that would be enough to communicate his vague plan. Hopefully Bakugo would work with him. They didn't have forever to figure this out, and he wasn't going to fail this exam just because his partner was a stubborn idiot. He pounced on All Might, who released Bakugo to catch both of Izuku's front paws before they could scratch him. Izuku lunged with his teeth and thrashed in All Might's hold, only managing to lightly scratch All Might's arm. Bakugo leapt forward with the cuffs in his hand. All Might swung out of the way, and then he used that swing to hurl Izuku straight up into the sky. Izuku didn't see him punch Bakugo, but he heard the smash and spotted Bakugo lying face down 50 yards away. That was all he had time to spot before All Might was in the air with him, fist pulled back. Izuku morphed to a hawk and dived out of range, swooping low over the street and picking up the cuffs in his talons. With another quick morph to a grizzly bear, he hauled Bakugo over his shoulder, moved the cuffs to his mouth, and headed for the gate. Ding! Deku, Bakugo muttered, on the verge of some kind of consciousness. Izuku had some choice words for him when this was all over. All Might cut off their escape, and Izuku turned sharply down a side street. Too sharply Bakugo flew off and refused to let Izuku pick him up again. Izuku morphed to a human and grabbed Bakugo's shoulders. "Stop fighting me!" Izuku hissed. "We're on the same side here." "I'm not running away," Bakugo panted. His could barely keep his eyes open, and without the wall supporting him from behind, Izuku honestly wasn't sure he could stand. No time to reach the gate. He's too fast. Frowning, Izuku had to admit Bakugo had a point. "Alright, you still have a gauntlet left. I'm going to head up with the cuffs," he pointed to the sky, "and you blind him with it. Then I'll cuff him while he's still off balance. Make as much noise as you can to keep him distracted." Finally Bakugo nodded in agreement. "Don't screw this up." Izuku rolled his eyes and morphed to a hawk again before he said something he'd regret. With quick flaps he took off, cuffs in his talons once more. Not a moment later, All Might rounded the corner. Bakugo had to dive to the ground to avoid being blown away. He stayed down long enough for All Might to cautiously step forwards, but Izuku couldn't have said if that was his plan or if he was more injured than he'd let on. Either way, All Might was steps away when Bakugo rolled over and launched himself up, yanking the pin of his second grenade in the same movement. Caught completely off guard, All Might didn't even have time to shield his face before his was knocked on his back. Izuku swooped down before the smoke cleared. He had to morph back to human for the dexterity he needed to secure the cuffs around All Might's wrist, and his momentum and trajectory meant he rolled over the asphalt a good 15 feet before finally coming to a stop. A bell dinged in the distance, and Netsu's voice announced they passed. All Might held out a hand to help Izuku up. "Well done, you two. I was worried you wouldn't be able to pull off any teamwork for a while there, but it looks like you finally managed it. That was an excellent plan, if a little basic." Izuku took the hand and tried not to cringe as he finally had the chance to process all his aches and pains. There were quite a few. All Might held out a hand to help Bakugo up, too, but, predictably, Bakugo ignored it. He sulked the whole way out of their arena and to Recovery Girl, and refused to look at Izuku the entire time. What right did he have to be mad? He was the one making things difficult. Izuku's cheeks still hurt from when he'd backhanded him. Recovery Girl used her quirk, and the sudden energy drain took all of Izuku's anger with it. He and Bakugo parted ways for the day without another word, and Izuku went home more or less like a zombie. He didn't even make it to his room before passing out on the couch, accidentally crushing an unsuspecting Hitoshi who'd already been sprawled over the cushions. "What the hell?" Hitoshi hissed. Izuku shushed him, buried his face in. Hitoshi sighed, and fell asleep. He woke up a few hours later in the same position. Hitoshi played a game on his phone over Izuku's head, and he noticed when Izuku finally woke up. It took 3 seconds for Izuku to realize what he'd done. He threw himself off Hitoshi and crashed to the floor, missing the coffee table by centimeters. Hitoshi was quick to jump up too. "Thank God, you've no idea how badly I need the bathroom." He rushed out of sight and the bathroom door slammed closed. Izuku buried his crimson face in his hands, and he stayed there until Hitoshi came back, standing beside the couch and stretching. "Sorry. I was really tired." Hitoshi snorted. "Yeah, I got that. Shoyuta said you were healed by Recovery Girl, so, makes sense." Izuku nodded. "Thanks for letting me sleep." Hitoshi shrugged and sank down onto the couch again, curling up in the corner. "I probably could have moved if I wanted, you were out. Just felt wrong. Like a cat." It was not the first time someone had said that to Izuku. He had a bad habit of falling asleep on his friends and family, and they always said the same thing. Just because he could turn into a cat did not mean they had to treat him like one when his feline tendencies popped out. He scrubbed his hands over his face. "Where are Dad and Zashi?" "Sleeping in their rooms," Hitoshi said. "Dad left his credit card out if we want order takeout." Nodding, the two quickly picked out what they wanted and some stuff for the adults, and then Izuku called to place the order. Hitoshi stated, in no uncertain terms, he would not call. It wasn't like Izuku loved doing it either, but it was far from the hardest thing he'd done all day. By the time their pad thai arrived, Shoyuta and Zashi had stumbled their way to the kitchen. Shoyuta tried to make coffee, but since it was 7 at night everyone else ganged up on him and made him drink tea. "So other than exhausting, how did the exams go?" Hitoshi asked. He was the only one who hadn't been there all day, and it was clear he felt left out. Zashi shuddered. "Awful. Shoyuta, your students are devils." Shoyuta snorted. "No, they're smart." Zashi pointed his chopsticks at him. "Devils? What did they do?" Hitoshi cautiously asked. Zashi passionately described proctoring the exam for Kuda and Jiro, detailing the truly terrible experience of being covered in bugs. "Really? While we're eating?" Shoyuta asked, frowning down at his noodles. "They're your students. You have no one to blame but yourself. And I'm proud of every one of them." "Did everyone pass?" Hitoshi asked. "No, a few failed. They'll have extra lessons during summer camp to make up for it." Hitoshi nodded, stirring his noodles around. The adoption had only just been finalized, so it was somewhat bittersweet to be leaving for camp so soon, before he'd finally settled in. "Izuku, how'd your exam go?" "I didn't get a chance to see it," Zashi said. "We passed," Izuku stated, stabbing his chopsticks into his noodles. "No thanks to Bakugo. If it had been up to him, he would have been knocked out by All Might in 5 minutes." His pace picked up, threatening to jam a hole in the carton. "The whole point of pairing us together was to focus on teamwork, and he decided to hit me almost as soon as the exam started. Just because I wanted to talk strategy. Like that's some dumb idea or whatever." Shoyuta and Hizashi straightened. "Bakugo did what?" Shoyuta demanded. Izuku pointed to his cheek. "Backhanded me and told me to stay out of his way. We barely managed to pull off a plan together at the end." Shoyuta groaned and put his head in his hands. "That stubborn child. I'm sorry, Izuku. I thought he'd be more willing to cooperate for something as important as this." "Why the hell didn't he?" Hitoshi asked. "It doesn't make sense to sabotage his own exam." "Our relationship is complicated," Izuku said. He really didn't know the best word to describe it. "There's still no excuse to take it out on you in the middle of an exam," Shoyuta said. "He sounds like an a-hole. What's complicated about that?" Hitoshi asked. Izuku couldn't meet anyone's eyes, and chose to stare at his noodles instead. The problem was, even as kids, Bakugo had been a bit of an a-hole, even if Izuku hadn't realized it at the time. That was why Izuku had such hard time being around him now. 7 years later, and Bakugo was the same kid who'd push him over and set off explosions in his face. But it had also been 7 years ago, and the Bakugo family had mourned him when he disappeared on them. Bakugo was allowed to be upset at him for that. Hitoshi nodded and slurped a mouthful of noodles. Alright, I know the first kid I'm beating up when I transfer. Should be easy enough to brainwash him and make him explode himself out of the ring. The unexpected image made Izuku snort. Shoyuta smirked. Losing to you will be exactly what Bakugu's ego needs. Can I sell tickets? Izuku asked. I think half the school would pay to see Hitoshi hand Bakugu his own butt. Shoyuta and Hizashi laughed and said no out of obligation, but they didn't sound very determined to stop him if he set something up secretly. His mood was drastically improved for the rest of the night, and Hitoshi kept throwing out more and more ridiculous ideas to command Bakugu to perform. Making him sing and dance a girly pop song was Izuku's personal favorite. Shoyuta would have reviewed every exam no matter what, but after hearing Izuku talk about his, he ended up staying up half the night to start looking them over. He took notes on each student's performance, planning the best way for them to train their quirks in the upcoming camp. When it came to Bakugu and Izuku's test, he had to watch it 3 times, getting angrier and angrier each time. In the end, he had to ask Vlad for a second opinion, so he could make sure he wasn't being partial to his son. He wanted to fail Bakugu automatically for punching his partner, but a lot of that motivation came from Shoyuta the father, and he knew that. He needed his hero persona to judge the exam, but with Izuku involved he had a hard time separating the two. Since Vlad was a normal person with normal sleeping habits, it took him until right before homeroom started to get back to him. It made him confident in his decision as he strode into the room. He revealed the obvious failures first, the ones who hadn't completed either objective in their exams. Then he revealed that Siro also failed, since he was taken out right away and only passed thanks to his partner. In the real world, that meant he'd be dead, and Shoyuta didn't like passing actions that would get his students killed. Bakugu, you'll also be joining them in remedial classes. Ha! Predictably, he exploded. What the hell, why? Shoyuta glared at him, quirk pricking the back of his eyes. Bakugu hadn't used his yet, but he looked seconds away from exploding his desk. You knew going into that exam that you were to focus on teamwork. Instead of working with Midoriya, you chose to punch him 30 seconds into the exam. Do you think that's how real heroes behave in the field? We did work together to beat All Might. Bakugu demanded. You're just mad because he's your son. Oh, believe me, I'm aware of my bias here. That's why I asked another teacher to judge your exam, and he said the same thing. You can't always pick your partners, and even if you loathe another hero, you have to be able to put aside your personal feelings to work with them. It took you until the very end to agree to Midoriya's plan, and the two of you only pulled it off out of dumb luck. My decision stands. You'll be in the remedial class during the summer camp. He transitioned into revealing that all those who failed would also be attending the camp. A few of them didn't look so surprised, catching on to his logical ruse game by now. Bakugu seethed through the rest of homeroom. Shoyuta felt no pity, it was his own fault for failing. Izuku gave him plenty of opportunities to cooperate, but Bakugu had spurned almost all of them. Even Vlad had said it was the most unprofessional show of heroics he'd ever seen. In a real villain fight, their animosity could have gotten them killed. All Might could have snapped Bakugu in half several times over if he'd wanted. Real life didn't have the luxury of time to work their problems out. With only 3 years before he went pro, Bakugu needed to learn how to put his personal feelings aside sooner rather than later. Shoyuta could only hope he'd figure it out over the summer training camp. Izuku wasn't sure if it was cruel or not to drag Hitoshi to the mall with his class. Since they were shopping for the summer camp, Hitoshi wasn't going on and bonding as a class that he wasn't part of yet. Some of Bakugu's friends gave him weird looks, but Izuku glared back at them to keep them quiet, to great effect. It wasn't like the trip was pointless for Hitoshi, anyway. He moved in with barely any belongings to his name, so Shoyuta and Hizashi had thrown some money at him and told him to buy whatever he wanted or needed. Shoyuta even made it a point to tell him that if he felt more comfortable pocketing the money for now, that was fine, too. Izuku silently promised himself to do his best to make sure Hitoshi bought at least one thing he wanted, but while the class was still waiting for a few people, Hitoshi got roped into some kind of conversation with Kaminari. Todoroki and Tenya took Izuku's attention away, and he figured Hitoshi would be fine. Todoroki didn't need anything, and he'd only come to get out of the house, so when the class later split up to avoid overwhelming the stores, he stuck by Izuku and Uraraka's side. Hitoshi, surprisingly, went with Kaminari and his group. So, bug spray? Izuku checked with Uraraka. She nodded, and they set off for the outdoor gear. Have either of you ever been camping? No, fire and trees don't usually mix well, Todoroki stated. Izuku suddenly had an image of Endeavor, flaming costume and all, trying to roast marshmallows. Giggling to himself, he pictured Todoroki roasting marshmallows over Endeavor's flames. Uraraka poked him in the side and demanded to know what was so funny. Izuku shared his imaginings, and Todoroki raised a hand to hide his quick snort of laughter. Izuku beamed at him. Then a figure behind Todoroki caught his attention. He couldn't have told you why. They wore a dark hoodie with the hood up, pale hair hanging down in front of a face he could barely see. But whoever it was looked right at them, lifting their head just enough for Izuku to glimpse their face. He stopped walking. Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Shigaraki turned to disappear in the crowd. Todoroki, freeze the guy in the dark hoodie, don't let him get away, Izuku whispered, pulling his phone out. What? Why? Now! Izuku hissed, pressing call on his dad's contact. Todoroki obeyed, lightly stomping his foot and shooting a stream of ice across the floor until it encased the man's legs. Uraraka, try and get people out of here, Izuku said. What's going on? She asked. Shigaraki, he said, right before Shoyuta picked up. The name was all his friends needed before springing into action. Todoroki strengthened the ice around him, and Uraraka urged people to get away. Izuku? Shoyuta asked. Dad, Shigaraki's at the mall. Todoroki has him in ice but it won't last long. Even as he spoke, Shigaraki reached down to decay the ice around him. Shoyuta swore, and Izuku heard rushed movement on the other side of the phone. Keep your distance from him. Are there any other villains? Izuku scanned the mall, but he didn't see any. I don't see them, but they could be hiding and waiting for a better opportunity. A door slammed on Shuta's end. Don't let your guard down, I'm on my way. Where's the mall security? A few security guards were rushing over, but security guards would never be able to hold Shigaraki off. Todoroki was barely able to keep him trapped, reforming the ice over and over every time Shigaraki decayed it. The rate of decay picked up each time as Shigaraki grew angrier and angrier. They're on the way, but I doubt they'll be enough. I've put out the alert, any nearby heroes should be on the way to help, Shoyuta said. Avoid a fight as long as you can. Izuku nodded, watching Shigaraki and Todoroki closely. It was only a matter of time before Shigaraki found a way to hurt Todoroki, even from over there. And he had a phone in his one hand, probably calling for backup. If his warping friend was nearby, that could be major trouble. Todoroki! Uraraka called. Can you trap his hands for a minute? I can try, but you'll have to move fast, Todoroki warned. Uraraka nodded, already moving a few steps closer with determination in her eyes. Even though Shigaraki knew it was coming and raised his hands above his head, Todoroki's ice still spread up over his torso to reach his hands. Uraraka darted forward, slapping Shigaraki's chest just as he freed his hands. He laughed, and Uraraka darted back to safety. What was that supposed to do? Were you trying to make me happy, or something? Make me feel all light and airy, so I won't attack? He reached down to free his feet, still frozen to the ground. Todoroki let him, which confused Shigaraki for 2 seconds until he lifted up off the ground. With the height of the mall ceiling 3 stories above them and nothing for Shigaraki to reach out to between the floor and said ceiling, trapping him in zero gravity was the best way to keep him contained until the authorities got there. You little beach, he growled, flailing in the air. Nice thinking, Uraraka, Izuku complimented, and then relayed what she'd done to Shoyuta still on the phone with him. Shigaraki floating in the air quickly drew attention, and it wasn't long before the rest of their class was racing towards them. Mall security blinked at the situation, but before they could even process what was happening, heroes were already arriving, and Izuku had no doubt police wouldn't be far behind. Shigaraki growled at them. All I wanted was a peaceful walk to clear my head, and you brats had to go and ruin it. Heroes always ruin everything. Todoroki frowned next to Izuku. He was saying something about that before, too. You can't take anything he says seriously, Tenya chopped his hand for emphasis. I know, but I'm trying to understand what he wants. What I want? Shigaraki repeated. I want people to realize heroes are just as much to blame for their problems as villains. He threw his arms around for emphasis, sending himself spinning through the air until Kamui Woods trapped him in a cage. Shigaraki decayed a branch, and Woods howled and retreated. A warp gate opened on the floor. Sheet, Izuku swore, watching Kurogyari step through. His class was immediately on the defensive, expecting villains to pour forth like at the USJ, and even the surrounding heroes paused to assess the newcomer. All Kurogyari did was glance up at a still floating Shigaraki and create a warp gate for him to disappear through, and then he turned to the crowd. My apologies for disrupting your day, he said, before stepping back through the gate he'd come through. The silence pressed on them like a crushing weight. Uraraka released her quirk and promptly threw up in a potted tree. Izuku wasn't sure what her distance limit was, especially after her ball throw was infinity at the beginning of the year, but a softball was a whole lot lighter than a grown man, and that made everything different. The real chaos broke out after that. Most of the class was free to go home, but Izuku, Todoroki, and Uraraka had to go with the police for their statements and a light scolding about using their quirks without a license. Todoroki and Izuku bristled at that. He's a major villain, why are we in trouble for trying to capture him? Izuku demanded the officer questioning him. Young man, we have rules and laws for a reason, the officer said, exasperated. He had a reptilian mutation, scales climbing up his neck and a forked tongue flickering out every so often. Izuku would be all over this guy with questions about his quirk if this were any other situation. He felt a special kinship with animal mutation quirks. We didn't even hurt him, though. We just tried to keep him in one place for the heroes to get him. Izuku insisted. And that's the only reason you're not facing serious consequences, the officer went on. Izuku wanted to scream. The fact that this scenario would be very different if he had a plastic card made him furious. That guy tried to kill my class before, he almost killed my dad, and I'm supposed to just walk away when I see him again? No, not a chance. Maybe Shigaraki had gotten away today, but what if he hadn't? What if they'd managed to capture him? Would the police still be mad then? Or would they be singing his and his friends' praises for capturing such a dangerous criminal? I understand that, the officer said with forced patience. But you don't have the authority to determine who needs to be arrested and who doesn't. You should have called authorities and then gotten yourself to safety. I did call a hero as soon as I could, he said. His dad had managed to beat the police there, so that had to say something. Shigaraki had been long gone at that point, and no one had been hurt, but he'd still personally checked the entire class over before he relaxed. Even now, he was somewhere around the station with Hitoshi, waiting until Izuku could finally go home. He and the officer argued for another 10 minutes before Detective Tsukachi interrupted and sent the officer out. By then Izuku's face was red from anger and he was ready to flip the table. I listened to some of that, Tsukachi told him, and I know it's not fair to be scolding you for acting so heroically. But we have to at least pretend to uphold the law here, especially when, technically, you and your friends struck first. You can't even claim self-defense. Sorry if I didn't want to wait for someone to be hurt first, Izuku snapped. Tsukachi raised his hands in surrender. I know. I don't blame you for rushing to act. And in the situation, you did the best you could. No one was hurt, there was no property damage, and you had heroes there within minutes. You kids did good, and once you're properly licensed you'll be great heroes. The compliment made Izuku feel a little better. Just keep yourself out of trouble before then, okay? No more unauthorized quirk use. I'll do my best, was the most Izuku would promise, but it was enough for Tsukachi to finally let him go. Everyone else was already waiting for him. Todoroki had also fought back with his officer, and he still seemed put out by it too. You didn't even use your quirk? Why were you in trouble? Hitoshi asked. I'm the one who told Todoroki to use his. It wasn't fair for them to blame him, Izuku said. Shaking his head, Shoyuta wrapped him in a hug. Can't I even let you go to the mall without having to worry about you? Yeah, come on, I didn't even get any stuff for our room because of you, Hitoshi joked. Todoroki and Uraraka seized that sentence with dual exclamations of, "Come again." Izuku pulled out of Shuta's embrace. "Oh yeah, Dad adopted Hitoshi. We're brothers now." Uraraka lightly punched his arm. "You should have said something." "Congrats, Hitoshi." "Yeah, congrats," Todoroki echoed. Hitoshi's ears reddened and he looked to the side, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Thanks." "Alright, it's getting late," Shoyuta said. "Do you two have rides home?" They both did. Fuyumi and Uraraka's parents were all waiting outside together, watching a shaky video someone took with their phone of what happened at the mall. Of course someone filmed the whole thing. At least Izuku was barely noticeable in the background. His friends were clearly front and center, but unless anyone knew him, they probably weren't watching him too much. Izuku caught Todoroki's arm before he left. "If Endeavor gives you a hard time, just come over to our place, okay?" Izuku told him. Todoroki nodded. "Thanks." He went to join Fuyumi. Finally, Izuku was able to go home after that. He put up with Hisashi's fussing and pretended not to notice Shoyuta watching him so carefully. It was one of those nights where Hitoshi went to bed at the same time as Izuku, and they laid there in the dark for a while. "You know," Izuku started softly, curling up in his blankets, "it's a shame you weren't there when I spotted him. With your quirk, you could have frozen Shigaraki in place until the police got there. Then the school would have to let you transfer for catching the leader of the League of Villains." Hitoshi snorted. "Or I'd just be in trouble for illegal quirk usage like you." "Nah, I'd say you were just talking and keeping Shigaraki distracted. There'd be no proof that you used your quirk." "You'd lie to the police for me?" Hitoshi asked, humor coloring his voice. "Sure. I'd probably tell Dad though." Hitoshi laughed. "That's fair." He rolled over, making the bed shake. "You really think I could have helped capture Shigaraki today?" "Of course," Izuku said. "You'll capture a lot of villains like that, one day, and you'll be an amazing hero." He couldn't see Hitoshi's face, but he imagined the soft smile his brother usually got when someone said that to him. He still had a hard time believing that anyone supported him sincerely, so Izuku tried to tell him as often as he could. "Zashi said he'll help you with your quirk while Dad and I are gone, so you'll basically have your own stay-at-home summer camp," Izuku said. "Yeah," Hitoshi said. "I'll be working my butt off, so you better do the same." Izuku laughed. "Promise." Like his dad would let him get away with anything less. The smile Shoyuta wore when planning this camp was not his friendliest smile. Izuku had come to associate it with his dad's petty side, the one that found completely legal ways to get back at his students for all the headaches they caused him. He was curious to see what his dad had planned, but he also knew he was likely going to suffer for the next 2 weeks. It didn't stop him from looking forward to it. Even the incident at the mall earlier and his argument with the police didn't dampen his mood. He fell asleep with a smile on his face. Izuku had only been living with Shoyuta and Hisashi for half a year when he caught a cold for the first time. He'd gone to bed early, more exhausted than usual and with a bit of a sore throat, and he woke up congested with a pounding headache and an even worse sore throat. His whole body ached, and he was overall just uncomfortable and miserable. Mornings were usually pretty calm here. Hisashi played the radio and danced along while he made breakfast, and Shoyuta nursed a cup of coffee before fully waking up and getting ready. They had to be at work before Izuku needed to be at school, so they dropped him off early at the before-school program. Izuku had absolutely no desire to go to school that day. He didn't really want to get out of bed either, but he wanted Shoyuta, so he threw off the covers and swung his feet to the floor. The hardwood was cold, and he grabbed one of his extra blankets to wrap around his shoulders and shuffled out of his room, sniffling unhappily. "Izuku!" Shoyuta called from the kitchen. He sounded more alert than he usually did at this time. Izuku followed his voice like a fish on a hook, sniffling again. Shoyuta sat at the table, opening his arms up for Izuku to climb into his lap. Izuku curled up against his chest and made a little whining sound. "Not feeling well, little listener?" Hisashi asked, turning the radio down. Izuku shook his head. Shoyuta carded his fingers through Izuku's hair and then pressed the back of his hand against Izuku's forehead. "You are pretty warm. Do you want to stay home?" Izuku nodded and pressed his face against Shuta's chest. Alright, are you hungry, or do you want to go back to sleep first? He shrugged. If he was hungry, he couldn't really tell. And he did kind of want to go back to sleep, but he didn't want to leave Shoyuta. Want to sleep on the couch for a bit? Hizashi offered. We can put on one of your shows. It still wasn't entirely what he wanted, but maybe it would distract him. He nodded. Shoyuta carried him over to the couch and pulled up an all-might cartoon. I'm gonna call us both out today and then I'll be back, okay? He ruffled Izuku's hair. Izuku curled up in his blanket. He felt like he was about to cry, and he didn't even know why. He was just that miserable. So, Shoyuta called UA first. He'd never had to take a day off before, but they had a system ready for teachers who couldn't come in last minute. It happened frequently when 90% of the staff was active pro heroes. Then he called Izuku's school so they knew he wouldn't be in, and he rifled through the medicine cabinet to find something for the kid. He and Hizashi had one of the best home first aid kits out there, stocked full with bandages and disinfectant. They had creams for bruises and burns and sore muscles, cough drops in several different flavors, and 3 open containers of allergy meds. They had some fever reducers and pain relievers, but they were shockingly short-supplied on actual cold medicine. The fever reducers would work for now. He'd have to ask Hizashi to pick some stuff up later, or use one of those DIY apps. Speak of the devil, Hizashi leaned into the bathroom. You going to be okay, or do you want me to hang around too? We'll be fine, Shoyuta said. He'd no doubt Izuku would mainly spend the day sleeping, most likely on his lap. The kid might turn into a cat most of the time, but he was really more like a koala. If you could pick up some cold medicine, though, I'd appreciate it. You got it, Hizashi said. I pulled out the chicken noodle soup for you too. It's on the counter. Thanks, Shoyuta said. While he was getting better in the kitchen, Hizashi still didn't trust him alone. Heating up a can of soup was one of the few things within his skill range. Keep me posted, Hizashi said. Let me know if you want me to pick up anything else too. I will. Maybe while Izuku slept, Shoyuta would find some way to thank his best friend for all he did for them. Words could never express his gratitude. Hizashi whispered goodbye to Izuku and slipped out the door while Shoyuta filled a cup with water and brought the fever pills out to Izuku. I've got some medicine for Izuku? The couch was missing one sick kid. Shoyuta was surprised Izuku even had the energy to move. He certainly hadn't seemed like it before. Mro. Izuku hadn't gone anywhere. He'd simply morphed and disappeared into the blanket. A time to morph. Shoyuta grimaced and sat on the couch next to him, peeling away the blankets. Izuku. The cat that looked up at him had the most heartbreaking look on his face, big eyes full of pain. Oh kiddo. Did you morph on purpose, or do you want help changing back? He didn't really get an answer. Izuku squirmed onto Shuta's lap and curled up there, face buried in his stomach. Shoyuta ran his hand over Izuku's back, scratching lightly behind Izuku's ears. He assumed this meant Izuku was content to stay as a cat, but it did make giving him medicine harder. Could cats handle human medication? He assumed not. But the line was blurry when the cat in question was actually a human. How much of Izuku's physical makeup really changed when he morphed? Would he be okay without the fever reducers for a while? If he preferred being a cat right now, Shoyuta didn't want to stress him out by making him transform. He was starting to wish he'd picked up one of those parenting books, but he had a feeling none of them explained what to do in this scenario. He leaned over to try and see Izuku's face. Kiddo? I've got some medicine for you. Think you can change back for a few minutes. Izuku pressed his face further into Shuta's stomach, so he took that as a no. What was he supposed to do now? He pulled out his phone, intending to call Hizashi, but then he realized Izuku would overhear and probably notice the worry in his voice, so he texted instead. Insomnia. So Izuku turned into a cat before I could give him medicine. What do I do now? Loudman. He did what? Insomnia. How should I know? Stress, maybe? Loudman. Poor kid's sad face. Insomnia. Zashi. Focus. He hasn't had medicine yet. Should I undo the morph or let it be? Loudman. I'd let it be for a little while, see if he changes back on his own. Insomnia. If he doesn't? Am I supposed to take him to a doctor or a vet? Loudman. Next, that's a really good question. Oh no. Maybe call around and ask? It was the only bit of helpful advice Hisashi had at the moment, so while Izuku slept in Shuta's lap he searched for nearby pediatricians and veterinarians. He also debated calling Recovery Girl. Did her quirk work on animals, too, or just people? A couple of the doctor's offices had online chats, so he used those to ask if they could treat a kid turned into a cat. They all misunderstood at first and thought he wanted help changing the kid back, and he grew frustrated having to explain this was normal. Finally he gave in and called Recovery Girl. She was absolutely dreadful at responding to text messages, so he had to actually call. Hopefully Izuku was in a deep sleep. "Good morning, Shoyuta," she greeted. "Did you get hurt on patrol again?" "No, actually," Shoyuta said. "I need to know if your quirk works on animals." "Well, that's certainly a random question," she said. He looked up at the ceiling for the patience he was quickly losing. "My kid is sick, and he's currently a cat." "What are his symptoms?" Recovery Girl asked, finally slipping into her business voice. "Fever and exhaustion, congested. He didn't tell me anything else before he morphed." "Sounds like it's just a cold. Even if I tried to use my quirk on him, he likely doesn't have much spare stamina to speed the process along." Considering how Izuku was already asleep, Shoyuta was inclined to agree. "What do you suggest, then? Should I take him to a vet or a doctor?" "If you think he's getting worse, bring him in to me. Some rest and cold medicine should be enough." "I can't give him any medicine when he's a cat, though," Shoyuta said. "Unless I force him to transform back." "Give him some time to sleep and calm down," Recovery Girl told him. "You'd be amazed what a little time and rest can do for the body." He was sure he would be, but that didn't stop the incredible amount of worry he felt now. But he trusted her, so he hung up the phone and tried to relax, taking care of a few emails on his phone to let Izuku keep sleeping undisturbed for as long as he could. Hisashi checked in again, and Shoyuta told him what Recovery Girl said. After about 2 hours, Izuku woke up a little. Not a lot, but he was overall more responsive to Shoyuta asking him questions. "I need you to morph back for me, kiddo," he said. Izuku blinked at him and whined. "You need medicine. And I bet you're hungry. I doubt you want cat food right now." Izuku violently shook his head at that and rubbed his paws over his ears. It was one of those realizations he'd had after learning his cat was actually a kid, when he thought back to all the obvious signs he'd missed. He'd fed a human kid cat food for 3 months. Izuku had grimaced and scrunched up his nose in distaste when Shoyuta brought it up. "Can you change back for me then?" Shoyuta asked. He did his best to keep his voice low and soothing and not panicked, but he wasn't sure how well it worked. Izuku thought about it for a few moments before he shifted. Watching him morph was always surreal. Limbs bent and contorted unnaturally, and it looked like it should be painful, but Izuku had assured him several times he never felt anything. The weight in his lap grew heavier as a kid took the place of the cat. Shoyuta held him tightly, some of the worry falling from his shoulders. "Thank you." Izuku sniffled. He looked like he was about to cry. Shoyuta wasn't sure, but when he checked his fever again it felt hotter than before. He reached to the coffee table where he'd left the pills and the water. "Here, this will help with the fever." Izuku gulped down the pills and made a face, rubbing his throat. A sore throat on top of everything else. This poor kid. "Let me up? I'll heat up your breakfast and get you some tea." After being friends with Hisashi for so long, he knew just about every remedy for sore throats. Whining, Izuku pressed himself against Shoyuta again. "Come on, Izuku, you need to eat something." Izuku grabbed onto his shirt. Sighing, Shoyuta carefully stood with Izuku in his arms and adjusted the kid to rest more on his hip. Izuku adapted and wrapped his arms around his neck, burying his face in his shoulder. If his students saw him cave so easily, they'd never properly fear him again. They were so much more manageable when they feared him. He held Izuku with one arm while reheating the miso soup Hisashi had made for breakfast and starting a pot of tea with the other. The kid may have just turned 9 a few months ago, but he was still the size of a 7-year-old and one of the smallest in his class. He probably needed to talk to doctors about that, figure out if it was just a side effect of his quirk or if he'd been underfed in his old home. Later. One problem at a time here. For now, he needed to figure out how to coax Izuku out of his shoulders so he could actually eat something. "Your miso soup is ready," he said, pulling it out of the microwave. "It shouldn't bother your throat." Izuku shifted slightly. "After you eat and drink your tea, you can go back to sleep, okay? I'll stay with you on the couch." "Promise?" Izuku asked. "Promise. You just need to eat first." Izuku suffered through it, but he wouldn't let Shoyuta put him down and stayed in his lap. He ate about half the soup, but he finished the lemon honey tea Shoyuta made him. Shoyuta grabbed some paperwork and headed back to the couch. Izuku morphed into a cat again and curled up on him. Which, Shoyuta had questions about that, if this was something Izuku did naturally when he was sick or if it was a learned behavior. If it was learned, then Hisashi Midoriya better be grateful he was already in jail and out of Shuta's reach. Other than a few bathroom breaks and getting up for water, they didn't move much from the couch. Shoyuta left the All Might cartoon playing on low for the background noise, and Izuku spent most of the afternoon watching it in a daze. He didn't morph out of his cat form again, even choosing to eat his soup that way. But he didn't fight them when Hisashi came back with more medicine, willingly changing back so he could drink it. "You should probably stay human for a bit and give it time to work properly," Hisashi said. "We don't know if it'll be affected by your morphing." Shoyuta hadn't even considered the possibility that Izuku could eat something as a human that would be poisonous as an animal. How did his system handle that when he morphed? He had to have a higher tolerance for that stuff, right? Izuku pulled his legs onto the couch and curled against Shuta's side. "Sorry. I don't mean to." So it was a stress reaction. That was good to know. Shoyuta ran a hand through sweaty curls. "It's all right. You don't have to apologize. Just focus on feeling better, okay?" Izuku nodded, slowly relaxing against him. He dozed for about an hour before Hisashi started making dinner, and the sounds of him in the kitchen woke him up. Shoyuta suggested he shower now that he was awake, and Izuku padded off to the bathroom. He took the opportunity to stretch and work out his stiff muscles. It had been ages since he sat in one place so much in one day, and his body was protesting. Izuku was still feverish the next day, but he didn't morph again and seemed to be over the worst of it. While still clingy, he wasn't such a brat about leaving Shuta's side either. By dinner he was nearly back to normal, only sniffling occasionally. He was back at school the next day, which meant so was Shoyuta. He took his lunch break in Recovery Girl's office so he could ask her about Izuku. "It is tricky with his morphing," Recovery Girl agreed. "Honestly, I recommend taking him to a quirk analyst so they can determine how much of his biology actually changes and what the effect his morphing has on his digestive process." He hated the idea of putting Izuku through tests like that, but it would be beneficial in the long run, right? They'd need to know how Izuku would react to potential treatments. A lot of common medicines could be poisonous to him. Or, on the flip side, certain animal medicines might work better for him. Except even then, what worked for one animal would kill another, so how were they supposed to narrow it down? He had a headache. Recovery Girl patted his arm. "One step at a time, Shoyuta. Take him to an analyst and see what they say." Yeah, he still wasn't convinced, but he turned the idea over in his head for the rest of the day. He meant to bring it up with Hisashi after Izuku was asleep and couldn't overhear, but he was a little too out of it during dinner, and rather than make up an excuse, he opted to just bring it up now and get it over with. If Izuku hated the idea, then end of discussion. He should have known better. Izuku loved the idea. "Will they be able to tell me if I can get animal diseases? Or explain where all my mass goes when I'm smaller? We just learned about mass in science and I've been wondering about that." Hisashi laughed. "Well, they're certainly more likely to know than we are." Izuku nodded solemnly and then started muttering other questions he had about his own quirk. They were well thought out questions, clearly something the kid had been thinking about for a while, and definitely things they needed to know in the future if anything happened. He was surprised at some of the questions Izuku mumbled, just because he never would have expected a kid to think like that. Were all kids this smart, or was Izuku an exception? He didn't have a basis to go off of. Maybe he should ask Tensei. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, Izuku's grades were incredible. Even after missing 3 months of school and getting uprooted just a few months later, his grades were always excellent. He'd always thought the teachers had just been lenient while Izuku adjusted, but maybe he should be giving Izuku more credit. After dinner, Izuku rushed off to his notebooks to start writing things down, dedicating several pages to his own quirk with open space to answer his questions after the visit. Shoyuta couldn't believe he'd been worried. This was a dream come true for Izuku. His appointment with the analyst wasn't for a few weeks, and by the time Izuku actually got to go, he had so many questions he hoped they could answer. Diseases, mass, his coloration, what his body did with excess material, like all the calcium in his bones if he turned into an octopus or something. The analyst was a nice enough woman, humoring all his questions. He was just as curious about all the tests she performed as he was about his quirk. She had to do the tests multiple times while he was shifted into a few different forms, and then she had him swallow a special pill and did a lot of the tests again, this time tracking the pill in his system. He was there all day and he wasn't even getting answers yet. She'd taken blood samples and was going to examine them all before telling him anything concrete, which would probably take a week. The wait was torture. "I'm proud of you," Shoyuta said, sitting next to him on the train ride home. "You did really well with all the poking and prodding today. It was fun." Izuku smiled. "I wish she could tell us right away about stuff." The only definite thing they'd gotten was when she tracked the pill in his system through his transformations. It stayed in his stomach, which meant if he was sick and transformed, whatever medicine he'd had would still affect him. Whether that effect was good or bad would have to wait for the blood test results. They had katsudon for dinner that night, and Hizashi had even gotten ice cream for dessert. Izuku was a little confused that Shoyuta and Hizashi had been so worried about this, and they seemed confused at why he wasn't, but they were happy enough to build another fort in the living room and watch a movie. If Izuku morphed into a cat to watch from Shuta's lap, it was just because the fort was small. If Hizashi had deliberately made the fort a little small, it had been unintentional. He was saving his blankets for bedtime, okay? So, Shoyuta brought Izuku back to the analyst a week later to go over the results. Izuku vibrated with excitement the whole way there, and his notebook was ready to go. Dr. Fujioka, the analyst, matched Izuku's enthusiasm as she explained the results, handing over a big file for them to take home. "You've got a fascinating quirk, Izuku," she said. "It completely rearranges the structure of your DNA when you morph, reforming as whatever animal you morphed into. This means you can easily access the instincts of that animal the way you do your human instincts." They had more or less figured that out with his training, but she confirmed his brain waves shifted with each transformation, which explained his struggles to morph again after he transformed. Izuku wrote everything down furiously. Dr. Fujioka also confirmed their suspicions about giving him medicine. "You'll have to be careful when he's sick. His animal forms have more tolerance for human medicine than a regular animal, but I wouldn't risk giving him more than half a dose of anything if he's prone to shifting with a fever." Shoyuta frowned. "He is." She nodded. "Your best bet is to catch it early and keep his fever from getting too high, but if you miss it, just make sure it's a small dose and try to keep him from shifting." Still frowning, Shoyuta nodded again. They'd have to be careful going forward, on the lookout for the slightest sign of an incoming cold. He'd have Izuku warn him if any of his classmates were sick too, so he'd know to be extra vigilant. The analyst went over a few more things, answering some of Izuku's questions and prompting entirely new ones. Shoyuta was exhausted by the time they were able to get back home, but Izuku was buzzing with energy. He let the kid tell Hizashi everything they'd learned and closed his eyes on the couch. Did all parents have to go through this with their kids? Did everyone make special accommodations for their quirks, or worry about specific problems no one else was affected by? Or was Shoyuta just lucky? He was going to be paranoid every time Izuku so much as sneezed, now. And the poor kid was going to have to suffer through most of his colds without proper medication. That was going to be awful for everyone involved. Shoyuta was so lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice Izuku and Hizashi had stopped talking, not until a small weight with too many knees and elbows climbed on top of him. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked. He brought one arm up around Izuku's back so he wouldn't fall. "Yeah. Just thinking. Do you want your quirk analyzed too?" Izuku asked. Shoyuta looked at him in surprise. "What?" I was wondering if Dr. Fujioka could tell you anything about yours that you didn't already know, Izuku went on. Like why it makes your hair float and how you can make your scarf fly like that. Unless one of your parents had a levitation or a telekinesis quirk, and that's just a recessive part. Shoyuta blinked and huffed out a laugh. My grandmother could levitate a little, he admitted. Most of his quirk was unique to himself, completely separate from his parents. His father had a paralyzing quirk, and his mother had a weak hypnosis quirk. Somehow they'd combined to make erasure. It made more sense than Izuku's at least. His shapeshifting had nothing to do with telekinesis or fire breathing. It wasn't unheard of for a kid's abilities to be unique to the family, but it was rare enough to always be a surprise when it happened. Shoyuta had never cared before, but now he sort of did. He wished one of Izuku's parents had shared his ability, if only so they could have figured all this stuff out first and passed down their tips and tricks. Yeah, that would have been nice. But as he sat there now, watching Izuku ramble off theories about Shuta's quirk and then Hizashi, before finally going back to his own, he realized he didn't mind exploring this with Izuku. The kid's eyes lit up when he talked about quirks, and it was a joy to watch him learn and discover his own abilities. They'd be careful when the kid got sick, that was all. It wasn't the end of the world. As it turned out, he was the next one to get sick. A flu was going around UA, and the second he felt a sore throat he asked Tensei to watch Izuku for a few days. He couldn't send the kid to Nemuri's, even though she was closer, because she was just as likely to get sick right now. Tensei didn't believe him at first. You want me to watch Izuku? For a week? I can't risk him getting sick, Shoyuta said. His friends all knew about the complications they had regarding medicine. He didn't understand why Tensei was being so difficult. I know, it just seems like you're overreacting a little, Tensei said. He's not going to like being away from you for so long. He was trying not to think about that part. It's only a week. And he hasn't seen Tenya in a while. Tensei sighed. What about school? He can't miss a week of school like that. And I can't take him with my patrol schedule right now. Shoyuta grimaced. He briefly considered letting Izuku take himself to and from school before shutting that down. Call him paranoid, but he'd rescued too many kids kidnapped. On their way home from school. It's not ideal, but I'd honestly rather have him miss class. He's smart enough it won't hurt too much. Please, Tensei. Geez, an actual please in my name? How can I say no? He couldn't, and Hizashi dropped Izuku off that night. Shoyuta had already started taking medicine to fight off the flu, not willing to take any chances, so in the end he only had a mild case. It was still unpleasant, and after he threw up the fourth time, he was grateful Izuku wasn't around just so he didn't have to spare the energy to take care of him, too, right now. They video called every night after Shoyuta forced himself to shower and look somewhat presentable. He still saw the worry in Izuku's eyes, and he did his best to calm it. He didn't think it worked. Once Recovery Girl gave him the all-clear, he and Hizashi cleaned the apartment before letting Izuku come home. Hizashi got sick the next night. Shoyuta kicked him out to Nemuri's place. XXX. Sometimes, Izuku's life felt like a dream. Living with Shoyuta and Hizashi was so different than his life before with his mom and dad, it felt like two different lives altogether. Listing the differences would take him too long, and it was easier for him to sum it up with everything. Mostly, he tried not to think about his old life. He liked his new life, and he was happy and content to play with Tenya or talk about heroes with Shoyuta. His new classmates weren't mean to him, and school was a lot more fun than it used to be. There wasn't really much to miss from his old life. There was one thing Shoyuta and Hizashi could never give him, no matter how hard they tried. Izuku would never get his mother back. That was the one thing he missed from before. He'd help mom cook in the kitchen, or snuggle up with her when watching TV. He'd tell her all about a new hero he saw on the news, and she'd respond in those over-exaggerated interest noises. She used to buy him fancy colored pens for him to write in his notebooks, and she'd surprise him all the time with new All Might action figures. He'd lost all those notebooks and action figures in the fire, of course, and that made him sad if he thought about it too much. But thinking about his mother made him even more sad, the kind of sad that would strip any smile from his face and make him curl up in Shuta's lap as a cat again. Shoyuta didn't really question it, most of the time, and he seemed happy enough to give up his mobility to let Izuku have this. Izuku was good at not thinking about it, usually. And when he did, he was good at hiding it until he was a cat, and then Shoyuta and Hisashi just thought he was sleepy or in the mood for cuddles. At least, he thought he was good at hiding it. So, Shoyuta liked to think he was pretty clever most of the time. That confidence was a little shaken after not realizing his cat was a human child for 3 months, but, usually, he was quick to catch on to things. Like Izuku's growing depression. Well, depression might be too strong a word yet, but he didn't know what else to call the days where Izuku was quiet and distant, before he morphed into a cat and avoided questions altogether. Izuku always bounced back within a day, and Shoyuta was trying to give him space. Izuku had lived through a lot of major changes in the last year, after all, and had his entire world flipped upside down. As cheerful and sunny as Izuku usually was, it wasn't a stretch to believe he needed sad days to balance it all. The closer they got to November, nearing the anniversary of the day they met, the more often it happened. It didn't take a genius to do the math. This wasn't only the anniversary of when they met, after all. Soon it would be a year since Izuku's apartment burned and his mother died. Shoyuta couldn't blame Izuku at all for his sad days. He just wished he knew how to make it better. A few days before his birthday, he came back from patrol and checked on Izuku, like he always did. Izuku was curled up as a cat, and he perked up when he noticed Shoyuta. "Everything okay?" Shoyuta asked. With a whine, Izuku jumped down from his bed and bounded over to Shoyuta. Shoyuta scooped him up in familiar motions. "What's wrong?" Izuku chose to bury his face in Shuta's scarf rather than answer. It was going to be one of those nights, then. Shoyuta went to his own room and put Izuku on his pillow before grabbing something more comfortable to sleep in. This wasn't the first time Izuku had had a bad dream and sought Shoyuta out the second he came home, but it was the first time he'd done it while morphed. Shoyuta changed in the bathroom and brushed his teeth, returning as quickly as possible. Izuku snuggled up to him as soon as he was under the covers. "Do you want to talk about it?" Shoyuta offered. Izuku pressed harder against him, so Shoyuta assumed that was a no. "Try and get some sleep. I'm right here." He had no idea if Izuku slept or not. Shoyuta slept as much as he usually did until he heard Hisashi get up, and then he watched Izuku for a few minutes. He wasn't sure if he should be concerned that Izuku hadn't morphed back yet or not. If his kid had actually been sleeping, then it would make sense. But he knew Izuku had been restless most of the night, and something was clearly bothering him. A stressed Izuku paired with quirk activation was never good. His alarm went off a few minutes later, startling Izuku. He was quick to soothe him. "You're okay, we're in my room." Izuku dropped his head against him. Shoyuta stroked his back. Must have been some nightmare. Izuku curled up a little more, flicking his tail over his eyes. Was he agreeing with Shuta's statement or was this something else? Izuku not being able to talk when he was transformed was supremely inconvenient. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Shoyuta asked. "I'm worried. I could help you better if I knew what was wrong." Izuku meowed. Shoyuta sat up, scooting back against his headboard and lifting Izuku into his lap. "Can you please change back so we can talk?" He waited a minute in silence before Izuku morphed back. The kid's limbs were in a very unfortunate position and he promised himself that next time, he'd keep Izuku off his lap until he morphed. "Sorry," Izuku mumbled. Breathing through the pain, Shoyuta patted Izuku's head. A few moments later, he cleared his throat. "Forget about it. Accident." Izuku still looked a little sheepish, and as painful as it had been, it worked as a decent enough icebreaker to calm the kid down. "So?" Shoyuta asked. Izuku bit his lip. You can't really help and it's been a long time, and I don't know why I keep thinking about her so much," and his eyes watered, and he rubbed his arm over them. "Hey, slow down, what are you talking about? Who are you thinking of?" He had a guess, of course, he'd been trying to think of how to bring this up for a month now, but he needed Izuku to confirm it first. "My mom," Izuku whispered. Tears spilled over his cheeks. "I don't mean to be ungrateful. You and Uncle Hisashi are great, and I love being here, I love you guys, but I don't know." "Izuku." Shoyuta pulled Izuku against his side, letting the kid cry into his shirt. This breakdown had been a long time coming. It's okay. Of course you miss your mom. And missing her has nothing to do with me or Hisashi, got it? I promise, neither of us are offended by you missing her. He would never begrudge Izuku for missing her. He was more offended by Izuku thinking he would, but kids got weird ideas all the time so he'd let it slide. He rubbed Izuku's back. And a long time? Kiddo, it's been a year. That's not long at all. I know it feels like it with everything that's happened, but it really hasn't. Izuku twisted his hand in Shuta's shirt. When does it stop hurting so much? He whispered. Shoyuta tightened his arms around him. I wish I could tell you, buddy. Heartache dulls with time, but it's different for everyone. Should he sign Izuku up for counseling? The kid could probably use some. He should have looked into that sooner. Izuku cried against him for a while. Eventually, Hisashi poked his head in with a raised brow. Everything okay? He misses his mom, Shoyuta explained. Ah. Hisashi stepped into the room and sat on the edge of Shuta's bed, reaching over to ruffle Izuku's curls. Understandable. Want me to tell Nedzu you're not coming in today? He hated to take a day off, but Izuku was in no condition to deal with school, so someone needed to stay home with him. Please. No, I'm sorry. Izuku squirmed out of Shuta's grasp and rubbed his face, trying desperately to control his crying. You don't have to do that, I don't want to be a burden. Shoyuta frowned and pulled Izuku back to him. You couldn't be a burden if you tried. I don't mind, kid, really. But, no buts. Just take it easy today, okay? Hisashi said. Get some sleep, take a walk, and relax. The world won't end if you two have a day off. Okay, Izuku finally whispered. Hisashi nodded and went to finish getting ready. Shoyuta expected he and Izuku to go back to sleep, but Izuku needed the bathroom and he could smell the coffee Hisashi had already made, and before he knew it he was sipping from his mug and nibbling on some toast. You need anything before I go? Hisashi asked. We'll be fine. Probably just nap on the couch all day. Hisashi nodded. Right? I was thinking, actually, maybe take him to the cemetery? The cemetery? Well, he missed the funeral, right? He never got to say goodbye. The closure might be good for him. Shoyuta sipped his coffee and considered it. He'd never really thought about it, but Hisashi was right. After learning his mother had passed away when he was a cat, Izuku never had another chance to properly grieve. He'd missed the funeral and unless his foster mother brought him, he'd never visited her grave. I'll see what he thinks of the idea, Shoyuta agreed. Hisashi usually had the better instinct for this kind of thing, and he didn't mind walking through a cemetery if it helped Izuku in the long run. Izuku was quiet at first when Shoyuta brought it up over breakfast, but he nodded and shyly asked if they could pick up flowers on the way. The internet search to find her grave didn't take long, and they strolled through the headstones just before lunch, Izuku carrying a bouquet of colorful wildflowers. Wildflowers had been his mom's favorites, he said. She'd like the bright colors. Izuku was already crying when he laid them on her headstone. He traced the characters of her name. Hi, Mom. Shoyuta stood next to him, silently offering his support. He was trying to follow Izuku's lead, but now that they were here and the flowers delivered, it seemed like Izuku didn't know what to do next either. So, Izuku kept talking. I miss you. I hope you're happy, wherever you are now. I hope you find someone better than Dad. He's in jail now, and he will be for a long time. I don't miss him nearly as much as I miss you. Shoyuta held in his laughter. He would sure hope Izuku didn't miss the man who'd killed his mother, no matter what the blood relation was. You don't have to worry about me. I found someone who cares about me a whole lot, and he's a hero too. I live with him and his best friend, another hero. Izuku continued to describe Eraserhead and Present Mike and what living with them was like. He didn't leave much out, talking about his growing friendship with Tenya Ida and his new school. Eventually, though, even Izuku ran out of words. I still miss you. Happy now. I love Shoyuta and Hisashi and Tenya, and I'm glad Dad can't hurt me anymore, but I miss you lots. A sob broke his voice. Shoyuta squeezed his shoulder. I think your mom would just be happy that you're happy, kid. She sounded like a good mother, and that was what any decent parent wanted, right? He couldn't describe the warm, gooey feeling in his chest at hearing Izuku say he was happy, but if it was in the realm of parental emotions, he knew Inko Midoriya would feel it too. I am happy, Izuku confirmed, reaching up with one hand to hold on to Shura's. But I'm sad too, because she's not here. Shoyuta rubbed circles on his shoulder. That's okay. You can be both at the same time. Nodding, Izuku leaned against Shoyuta. Shoyuta wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder. They stayed in silence for another 10 minutes before Izuku was ready to leave. Shoyuta made sure to memorize the route. This was only the first time they'd been there. They'd be back plenty of times in the future, he was sure. Inko Midoriya was gone physically from Izuku's life, but she'd never really be gone. She'd always be his mother. XXXXX. Izuku was 9 the first time Shoyuta didn't come home from a patrol. Well, to be more precise, the first time Shoyuta didn't come home without warning them. There had been instances before where an arrest at the end of his shift kept him overtime or something came up last minute, but he'd always texted Hisashi to give him a heads up that he was fine, just doing paperwork. Hisashi would then tell Izuku, and they'd go about their day as normal. Usually Shoyuta wandered in while they were having breakfast, looking more or less like a zombie. It was disconcerting for Izuku to wake up one morning, his dad's bedroom empty, and Hisashi wearing a fake smile while constantly checking his phone. His stomach sank with every passing minute. He probably just forgot to text. He's always been terrible about that, Hisashi said. He kept his phone up on the table beside him. Right? Izuku pushed his rice around. He wanted to believe Hisashi, he really did. But Hisashi didn't look like he believed himself, and Izuku already knew that life wasn't always a happy ending. Breakfast was quiet and tense, and things didn't really change as Izuku got dressed and grabbed his backpack. They were both putting their shoes on when Hisashi's phone finally rang. He said something in English that Izuku didn't catch, but he was pretty sure it was a swear. Sho. Izuku strained to hear the other side of the conversation. Would morphing into something with better hearing be considered an abuse of his quirk? You're what? You were what? IF- will be there. Yeah, I'll call his school. You're really okay, right? Izuku tugged on Hisashi's sleeve. He wants to talk to you, Hisashi said, right before passing the phone to Izuku. Dad? Izuku asked. Hey, Izuku. Sorry to make you worry. You're okay though? I'm a little roughed up. Got caught by surprise last night, and a villain got the jump on me. Hisashi's gonna bring you to come see me, okay? Okay, Izuku said. We'll see you soon then? Yeah, real soon, bud. Izuku's anxiety settled a little. He was still worried. Things had to be bad if his dad was roughed up and couldn't come home, and Izuku was fairly sure this meant he was about to visit him in the hospital, and hospitals were always serious. But it couldn't be too bad if his dad was able to call them, right? He changed out of his school uniform before they left, throwing on the first clothes he could find. Hisashi stayed in his hero outfit, and he continued to text Shoyuta along the way. Like Izuku thought, they went to a hospital. They were directed to a normal room, and Hisashi relaxed when they found out it was an ICU. Shoyuta was sitting up when they got there, scowling at a tray of food. He pushed it away when they came in. Izuku rushed up beside him, hesitating before giving in to the instinct to crawl up beside him. For the most part, his dad looked okay. He had a bandage around his head, but the white hospital gown was honestly more disconcerting. Izuku was used to seeing him in black. Come here, Shoyuta said gently, shifting an arm to make room for Izuku beside him. Izuku took up the position happily. Hisashi plopped into the nearby chair. I hate you. If it makes you feel better, the food here is absolute crap. Good. I'm glad you're suffering, Hisashi stated. Should we smuggle in food? Izuku asked. They're hoping to release me this afternoon, but it's good to know one of you cares about me. Are you kidding? I almost had a panic attack, like 3 different times this morning. I can't believe you let yourself get stabbed. Izuku jolted up. What? Shoyuta glared at Hisashi. It was a graze. If it's bad enough to land you in the hospital, you were stabbed. I'm in the hospital because of the concussion, and most of this is precautionary anyway. Izuku looked up at the bandages on Shura's head again, making a keening sound in the back of his throat. Both men turned to him. Shoyuta drew him against his side again and calmed him down. It's already mostly healed, I promise. They're gonna do another scan this morning, and if it's better they're gonna let me go home, okay? But you were stabbed? Izuku asked. He could just make out the outline of bandages around Shuta's chest under the gown. Grazed, Shoyuta corrected. I just lost some blood, and they had to give me some, but I'm fine. No organs or anything were hit. It was amazing how little this was making Izuku feel better. He took his cues from Hisashi, who raised disbelieving eyes at Shoyuta and shook his head. I'll be home tonight, and then you'll see that this is not the big deal you're making it out to be, Shoyuta said. Izuku shared a glance with Hisashi. Neither one believed him. It took until after the test Shoyuta had mentioned before and a doctor confirming that Shoyuta was clear to go home for the two to start to relax. He wasn't allowed back at work for a few days while he recovered, but for the most part he was good to go. Izuku was only too happy to see Shoyuta resting on their own couch at home. They ate leftovers for dinner while watching a movie of Shuta's choice, a centuries-old noir film. For whatever reason, Shuta's favorite movies were from the first few decades of film, when they barely even had the primitive technology to capture anything on camera. They were exciting in their own way, knowing that the actors didn't have any quirks to rely on and that all of the effects were created by hand, somehow. If Izuku wasn't so enamored with heroics, he could see his curiosity leading him into the industry. Izuku fell asleep during the movie, head resting on Shuta's chest and listening to his heartbeat. It was his favorite lullaby, and coupled with Shoyuta running his fingers through Izuku's hair, Izuku never stood a chance. The bus stopped for a break, and Izuku climbed out with everyone else and happily stretched his legs. Oh wow, look at that view, someone yelled, and half the class wandered over to the edge to peer out over the trees. Izuku was distracted by Pixie Bob and Mandalay of the Wild Wild PP Cats. He'd been hounding Shoyuta for 3 years now to introduce him, ever since he found out he worked with them for things like this. Shoyuta had always refused. It took him several minutes to realize that if this was a bathroom break, there should be bathrooms. He made eye contact with Shoyuta and spotted the manic grin just visible over the folds of his scarf. Oh no! The cliff side crumbled, tossing all 20 of them to the ground below. Izuku was one of the lucky ones who could use his quirk to soften his landing. Others, like Kaminari and Aoyama, landed in painful heaps. The camp is that direction. If you don't make it by lunch, you don't get to eat. Pixie Bob taunted. Well, that was illogical. Withholding food wouldn't help them train, so Izuku wrote that off as a logical ruse and didn't worry about it. He did, however, worry about the giant rock monster now standing in front of them. This would not be, as they say, a walk in the park. He spent the day shifting between various animals. He charged through golems as a rhino, assisted in combo attacks with his classmates, led other golems on a wild goose chase away from his exhausted friends. By the time they made it to the camp at sunset, he'd spent barely any part of the day as a human. With Koda able to translate for him, he hadn't needed to. The speed of his transformations suffered as the hours went on, and it took him considerable effort to morph back into a human when he saw Shoyuta and the PP Cats outside the lodge. Two-leg coordination threw him off for a second, and he immediately face-planted at the change in balance. He decided to stay on the ground. He was too tired to get up. Several others also collapsed when they finally reached safety. Pixie Bob and Mandalay started talking, saying something about their performances today. Izuku lifted his head to try and pay attention, but then he saw the kid in the background. What was the kid doing here? Curiosity motivated him to get up, and he managed to make his way over to the kid. It took more concentration than he wanted to admit, but he made it. Hi there, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The swift punch to the groin sent him to the ground again. Tenya and Todoroki were at his side in an instant. Kota! Mandalay scolded. I'm so sorry. This is my nephew. Are you all right, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Izuku gave him a shaky smile, tears blurring his vision. You fiendish child. Tenya called after Kota. Kota turned back with a glare. The last thing I want is to hang out with a bunch of wannabe heroes. And there was a lot to unpack with that. But Koda stomped off and the class was being shepherded another way for dinner, and after the day they'd had Izuku didn't have the energy to chase after Koda. He was curious, though, and the boy didn't leave his thoughts. Shoyuta checked on him at the start of dinner. "You okay?" "I'm tired more than anything else," Izuku admitted. "I don't think I've ever shifted so many times in one day before." Shoyuta ruffled his hair. "Better get used to it. You'll be doing it all camp." Izuku straightened with interest. Shoyuta had been tight-lipped about the plans for the next 2 weeks. All Izuku had wormed out of him was that it'd be the training routine from hell. Even now, Shoyuta refused to elaborate, sending Izuku off to eat dinner with his classmates. He caught a few more glimpses of Koda throughout the night, the same scowl plastered on the boy's face. Did the kid ever smile? Half his mind was still thinking about it later when they were at the baths, though Mineta made a good attempt at distracting him. Then Koda pushed Mineta off the wall, and then Koda fell too. Izuku sprinted. He wasn't fast enough to outright catch Koda, not from so far away, but he could get under him and break his fall. He shifted into a walrus, something with a lot of fat and blubber that could absorb more of the impact. His organs still weren't happy with him, and he'd have some bruises for sure from Koda's sharp knees and elbows. It was better than how Tenya broke Mineta's fall. He'd be teasing his best friend about that for a while. He brought Koda to Mandalay's office afterwards and learned about Koda's parents. His heart went out to the kid. He knew how hard it was to lose your parents at that age, and with them being pro-heroes, he could imagine how he would feel if something happened to Shoyuta or Hisashi. He was old enough now he'd understand if they were killed in the line of duty, but if he'd been Koda's age? Well, losing his mom had screwed with his head so badly he'd been a cat for 3 months, and that was without the messy complications of dying to save someone else. Leaving the office, he got dressed and sought out his dad. Shoyuta was discussing something with Vlad, but he immediately perked up when Izuku came in. Izuku hugged him. "Love you." Shoyuta brought an arm around Izuku. "Love you too, but did something happen?" Humming, Izuku explained what happened in the baths and then what Mandalay told him. Shoyuta hugged him a little tighter. "Koda just needs time. Everyone deals with grief differently. And thank you for telling me about Mineta. I know. He just seems so angry. At everyone." Of course, for all Izuku knew, Koda could have been like that before his parents were killed too. But Kogu was always angry and he wasn't grieving anyone. Shoyuta chuckled. "Not everyone can be as cheerful as you. Do you think there's anything I can do to help him? I think we're better off leaving this to the PP cats. You're going to have your hands full with training, and then in 2 weeks you'll be gone." Izuku frowned, but he saw his dad's point. It wasn't fair for Izuku to butt his nose into Koda's business, potentially build up a bond with him, and then abandon him. But how could Izuku not try and help him? "Trust Mandalay and the others," Shoyuta told him before shooing him off to bed. So, the next morning started far too early. Izuku loved his dad, but he still wanted to kick his butt for making them wake up before the sun. Just because Shoyuta had no concept of a sleep schedule didn't mean the rest of them didn't. The promise on focusing on their individual quirks woke them all up pretty quickly, though. Since they'd all need to focus on different things to maximize their quirks, they each had different training regimens. When the hell had Shoyuta even had time to plan all this? Between Hitoshi's adoption and planning the finals, the man didn't exactly have a lot of free time. Pixie Bob made more golems for Izuku to fight against, and a nearby timer was set to go off every 5 minutes. At the little bell, Izuku had to morph again. Pixie Bob liked to throw out suggestions to challenge him. His coordination as a human again suffered at lunchtime, and by dinner his group unanimously decided not to let him near the sharp objects. Cooking with everyone was fun, even if they were all bone-tired and ready to pass out. Their food was edible at best, and definitely not going to win any culinary awards, but caring about the quality of their meal was beyond them at the moment. Izuku was listening to Tenya discuss his progress that day when he spied Koda walking off alone in the woods. The boy knew these woods better than Izuku did, and with Ragdoll around they'd know if he was hurt or anything, but it still left a sour feeling in his stomach watching him disappear in the trees. Dad had told him to leave this alone, but Izuku just couldn't. He didn't doubt the PP cats were doing everything they could, but Koda needed someone who understood. So, he made an extra plate of dinner and followed after Koda. The trail wasn't exactly well traveled, but it was noticeable enough for anyone looking. He guessed Koda must be going to a specific spot, and the PP cats either knew where it was or wanted to respect his privacy. With a big lodge like this, likely very different from how Koda grew up, the boy probably needed a spot just for him. Izuku found Koda sitting outside a cave overlooking the woods, already scowling at his footsteps. "What do you want?" Koda demanded. Izuku held up the plate. "I thought you might be hungry." "I don't want your nasty food." "It's not that bad," Izuku weakly defended. He took a seat a few feet away from Koda, placing the plate halfway between them. Koda wasn't appeased by the offering, so Izuku decided to cut the small talk. "Mandalay told me about your mom and dad." Koda stiffened. "It really sucks, losing your parents unexpectedly," Izuku went on. Koda looked at him from the corner of his eye. "Aren't you going to tell me their sacrifice was worth it? That it's how they would have wanted to die?" "No, because I doubt they wanted to die at all," Izuku said. "Even if they did, it doesn't suck any less for you." It took Koda a minute to reply. Izuku gave him the time. "Everyone always says I should be proud of them. But how can I be proud of them leaving me behind? They cared more about being stupid heroes and showing off than about coming home." "I'm sure they wanted to come home," Izuku said. He had to be careful what he said next. If he didn't get it right, he would only make Koda angrier. But sometimes, no matter how badly you want something, it just can't happen. He thought of his mother, injured on the sidewalk with Hisashi stomping closer, telling Izuku to run. She hadn't wanted to die. She'd wanted Izuku to be safe, and he was sure she'd wanted to see him again. But fate hadn't worked out that way. "It's stupid," Koda growled. "What is?" "Heroes. Quirks. All of it. If they hadn't been heroes, showing off their quirks, they never would have fought that man. Everyone who wants to be a hero is selfish. They don't care about anyone else." Yikes, this was more than grief. These thoughts could potentially turn Koda down some dark paths when he was older. Izuku was at a loss on how to answer him now. He'd admired heroes his whole life, lived with them for half of that. He literally couldn't comprehend calling heroes selfish, not when Shoyuta and Hisashi had gone out of their way to change their lifestyles and adopt him. Of course, not every hero was like that, he knew. It didn't matter what rank they were. Endeavor had been number 2 for years, and his family life was a disaster. He took too long forming an answer. "Forget it, you'll never understand." Koda hugged his knees. "You're just like them." "Koda, leave me alone already. I don't want to talk to you." Staying would probably do more harm than good, not when Izuku didn't know how to approach any of Koda's issues. Reluctantly, he pushed himself to his feet. "Don't forget to eat." He felt like he'd failed a test as he walked back to the campsite. He wanted to help Koda so badly, and he knew he had the best chance at understanding, but Koda was still so angry, it was like he didn't want to be helped. If he wasn't so exhausted from the day of training, he never would have fallen asleep. Thoughts of Koda and how to help him would have kept him up all night. Instead, he was unconscious almost as soon as he laid down. The next day was pretty much the same, only Izuku's goal was to stay transformed as larger animals like elephants and rhinos all day. He always had trouble with the bigger creatures, and fighting All Might had proven that sometimes brute force was going to be needed. He was only human during lunch, and he couldn't figure out how fingers worked, so he ate directly from his plate, much to Tenya's amusement. "You keep this up, we're going to have to resort to cat food again," he joked. Izuku glared at him. "Don't you dare." Eating nothing but cat food was still one of his top 10 nightmares. Tenya grinned. "It'd be less messy than this." He gestured to the sauce dripping from Izuku's cheeks. "I'll dunk my head in the river, it's fine," Izuku said. "Do you have something against cat food?" Uraraka asked. "Yes." Izuku refused to elaborate. Tenya did a poor job of hiding his laugh, and even Todoroki was fighting a smile. Uraraka offered. Tenya opened his mouth to start explaining, and Izuku kicked him. If anyone was going to tell Uraraka his tragic backstory, it was going to be him. But they only had a few minutes left of lunch, and he didn't really have the energy to spare for that kind of conversation. Plus, with so many classmates around, someone else would overhear, and he'd just have to repeat himself over and over as everyone figured out what he was talking about. He definitely didn't have the energy for that. Another day, Izuku said before dropping his face on his plate again. After lunch, Tenya helped him clean off his face, and then it was back to training. Izuku's coordination was even worse by dinner, and all he was allowed to do was stir the stew. It seemed like meals and sleeping weren't enough time for his mind to recalibrate with all this morphing, and he was seriously worried how much of a disaster he'd be at the end of these 2 weeks. At least he wasn't the same animal all day long. Then he'd be recreating specific habits, and that was always embarrassing. In the middle of dinner, he noticed Kodo was missing. He'd missed the boy leaving again, but he knew where he was now, so he wasn't worried. He grabbed another plate and clumsily filled it up. "Where are you going?" Todoroki asked. "I'm trying to befriend Koda," Izuku said. He put the plate down while he talked. "I don't really know how to help him. He hates heroes because of what happened to his parents, and we're all trying to be heroes, but..." Izuku shrugged. "I have to do something." Todoroki nodded. With what happened to his parents, words probably won't mean anything to him. Yeah, telling him heroes just want to help people won't make him change his mind. I wonder how I could show him, though. You might not be able to, not in less than 2 weeks, Todoroki admitted. But you could lay the groundwork for the PP cats later on. Yeah, thanks, Todoroki. Picking up the plate again, Izuku hurried to the cave. Sure enough, Koda sat moping outside of it again. "I still don't want to talk to you," Koda stated. Izuku set the